hear my reminder music in the background. We're at that point where we have to consider whether to start the meeting on time or on the wall clock's time. And there's always about a 2-minute discrepancy. So I'm going to err in favor of my cell phone and my watch. So good morning and welcome to the Natural Resource Board meeting for January 28th, 2026 here in Madison, Wisconsin. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to our great nation.
To the flag of the United States of America.
I'll now call our hybrid meeting to order for the Natural Resources Board. All of our members are here today. Welcome, and thank goodness you survived their challenging travel conditions. But we will have presenters on virtually as well, so it'll be both a in-person and online meeting. I have a few reminders and some introductory remarks before we go to the agenda. Please turn off your phones and other devices that may interrupt the meeting, and please minimize background noise. As I said, we'll have some participants online, and those that are, please make sure you're muted and your videos turned off until your item is announced. There's sometimes a delay in the Zoom or the meetings broadcast, and it's easy to talk over one another. Our Natural Resource Board meetings are also televised live via YouTube. We welcome and thank all viewers that are joining us today. Records of our past meetings are available for review on the DNR website under Natural Resources Board Briefs of Action. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation for how this board has operated for over 50 years and how we intend to operate today. Our discussions and decision-making are transparent to all, and public testimony is welcome at every regularly scheduled Natural Resources Board meeting. To ensure fair and equal time for all, please limit your public testimony to 3 minutes per speaker. Again, we have the light system for those that are in the room as a reminder. When the light turns yellow, please bring your remarks to closure, and when it turns red, you're over your time. I will try and remind you if you get caught up in your remarks and lose track of the time and the clock, but I appreciate it if people can stay tuned to that time frame, just to give everybody an equal chance to present to the board, and it allows the board to do our business efficiently. I want to thank Deputy Secretary Stephen Little and your leadership team for your support of the board and your commitment to enhance collaboration between the department, the board, and the citizens we serve. Welcome, Karen. I was just going to announce that you were a little behind this morning and would be here shortly.
Timing.
I'll continue with my remarks. A specific thanks to our issue presenters, our DNR information technology staff, Office of Communications, General Counsel, and all the support staff that make these meetings possible. It's a lot of work. Your time is valuable, and we very much appreciate your support. I always individually recognize Ashley Bistel, our Natural Resource Board liaison. Ashley provides tremendous support to the board, and she is the public's primary contact for communications with the board. So thank you, Ashley. Lastly, I want to thank all the employees, citizen volunteers, and conservation partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your commitment and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all citizens of our great state. Board members, any questions or comments? Hearing none, Ashley, please call the roll.
Present.
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 Present. Present.
Present. Okay, we're all here today. I'll acknowledge that we have a quorum and we can continue on with our business. Secretary's remarks. Karen, have you caught your breath in?
Yeah,
Sorry for being a tiny bit late. I had some childcare snafu, so I was just dealing. I think we've all been there. So I include myself in that mix. Well, thanks everybody for being here, especially on such a cold start to the year. It's been, I think, a lot of intense weather across the state, and hope everybody's been safe and trying to keep warm. But it's nice to have you all here in person, so thanks for making the trek. Just a couple things from the last board meeting. Just wanted to let you know that I've been working on. Had this really great visit to Wholesome Dairy up in Hilbert, which is one of the CAFOs that we work with and regulate. But they have been in the Green Tier program for 20 years. So we had a really nice celebration event. I got to visit and see their operations, learn about some of the sustainability practices they have. It's just a really wonderful place to go. We had a really cool Green Tier cake. We made some remarks, did a couple of videos. So it was a really neat experience to be with them and their staff and just learn about their commitment to environmental sustainability. I also got to be at the onboarding for our new warden class, which is really neat. So really excited for them to embark on their training. So thanks to Casey and his team for their leadership and really revamping that process and really creating an environment where those guys are, those men and women are going to really be do incredible service to our natural resources and the people in the state. So excited to attend their graduation in the coming months and celebrate that milestone for them. And the last thing I'll just mention is you may have seen some announcements around the PFAS legislation that we've been working on for a couple months here with Senator Wimberger and Representative Mursal. We've had, I myself and some of our team have been having some really productive discussions with him. And we're really hoping that we'll be able to get money out the door to those communities that are needed. There's about $132 million left in that trust fund. And we've been working really well together. So I see this as a really bipartisan issue where there's a lot of collaboration and cooperation. I'm hoping that we can get money out the door to keep people's water clean going forward. So I'll keep you updated on that, but that's generally very optimistic about the progress there. And I have one agenda approval, but I'll wait for that item.
All right.
That's it.
Well, thank you for the good news. That PFAS stuff's been an impasse for a long time, and I know we've heard from citizens regularly that it's very important to get that money out and have that assistance available. Great success.
Fingers
Thanks.
crossed.
Okay, next item is approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? I do want to mention that the agenda has been amended a couple of times from the original. So if you haven't looked at it recently, there's been a couple of minor changes to it. And are there any further ones?
I just have one, which is 6A, the overview of the Office in Ag and Water Quality and progress on the statewide nutrient loss reduction strategy. Unfortunately, Jeffrey Volz has the flu, so is out of pocket, and we would really like him to present because it's something that he's very invested in and passionate about. So we might move that to the next board meeting.
Okay, great. Wise decision.
And we didn't want to get anyone sick, so all of the things.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Patty. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We have an agenda. Okay, we'll move on from there to the consent agenda. Item 2. 2A is approval of the brief of action from December 10th, 2025. 2B, acknowledgement of a donation. The Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin has donated $25,000 to the Bureau of Natural Heritage Conservation. This donation will be used for restoration and management at the South Bluff State Natural Area. Item 2C, acknowledgement of a donation. The Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin has donated $81,136.15 to the Bureau of Wildlife Management and the Bureau of Parks and Recreation Management. Item 2D, acknowledgement of donation. The National Association of State Park Directors has donated $20,000 This donation will be used to support the installation of a Braille trail at Havenwoods State Forest. I also mentioned that on some of the earlier agendas, there was an additional donation that has been amended off the agenda. It's just not quite ready, and we hope to see that in the near future. It deals with donation of some rock for stream restoration activities. Nothing under item 3. Item 4, action items. Oh, excuse me, we're gonna need a motion and potential approval of the consent agenda. Can we have a motion, please?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Rachel. We have a motion to approve, and I see Jeff signaling a second down there. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Again, we'll move past item 3. Nothing there. Item 4, action items. Item 4A is adoption. It's a request that the board adopt LE-5-24, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 64 related to all-terrain vehicles. Lieutenant Jacob Holsclaw, Off-Highway Vehicle Administrator. Welcome, Jake.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Members of the board, great to be here today. And as we're kind of nearing the end of this long process, so just wanted to share with you and everybody else in the room just some updates of where we're at on this board order. So right now we're in the final approval phase. So we've had some public comment periods. We've received those comments. We've addressed those comments where we could, understanding that there are some limits as to what we can change in code based on state statute, what we are allowed to look at and change. And so right now we are requesting just approval by the board here today. So some of the things we worked on, just a reminder, this is Natural Resources Administrative Code, or 64, and this traditionally has always focused on just ATVs, all-terrain vehicles. And one of the things we really wanted to do is wanted to bring it up to date and put in UTV language. Those of you who know the landscape of ATVs and UTVs have exploded. They're probably more popular now than ATVs. The registration numbers are increasing at a higher rate. And so it seemed necessary that we bring this code up to snuff, so to speak, and put UTV language in there. And while it was open, we thought that it was also be a good time to address some safety issues and some administrative issues where we could, again, within the parameters of state statute. So something to mention is that increasing design load weight limits for bridges to reflect modern design standards. This seemed pretty common sense. This is something that Jillian Steffes had suggested with our grant side of it. So it made sense to, if we're going to be designing and getting money toward bridges and bridge construction and maintenance, let's bring them up to a modern standard. The other thing we wanted to do is revise outdated registration periods and processes. There were actually some dates in code that didn't match statute and didn't match what the department was using to send out registrations. So really just trying to make everything by the book, so to speak, in code. One of the other things that our customer service folks noticed is that it would be good to be able to revoke registration or a trail pass for non-payment or fee. Sometimes those payments are processed at a slower rate than the stickers are mailed out, and it's a lot easier to be able to revoke those on the back end if somebody's check or something like that doesn't clear. So we wanted to add that into code, make that clear. The other thing we wanted to put in code here is requiring both the operator and the passenger in a UTV, a utility terrain vehicle, to wear safety belts. Right now in statute, it says every passenger, which technically can exclude the operator of the machine. And we are finding in a lot of our bad injury crashes, a lot of our fatal crashes, you know, it's often just an operator. It's a single person in that machine, and for them to not be required to wear a seatbelt really doesn't make sense. Obviously, it increases the safety, so we wanted to put that in code so that all occupants of that machine would have to wear a seatbelt. We also put in some language as far as eye protection, specifically for ATVs. ATVs, as you know, have a shorter windshield, sometimes don't have a windshield at all, and it made sense to have an eye protection requirement for all occupants of that machine. The other thing we did is we put some restrictions into towing objects. So if you say a sled or a trailer bearing people, but that is within the roadway, like a road route or a trail system. There's some allowances for pulling people at a slower speed, for example, out on the ice or things like that. But we did see it as a safety issue if somebody's running down a trail or a roadway and they're pulling a trailer potentially with several occupants or people in that trailer. That could obviously be a pretty big safety issue. So, and a lot of these machines that we're seeing on the trails and the roads, they're not designed to pull trailers to begin with. So that seemed like kind of a common sense measure to put that in there. Also adopting disorderly operation standards basically kind of mirrors and reflects what's in state statute already. And then another issue that we've seen, and this is brought to us by our wardens and by other law enforcement officers is window tint. There are some specifically UTVs out there that have a very high window tint or even complete coverage of their rear and side windows, making it a officer safety issue. If they're on a traffic stop and that officer's approaching those machines, it's also an issue from the general public. They can't really see if the driver's looking at them. They can't see if they see them, on the roadways. So we felt it was necessary and made sense to mirror the window tint standards of a motor vehicle on a UTV because they're being operated on our roadways on a frequent basis. So we had a preliminary public hearing on the statement of scope. There were no comments there. We had a fiscal estimate and economic impact comment period. There were no comments as far as that's concerned. And then we did have a public hearing and comment period on the draft rule. And if you want, I can go through every single comment, but I think members of the board have had a chance to review most of those. We did have 2 comments related to seatbelts and their use. We do believe that this rule change would address a lot of those comments completely because it would require all people in a UTV to wear a seatbelt. There was also a comment related to prohibitions of towing objects bearing a person. There were some concerns that the draft rule that we were looking at would potentially restrict people from, maybe pulling a passenger on a sled at a slower speed, going out ice fishing and things like that. And that is not our intention. Our intention is just to restrict on roadways and trails where you're going to be having cross traffic and you're going to be dealing with other motor vehicles and things like that. So we addressed those comments as well. The majority of the comments related to alcohol use and maybe the leniency of some alcohol laws in the code or in the state statute. At this time, with this rewrite, looking at state statute, typically a lot of the comments were going to require an actual law change from the statutory level. So it was something that we couldn't necessarily address directly in code, if that makes sense. So, but we tried to address this as well as we could. And that's where we're at right now. Are there any questions from the board?
Are there any questions for clarity? We do have one presenter on this topic, and I suggest we go to that, and then we can have questions and discussion following.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you, Jake.
Yes, thank you.
Stand by. We'll probably need to talk some more yet. Our appearance is Randy Harden, representing Wisconsin ATV Association, WATFA. Welcome, Randy.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you. Madam Secretary, looked pretty good without a helmet on. Last time I saw her, she was riding the UTV with us, so we appreciated that. I just wanted to reiterate in person how much our organization appreciates the openness of the department to work with us. We sat down and talked about these changes. We do a fair amount of legislative updates throughout the year, but meeting with the department to get their viewpoint and they get ours and kind of come up with some solutions. So I just wanted to be upfront that a lot of this has been discussed before this even found its way to paper. And I think it's got a good solution. So as stated, I'm the president of the Wisconsin ATV UTV Association. We have thousands of members across the state, hundreds of different clubs, businesses. We're ingrained in this recreational activity. And this, as Jake said, the rate at which the UTV popularity sometimes outgrows what we've got on the books for both code and statute. So we're constantly making changes, and we really do need some of these updates on here. And I would reiterate on the seatbelt, the way that it was, we originally presented to the lawmakers and the bill drafting, it was intended for everybody to wear a seatbelt. Somehow the wording and how that works, it should have said occupants, all occupants, and it said passengers. So I just would reiterate that that was the original intent to start with. So I think we're in good shape there. And the other safety standards that Jake mentioned, we're all in agreement with. We've seen some of this different items on here, and I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that our organizations really does support these changes. So not to waste any more time, I'm still in the green, so I got time.
You're very much in the green, Randy. Thank you. Any questions for Randy? Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, Robin.
Just, Lieutenant spoke about the public comments with respect to the WI leniency, and I was wondering kind of what your thoughts as an organization were.
I have a lot of thoughts on that. We have tried numerous times, timing's everything. We've tried the approach of attaching it to a driver's license. That was shot down. We tried codifying snowmobile, ATV, and boating together. That was shot down. We even went to the approach of an open intoxicant across the state trails and roads, even with the Tavern League of Wisconsin in support, and we couldn't get that passed. So it's frustrating. We've been working with Jake and his team, and he's sitting in some meetings. So we're trying to, on the back end of that or underneath, change the culture. But that's tough. Wisconsin is a drink Wisconsinably mantra. That really is what we're fighting. But we're frustrated ourselves in that.
It seems that a lot of the significant hazards are occurring because of intoxicated driving. And that's just, it's unfortunate that kind of, at least that's what I see. That.
Right. We're kind of taking a two-pronged approach. We're working in the school systems to try and get it from that level. And then we also are working, on the parents and grandparents with this color hair, to get them to realize these are fun machines, but they're dangerous if you don't use them the right way. So that's what our coordination of getting that message out. So we hope to get that changed.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Yeah.
Any questions for Jake?
Jake,
Not off the hook yet.
Not yet. And your light's always green.
I know, sorry. Perfect.
with the increased popularity of both ATVs and UTVs, how are the wardens able to kind of keep up with needs of monitoring, patrolling?
Yeah.
Like how does your workload affect it, and do you have a resource?
Yeah, great question. Well, our workload is definitely affected because especially if we're responding to a crash or a serious crash like a fatality, that does take time, takes time away from other efforts for sure. So a couple things we try to do, we try to have a couple all hands on deck safety efforts throughout the year. This year we're going to have one in the spring and then later into the fall. And it's basically a call to action for any wardens that are working that weekend, as well as our other law enforcement partners with the sheriff's departments. and just kind of a, hey, if you're working and you're out, you have an ATV patrol, please get out there, hit the trails, be a visible presence. It's not necessarily an action to write more citations, but to be more visible, do more education. If there are intoxicated operators on the trails of the roads, get them off the roads and the trails, get them off, get them safe. So that's one of the things we do. But I think, you know, when you only have in general 1 or 2 wardens per county, I mean, it can get a little bit tight, but we do what we can. We work with our partners, and we do have a lot of support from the sheriff's departments, which is really great. So, yeah, so we try to get out there when we can. We try to have our safety enhancement efforts. And those 2 that I mentioned, those are not the only 2 that happen throughout the year. Obviously, there's warden teams that'll work together locally, and there might be special events at various areas around the state that they try to work. So, yeah, so we're doing okay, but the registrations are climbing. I think the last numbers I just saw here the other day are over 520,000 registered machines. I think a few months ago when I testified here, we had just passed 500,000, and we've already bumped up another 20,000. So it's a very popular sport. So, yep.
Patty? And
I have
then
a
Jeff.
I have a question about process. By St. Croix County where we are, there's a lot of group rides where they can have, 80 to 100 to 200
Sure.
on the roads at one time. Are you guys, is there a permit process that goes to you guys so you know that these things are going on and how it impacts road traffic, especially on township roads?
Sure. Great question. No, there's not a specific permitting process. The only thing that we would require from the state level would be that, everybody's following the laws, everybody's registered, their machines would have to be registered. If there's somebody operating a machine, that they're meeting those safety requirements. But, unless there's some kind of a local ordinance that might be in place for a group gathering like that, there's nothing that we follow. A lot of times with Wisconsin ATV Association, if they have a big ride or they have a welcome center tent that they'll, put up somewhere in a busy weekend, they'll let local law enforcement know that they'll be there and what they're doing. So that's been really, really beneficial that there's good coordination that way. So a lot of times, the wardens are plugged into that and they kind of know what's going on, but there's not an official notification process, if that makes sense. So,
Thank you.
yeah, great question.
Jeff?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out where we go from here. My concern is the alcohol-related issue. In August, we heard a report about alcohol as a contributing factor in roughly half of the ATV and
Sure.
UTV crashes. And I was pleased to hear Randy's concern that, they're trying. I mean, as a board, is there any, is there any role we can play in help trying to get this passed? I mean, we have it for snowmobiles, we have it for boating. I was surprised not to see it in here, but now I can understand a little bit more after your presentation, maybe why it wasn't in here, but it still seems like this is an opportunity where it should be in there, and
Sure. Yeah, and like Randy brought up a really good point. I think, like he said, it's kind of a two-pronged effort. I mean, there's certain things that we can potentially do legislatively, but there's been some roadblocks along the way. But part of it too is just education and that culture shift is like what he was talking about. I think it was just as recently as last week we had a meeting with folks from Watva, with folks from the gentleman that makes the drunk goggles. If you've ever seen those, where we put the goggles on and you can kind of, it looks like you're intoxicated and things get blurry, as a tool to use in our safety classes and things like that. So that's another angle that we're trying to work with as best we can, just to try to change that culture. But yeah, there's been, and I don't even know if he'd mentioned this, but we've tried to combine the OWI counts. So right now, every recreational vehicle, whether it's boat, ATV, snowmobile, off-highway motorcycle, those are all considered separate offenses. So they don't really talk to each other. So you could get 4 or 5 first offense OWIs in the same year, if that makes sense. And it's not criminal until it's second offense. So there's little things that we can look at. But yeah, it's just kind of a tough road sometimes. So
it seems like there are some things like the threat of taking your registration away from you, you know,
Sure.
and stuff like that, like they do with snowmobiles and boating, that just the idea of the threat may help reduce, make people more aware of, gee, if I get caught, kind
Well,
of thing that.
Yeah, and just a quick clarification, for any operating while intoxicated arrest, whether it's boat, ATV, snowmobile, you will not lose your registration. Your registration stays valid currently. Now there is a requirement, based on the court, or if the judge decides to do this, they can have an alcohol assessment done, go through a class, an alcohol class, something like that. But that's really up to the judge and the courts to get that accomplished. So yeah, right now there is no effect on your driving record. There's no effect on even your safety certificate, so to speak. Now on a boat, that is a little bit unique in that on the boating side, if you get operating while intoxicated, you would have to retake the safety test or the safety class. But other than that, you still keep your registrations, you still keep your operating privileges. So yeah, pretty unique.
I was really amazed that you could operate if you had a DWI and no driver's license, that you could still operate a UTV.
Yes.
Because knowing what a lot of people do with these UTVs is bar hop, kind of stuff. And I was flabbergasted to hear that.
Yeah, and that's from a state level. Now there are counties and local municipalities that have been writing ordinances where they require a valid driver's license to operate a machine. So there's that. But yeah, from a state perspective, we do not require that because, well, for one thing, I mean, there is no specific training, and when you take a driver's ed class for how to operate an ATV or a snowmobile. So, either way, you would still want to have that specific training, that specific safety class. So.
Go ahead, Robin.
Thought that local ordinances needed to be in strict conformity with state statutes. And they require driver's license.
There is some discussion on what strict conformity actually is. To be clear, our department does not review. We do not have statutory or state authority to review the ordinances as they come in. The only requirement is that they send us a copy of it so that we can they're supposed to send us a copy and then local law enforcement, state patrol, a copy of these ordinances so that all the law enforcement officers are on the same page. But we simply receive it and we file it. So what strict conformity is really left up to what their attorneys believe is good to go. So, yep.
Other questions, comments? Rachel?
I'm in Wapaka County and I have noticed the local sheriffs being much more proactive with pulling over and interacting with the UTVs. So I was going to make that comment. And then my other question with the safety is helmet. What are the current restrictions or requirements with wearing helmets, or why wasn't wearing helmets included in the safety plan?
So yeah, so that's covered in state statute.
Okay.
So in 99% of cases, people that are under 18 have to wear a helmet. Now, there are some exceptions to that. So if they're on private land that is their own, so like their own immediate family, and they're under 18, they wouldn't necessarily have to wear a helmet. Obviously, we always advise everybody of every age to wear a helmet. The other exceptions would be if people are en route to hunting or fishing or trapping or some kind of, if they're engaged in a privilege like that, there are some exceptions there where they would not have to wear a helmet. However, if they're under 12, then they would be required to wear a helmet. So, but in 99% of the cases that we're dealing with, folks are out recreationally riding. They're not necessarily going to or from a fishing or hunting location. They're out on the road. They're out on the trails. Any juveniles in that situation under 18 would have to wear a helmet. So and that's a great point because the majority of our fatal crashes involve people not wearing helmets. And the majority of our fatal crashes involve adults. So if there were adults wearing helmets, it would really help. And I think we have seen a shift somewhat in the culture. I would say Randy could agree that there are more people now wearing helmets. Actually, just last year during Memorial Weekend, I worked kind of around the Black River Falls, Clark County area, and it was amazing how many adults were wearing helmets. It was really good to see. Now that can be regional. I totally understand that because I'm talking to wardens in other areas of the state and it's not the same way. So,
Yeah, maybe that'd be a question for Randy, is how their group really promotes that safety component.
they do. Yeah, I can vouch for Randy. They push helmets. All of their folks wear helmets when they're out on the trails. So, that's a huge factor.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions, comments? I'd like to make one, Jake. Earlier in your comments, you were talking about some of the other aspects of this rule change, seat belts, tinted windows. And you mentioned that these were logical changes because they are expectations and requirements of other vehicles that are out on the public right of way.
Sure.
And these ATVs and UTVs are on the public right of way, and it just makes good sense. And it just struck me as how completely different that outlook is compared to the results or lack of results on dealing with alcohol. And I look at ATVs, and particularly the UTVs are getting bigger and faster, and they're looking more like automobiles all the time, and they're going right down the public right of way, mixed in with trucks, cars, and other vehicles. And I know the ATV, UTV riders are probably more aware of what their risk and requirements are, but I wonder if the general public understands what those vehicles are and what their risk is sharing the right of way with people that are not required to follow the same rules on alcohol. And Jeff had asked earlier, what can the board do? I think we're not in any position to take action today on this. It's not set up for that other than the specifics of this rule proposal. But I would put the offer out there. I think you've heard interest from the board. And if you and Randy and others that are moving towards solutions toward this, you see opportunities for this board to be helpful and supportive, I'd encourage you to ask.
Absolutely. Appreciate
And I
it.
think what we're doing today is the one thing that's obvious that the board can do is that we can air some of these things publicly. We can put them on the record, and we can at least help inform the broader public about what some of the progress and lack of progress is on these recreational vehicles.
Thank you.
So I thank you for your hard work in this, Jake, and look forward to continued discussions.
Absolutely. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I think we're ready for a motion. Robin moves approval. Do we have a second? Second from Doug. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Next item, item 4B, request the board adopt DG-1-24, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 809 related to drinking water standards for PFAS and affecting small businesses. Steve Elmore, Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau Director. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hyun, and the rest of the board. I'm Steve Elmore. I'm the Director of the Drinking Water and Groundwater Program, and here today to request adoption for DG-0124. Thank you. All right. So this rule is related to public water systems and regulations for PFAS. We'll get into more about what PFAS is in a minute. These rules are federal rules that were adopted, promulgated by US EPA in April of 2024 and incorporated into the Safe Drinking Water Act. Wisconsin needs to adopt these rules in order to maintain what we call primacy for the Safe Drinking Water Act and establish the authority to regulate these compounds in drinking water at public water systems in Wisconsin. There are 4 PFAS compounds plus a hazard index standard that are part of this rule package. And this rule also established monitoring requirements for public water systems to maintain compliance and there's requirements for public notice and how to come back into compliance with the safe drinking water rules. This rule does apply to municipal systems and also small businesses with 25 or more employees, and also schools with their own wells. So that's sort of gives you a landscape of the categories of systems that this applies to. Sorry, I didn't switch the slide there. So, all right. So in terms of a timeline here, Wisconsin has currently some requirements for public water systems related to PFAS. We have a maximum contaminant level for PFOA and PFOS that was established earlier, years ago. And EPA started the process in 2020. And then we adopted rules in 2022. And we've been requiring systems to sample for PFOA and PFOS since then, and now have that information on our website. And we've been working with systems to maintain compliance with those requirements. And then, as I said, in 2024, EPA finalized the standards that then we're seeking to adopt here today. So, like I mentioned, 70 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFOS, plus combined between those two chemicals is the state standard currently. We're one of the few states that adopted a state-only standard for this. And we did so back in 2022. We have sampled all public water systems. And that's important because as we talk about this rule here today, we have a high confidence in what the economic impact is going to be for the systems. And in fact, we're already working with many of these systems on removing PFAS from their drinking water based on the state sampling that's been done. All right, so here's a look at a summary of what the maximum contaminant levels are in this requirement. A maximum contaminant level goal is just a goal that's not a regulatory requirement. And you'll see that for PFOA and PFOS, that's set at 0. That's something that is always done in the Safe Drinking Water Act. Set that at 0 when cancer is an endpoint. And so in this case, that's why those are set at 0. The maximum contaminant levels on the right-hand side there are what is enforceable, will be enforceable under this rule. And so that's set at 4 parts per trillion for PFOA and PFOS, and then 10 parts per trillion for 3 other PFAS. And then this rule is unique. It includes something called a hazard index, which is a way of regulating a mixture of PFAS. So just think about it that way. And this one's unique that it also includes PFBS in that. So PFBS doesn't have an individual maximum contaminant level, but if it is found in a mixture, then the system will have to comply with that. We have about 2,000 systems in Wisconsin that are subject to this rule that will have to sample and maintain compliance with that. We have currently about 100 systems that will exceed these new MCLs per current sampling. And only a handful, just a few will exceed the hazard index here. So most of these are going to exceed it on PFOA and PFOS. That's what we've seen in groundwater in the state. About 14 systems have gotten financial assistance from us and are on their way to compliance with these maximum contaminant levels. And all the data results that we collect are online and can be searched by the public to see where these contaminants are found in drinking water. All right. Slide. So just a little bit on timelines. So with this rule, if it's adopted by the state, initial monitoring must be complete by April of next year. And then 3 years from the adoption of the EPA rule, so 3 years from 2024, initial monitoring results need to be included in a systems consumer confidence report, which is the annual water quality report delivered to customers of community water systems. Regular monitoring must begin also within 3 years, and public notification following any exceedances of MCLs must be complete, and also for any missed samples or any sort of reporting violation. Within 5 years of the EPA rule, so 5 years from 2024, systems must start, it must be in compliance, sorry, with the maximum contaminant levels. And so that means that they'd have to have treatment or drill a new well to be below these MCLs by that time. I'll note that EPA did announce last year that they were going to start a new rule that would change some of this. Namely, the new rule would eliminate the maximum contaminant levels for all the substances in this rule except for PFOA and PFOS. And then they'd also extend the compliance deadline till 2031. So instead of 2029 here, it would be till 2031. We are watching that action. They haven't formally put anything in the Federal Register that would follow up on their announcement. So they haven't taken formal action on it. We will watch that. We are obligated under the Safe Drinking Water Act, in order to maintain primacy, we need to adopt this rule now. We will watch the federal actions, and we could follow up with subsequent action to match the federal law with a subsequent rule package. All right, so some timelines for promulgation of this rule. We are watching this blackout period that's on this slide here. As you all, I'm sure, are aware, the legislature will go out of session in March of this year. And in order for us to have this rule on the books by some of these compliance dates in 2027, we need to get this rule to the legislature and Legislative Reference Bureau before the legislature's out of session. So that's our key timeline here for this rule. All right, so public input opportunities. We did hold a preliminary hearing on the scope statement. We got approval on the scope statement in 2024. We had a comment period in June and July of last year on the economic impact analysis, and we had a comment period on the draft order just in September, October last year, including a October 2nd public hearing on the rule. And in terms of public comments, here's just a summary. The department received 13 written comments during the comment period. 4 of the comments were in favor of adoption of the federal PFAS standards and protection of public health. 1 comment requested that the department slow down the rulemaking process to allow time to see if the EPA makes any changes to the PFAS rule. This comment was supported by 4 others. 1 comment contested EPA's PFAS toxicity assessment. Other commenters questioned whether new PFAS standards could result in less competitive water rates with neighboring states And another commenter stated the department should allow for an extension if the EPA changes the PFAS rule. And that's it. I will take your questions.
Are there any questions for clarity? Again, we have one speaker signed up for this item. And I'll just also note the board has received written comments from 3 different entities. Greenfire, Melissa Johnson, individual Louise Petering. We're both supporting passage, and written comments from Jared Smith, representing input from the League of Municipalities, the Municipal Environmental Group, and the Rural Water Association. We're expressing concerns about the potential EPA reconsideration in the future, and also ask for state applying for an extension of compliance dates. Any of those clarifying questions for Steve? Okay, let me call Peter Burris up for an appearance on this item. And Steve, hang close. Welcome, Peter.
Good morning, Chair Smith, Madam Secretary, members. It's great to see you all. My name is Peter Burris, and I work as the Government Affairs Manager with Wisconsin Conservation Voters. Our team lives and works in communities across Wisconsin, engaging our network of over 40,000 members and supporters to protect our environment. Appreciate the opportunity to show our support for this rule, which will ensure Wisconsin's administrative code is consistent with the EPA's health-based maximum contaminant level goals for PFAS. And of course, thank you to DNR staff for all of their work on this rule. Across Wisconsin, people are at serious risk for the long-term health impacts associated with PFAS. There's mounting evidence linking PFAS to a long list of negative health impacts, including cancer, thyroid disease, increased cholesterol levels, reduced immune system function and vaccine response, increased blood pressure and preeclampsia in pregnant women, and lower infant birth weights. 96 public water systems exceed the EPA's new maximum contaminant levels, and there is more we need to do to ensure we deliver support to the 1/3 of Wisconsinites who rely on private wells for their drinking water. And we do have 3 videos on our YouTube page, Campbell, Wausau, and Stella, speaking to sharing the stories of folks from those communities about what they're dealing with and the health impacts of contamination. Highly encourage folks to check those out if you got 5 minutes this afternoon. And there are real costs associated with inaction. A recent study estimated that across the United States, Americans are spending up to $62.6 billion annually on the health costs associated with PFAS. Assuming 1.8% of the population lives in Wisconsin, that means that we could be spending up to $1.13 billion every year on these health impacts just on Wisconsinites. By updating Wisconsin's administrative code to ensure consistency with EPA's health-based maximum contaminant level goals, the state is signaling it's serious about building on bipartisan federal action to protect communities from these costs. And meanwhile, Wisconsinites are expressing growing support for action. According to a June 2024 Marquette poll, 68% of registered voters indicated that they were somewhat or very concerned about PFAS contaminating their water supply. By moving quickly to codify health-based standards for these 6 PFAS, we can be responsive to these concerns and deliver clear guidance for our communities. As members of the Natural Resources Board, you have the opportunity and responsibility to set policy that provides a healthy, sustainable environment. With that responsibility in mind, given the comprehensive research on PFAS health impacts, the cost of inaction, statewide concern around the issue, and the fact that the federal government already set these more protective standards, we urge you to adopt this rule. We owe it to every Wisconsinite to make progress on this issue as quickly as possible, and we welcome any opportunity to work with the DNR to make that happen. Thanks for your time and for all you do to set policy that protects the health of future generations.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions, comments from the board for Peter? All right, thank you very much. Steve, I'm guessing there'll be some questions. You want to return to the podium? Any questions, comments from the board? Doug, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. So Steve, the you mentioned schools with their own wells, so other than public drinking water systems and schools with their own wells, what are we doing with the private well? I mean, how much are we doing with private wells to get at PFAS issues and contamination?
Yeah, so this rule and if promulgated law will apply to public water systems. So that does not include private wells. So subsequently, we've started an action to set groundwater standards for PFAS, and it's not the exact same setup that we've got in this rule, but it is the same 6 PFAS that we're working with Department of Health Services and working through that rule package. We're currently drafting and reviewing the economic impact statement of that and have that shortly out for public comment. So that's sort of just a small update on that. And that will apply in some way to private wells. It's still not like a standard in the way that these maximum contaminant levels are. Groundwater standards more regulate activities on the landscape so that we don't contaminate groundwater that can then contaminate our private wells and public wells. So it's a different approach there. We don't require sampling for PFAS and nor will we in the future for private wells. It's the responsibility of the well owner to maintain the quality of that water, but it does give us another tool to help prevent contamination of private wells if we had groundwater standards. So does that answer your question?
It does. Yep, thanks. One more, Chair.
Go ahead.
So my other one is related to a statement that you made about EPA potentially removing some of the substances through rule promulgation in the future. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, that's what they announced last year. They made a point of voicing support for the current PFOA and PFOS MCLs, but that they were going to take some action on the other PFAS in this rule that is federal law now. They were going to do a subsequent action to remove those from federal law. And but we have not seen that play out in terms of formal federal actions. That was just an announcement. So that's where we are now. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Robin?
You commented about the public notification for exceedance as being part of this rule.
Mhm.
Is there public notification for any exceedance from municipal water systems, or is it just that PFAS will have to?
No, all contaminants that are included in the Safe Drinking Water Act, some 90 plus contaminants, when there are exceedances, they have to provide public notice to their customers. So this is consistent with the other aspects of the Safe Drinking Water Act.
And then is the science changing with respect to health impact from PFAS? In other words, are studies coming out showing that we don't need to be concerned about PFAS in the water? Or, I mean, I know that these numbers, I thought these numbers were health-based, that were coming forward with review of health.
Yeah. So they, yes, these standards are based on toxicological assessments of these compounds and their effects on the human body. And we did have Department of Health Services toxicologists look at these numbers, particularly as part of moving forward with setting groundwater standards. And they concurred that these were the best, health information on the effects of human bodies at these levels. I'm not a toxicologist myself. I mean, I'm relying on those experts, and I have not seen any additional information since EPA set this standard in 2024 that would suggest that that we could drink more of this and be healthy. So it's still, these levels still stand. Even there have been some challenges to the toxicological assessment, and there haven't been any different conclusions to date that I'm aware of. Some stuff's still in process, though.
So by passing these now, not only would we be ensuring our maintenance of our primacy with EPA, we'd also be protecting health based on recommendations, science.
Absolutely. This is an action to protect public health.
And then can you bear with me for one more?
Yep.
I'm just curious. I should know the answer to this before I ask it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. For municipalities, so first of all, kudos for having done the sampling, because you guys now know the groups of municipalities that have exceedances and can be correct in working with them.
Yeah.
If they didn't have standards to show that they were out of compliance, would that impact their ability to get funding for upgrade?
Yeah. So
That's out of your league. I'm sorry.
well, yes, I think I let me see if I can answer this question. Yes, we are fortunate that we sampled all public water systems that will be subject to this rule. We started sampling them in 2022 and 2023. The advantage we have is that we do know whether they will exceed these proposed maximum contaminant levels. And for that sampling, we use the same methods that will be allowed and required under this rule. So it's the same type of sampling, right? And this is important because there's been an influx of, in terms of funding, there's been an influx of money from the federal government through the bipartisan infrastructure law and some other emerging contaminants pots of money to fund systems that are impacted by PFAS in their drinking water. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, we've had 14 systems come in and get money from our department to correct this issue. I mean, there are states out there that haven't even sampled their public water systems yet for these substances, and those systems are at a disadvantage because they don't know that there's PFAS in there, even though there's federal money sitting there to help them address this. In Wisconsin, we've been able to take advantage of that money because those systems have sample results, which is one of the requirements of getting that assistance is knowing that you have that contaminant in your water. And so we've been able to work proactively with these systems. They're not required to come back into compliance yet for these maximum contaminant levels, but we can give them money to address it. And so some of them are being proactive and addressing that now with the funding that's available. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Rachel?
One thing with regard to the timeline of passing this at this point versus the comments to kind of put it off a little bit, can you speak to why it's imperative to do it now to be in compliant with the EPA clean water standards to retain that primacy?
Yeah, primacy for the Safe Drinking Water Act is all or nothing. And what I mean by that is we need to maintain rules to implement the Safe Drinking Water Act for all aspects of the Safe Drinking Water Act. So this is just one piece. PFAS will be like one, think of it as like a sub rule in the Safe Drinking Water Act, right? We also have rules for bacteria, for nitrates, for other volatile organic compounds, as well as things like metals and other contaminants. So in order for us to maintain that overall authority to implement the Safe Drinking Water Act, we have to adopt these PFAS rules. If we don't, EPA could say that we're not meeting our obligations under the Safe Drinking Water Act, and they could take back that authority from Wisconsin. And what that would mean is then, all these laws would still apply. Including the PFAS rules are on you know, the federal books. It's just that the public water systems in Wisconsin would have to work directly with federal regulators at US EPA in order to, you know, do the sampling and come back into compliance with the maximum contaminant levels. So it's important. The department, as what we call primacy agency for the Safe Drinking Water Act, that we adopt these new aspects of the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Thank you. I thought that was very important to point out.
Other questions, comments? I have one for you, Steve, or maybe a kind of a category. It's a little extension on what Rachel had asked about. And you'd mentioned it in your remarks. The rule package that is before us is going to lapse soon. So if it's not acted upon at this meeting, the presumption is that rule package would time out.
Yeah, I think we still have some time. I think it was in the slides, but I can't remember exactly when oh, here it is. Our scope statement expires in February of 2027. So we still do have some time. The real challenge for this rule is that there's federal compliance dates that come into effect in April of 2027. And we have this legislative blackout period that starts in March of this year. So if we don't get this rule over to the legislature before March, then they won't act on it until January of 2027, which would leave us not enough time to publish the final rule and you know, start the compliance activities to meet some of those April 2027 deadlines, if that
So
makes
the
sense.
rule wouldn't time out immediately in this year, but
Correct.
the lack of completion of the rulemaking process would end up to timing it out in early 2027, and I'm presuming the department would have to start over with rulemaking at that point.
Correct.
And what would be the practical impacts of that?
Yeah, I mean, the practical impacts are that if we don't meet these timelines, we will, and you know, if we don't have these rules in place, I mean, really soon this year, because initial monitoring has to be complete by April of 2027. So we need to have the systems start sampling this year, really, for these contaminants. If we don't have the authority before April of 2027, then compliance follow-up activities would have to be completed by US EPA. And that becomes a little complicated when we're trying to coordinate with our federal partners, and they have to take action directly with public water systems in Wisconsin. It is something that we've had to do sometimes because of timing on rules, but it becomes difficult, and just for simplicity, I'll say mistakes get made because we have to communicate closely across you know, a state and a federal agency. And what we'd like to do is establish primacy so we can work with these systems who we've developed relationships with. We understand, and they understand us and how we do our work. And we can have what's the word I want? An orderly return to compliance and meeting these rules. They know how we send out monitoring schedules, for instance, and how we work with them when they are out of compliance with a maximum contaminant level.
You mentioned earlier in your remarks that the majority of our systems that are affected by PFAS, the result of PFOS, the two standards that we have in place affect most of our systems, and that these other four would have much less of an impact.
Correct.
What would be the impact on our ability to move forward on the two standards that aren't potentially being reconsidered by EPA?
I think the biggest impact negative impact would be that, well, we would likely lose primacy because we wouldn't be as stringent as the federal law if we move forward with just the PFOA, PFOS. The federal law includes all 6 of these PFAS, including that hazard index. And so that's what's required for us to establish primacy for these contaminants. On the flip side, it's not going to have much of a negative impact from a cost standpoint, because as I said, there's only about 4 systems, and looking at that list, now some of those systems are already or already have taken steps to mitigate the PFAS in their drinking water. And so I think it's going to have a minimal, if no impact on systems in Wisconsin to continue to pursue regulation for those additional 4 PFAS. The other thing I'll mention is that some of those PFAS, beyond PFOA and PFOS, are contaminants that are currently manufactured and used in industry in Wisconsin. I'll point out Gen X is one of them. It's a currently manufactured and used product. We've never detected that in drinking water or groundwater in Wisconsin, but there is a concern that because that's used in products, that could enter our drinking water system. So by including it in this rule, we'll continue to sample for it regularly, and we will be able to detect if that becomes a contaminant of concern through the results of testing.
Let me just restate that to you to be perfectly clear. I'd asked
Yeah.
primarily about the PFOS and what the impact would be, and you gave me the answer, but kind of flipped it in reverse. And what I understand you saying is that if we have these other 4
Yeah.
compounds on the books with standards, that is not going to really impact our water systems in Wisconsin significantly. In other words,
Correct.
if we were to pass this rule and those other standards are there, we don't have many systems affected by them.
Correct.
Do you have
Just a small handful.
number on that, or?
Like I said, it's a moving target, but about 4 systems currently exceed, based on our sampling of over 2,000.
Is there a chance that any of those systems would invest heavily in trying to come to compliance in this interim period, only to have EPA change the standards?
I mean, there's a chance. I think, well, I'll just be completely transparent here. Madison's one of those systems, and they've already installed treatment on well 15 to address that. They did not exceed the PFOA and PFOS standard that are in this proposed rule. They exceeded based on basically that hazard index that was there. They had a mixture of other PFAS there, and they took action on their own. They did get public funding for that project, and they moved forward and installed treatment, and now they have no detects of PFAS in their water. So that's one example. Would they have done that anyway? Well, yes, they had a commitment to removing PFAS from their drinking water. Would they? I don't think. I mean, they took that action on their own volition. It was based on, yes, thinking that standards were coming, but it was also based on understanding the toxicology and a commitment to safe drinking water.
I've unintentionally put you in a position of speculating on some of this stuff, and I know it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Is there any indication from EPA, the timeline that they're on, that they may reconsider these standards? And what I want to do is maybe ask for some discussion about the rather extensive length of this period to sample, to plan, to gain compliance. There are several years there for
Yep.
people to do that. and this speculation about changing standards, is there any kind of a time frame around that?
Yeah, so the latest I've heard from discussing with EPA colleagues is they said in January this month they were going to propose a new rule that would change these MCLs and then finalize that by April of this year, 2026, and then these same timelines would apply that the 3 years for states to have rules in place, and then 5 years for systems to come into compliance. So I guess that's some of the timelines, but we haven't seen any of that yet. I mean, it could happen this week that they propose something. Those are really tight timelines. In our world, that's like lightning fast, and I'm not sure that that it's possible. Just honestly, my own opinion, and also because there are challenges on sort of both sides, and people watching this, and also aspects of the Safe Drinking Water Act that may exclude that action from being successful. Namely, there's an anti-backsliding provision in the Safe Drinking Water Act that does not allow, once maximum contaminant levels are established, that they cannot, you can't remove those from the rule. Okay, so that would be something just on the surface that, and I'm not a lawyer, but that could be a challenge for EPA being successful in this next rule package that they're suggesting they're going to propose.
I'm just trying to explore whether or not there would be adequate forewarning to a system that might be affected by this on or off of these standards. Would they know that well enough in advance of committing significant expense, energy, or money toward compliance to that standard down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. If this action does come out early this year and they EPA is successful in finalizing the rule by April of this year, that will be a clear signal to systems that, hey, this might be a new federal law, even though it might get challenged. And currently, under the current rule, systems have till 2029 to come back into compliance. And maybe just a little bit on that. Their compliance date with these current rules before us is 2029. If a system is not in compliance through monitoring by that date, we issue them a notice of violation. And that just means that they've exceeded these state and federal standards, and they need to take action to come back into compliance, lower the levels of PFAS in their drinking water. We enter into an agreement called a consent order with them, and we give them a compliance timeline. And for drinking water rules, that's usually sufficiently long. It might be 2 to 3 years to design a treatment system, obtain necessary permits, and then put that treatment in place, and then sample to show that the treatment is working and removing PFAS. So that we give them, say, 2 to 3 years, just for the sake of discussion. That's how long it takes. So in 2029, they will get that sort of timeline from us. And then they'll have that till 2032. And so I think there's sufficient time here for systems to work through this issue. So even if they wait and see what happens with any federal action, even if this rule before us is on the books, if they look at that federal action and say, well, I'm going to wait and see what happens with that, I think they will have sufficient time, because they'll have from 2029, they'll have 2 to 3 years after that in order to work through us before any fines or more negative consequences come in for them, if that makes sense.
And from your perspective, if the department was in that situation with one or more of our water systems, would we be working with them to get through this transition?
Absolutely. We're already working with all these systems on things like funding and public noticing and working through and getting back to compliance. It's a partnership, and it takes us, our technical assistance partners, and the systems themselves working together to come back into compliance. And we'll take that same approach with this rule.
I would think in an extreme situation where somebody was up against the wall for compliance on this and the standards were changing, the state could even consider an emergency rule or something to adjust the standard to federal standards at that point in time if there's a variance somewhere along the way. It just seems to me there's opportunity here to manage this.
Yeah, I think there is. I think, as you mentioned, emergency rules, we also have enforcement discretion. Like, so if our actions or if our rules don't match the federal rules, we can make the decision to defer to the federal rules on our enforcement action, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I thought that deserved a little more discussion. We've had requests to delay, and on the surface, with the uncertainties, that sort of to a layperson makes some sense. And
Yep.
You have very good reasons for the recommendations you're putting before the board. Appreciate the extra detail. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Patty?
I mean, this, looking at the timeline here, starting in 2019 and then talking about going to 2029. I mean, for the layperson out there, this is drinking contaminated water. Right? I mean, we can delay it, but people at home that are in these systems, especially these 14 that are on the way, this delay to me impacts the health of all the folks that have contaminated water right now.
Yeah.
And also, we're not addressing any of the private wells at this time. So, is that correct?
Yes, I'll note that public notice starts next year on this rule. And some systems already are doing public notice if they exceed state recommended levels. So they're currently public noticing. And then the ones that are down close to this, 4 parts per trillion, those would have to start public noticing next year. So those customers will be aware that there's PFAS in the water. And I'll note too, for anyone who is concerned now, all these systems subject to this rule, we do have PFAS results out on our webpage. So when I say public notice, that's just a direct, say, letter from the utility to the homeowner saying, hey, this is what's in your drinking water, okay? We're completely transparent in Wisconsin. We have any results, when they come in, results from yesterday are posted on our webpage today, that someone can search and see those and, make decisions for their family based on that information. So, so in terms of the timelines, those down at the low levels near 4 parts per trillion will have to start public noticing starting next year in 2027 if this rule is adopted. Public notice is sort of that first line of defense, so to speak, right? It's letting people know, hey, this is in your water. And as a part of that, though, the utility has to say what they're going to do about it. And they may not know everything, but they may say, for instance, we are going to start designing a treatment system to remove this. We may drill a new well and blend water so that we're below this standard. So those are some things they could put in that notice too. But then they'll take action to come back in compliance with this MCL. Does that make sense? So they are long timelines, and some of that is so that rule authority can get put in place, but it's also time for the systems to take action. These are very expensive, very complicated actions to put in a new treatment system.
Thank you.
Any further questions, comments? I think we're ready for a motion.
Here,
Doug?
I'll make a motion to, the board adopt DG-1-24.
Got a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Patty. Any further discussion? I'd just make a comment before the vote. I appreciate the extra information you provided, Steve. I think, and from my standpoint, you've convinced me that there's great benefit to proceeding with these rules, to maintain primacy and to maintain a higher level of direct service to our water systems and customers, and that the risk of federal changes is out there, but I'm convinced you've thought through that in a way that we've got a practical and reasonable way to approach it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments before we call a vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Right.
Thank you. Stand put. We got another one coming up.
Switch my notes.
Okay, next one is 4C, and it's to request the board adopt DG-2-24, proposed rules providing technical corrections to Chapter NR 809 to clarify and correct the existing language and add consumer confidence report requirements. Again, Steve Elmore.
Good morning again, Steve Elmore, Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau Director. Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Hyun, and the rest of the board. Happy to be here to talk about another rule package, technical corrections and reporting requirements. This is Board Order DG 0224. And similarly, we're here today to adopt the final rule package for this rule. And I'll go over what's in this technical corrections and reporting requirements. So this is a order to clarify and correct existing language and add federal consumer confidence report requirements that were recently changed under the Safe Drinking Water Act. In May 2024, the EPA finalized federal regulations that modified the requirements of consumer confidence reports. What consumer confidence reports are, these are an annual report that community water systems send to their customers, informing them of the quality of their drinking water. And this was an action the EPA took. They refer to it as CCR 3. It was the third time that they've revised the consumer confidence report rules since the inception of the Safe Drinking Water Act. I'll note that in addition to corrections here, we are including the removal of subchapter 6, which refers to conditional waivers and variances based on some comments from EPA, and I'll get into that more later. We did make some changes here to improve the understanding and readability of the rule. It doesn't have, a lot of those do not have significant impact to regulated individuals. All right, so getting into that a little bit more, we've made changes to the section regulating bacteria. That's the revised total coliform rule. Also disinfection byproducts rule. These are rules that regulate the contaminants that are created in a water system when we disinfect with chlorine. There's some cancer-causing compounds that can get created when chlorination is added to the system. So making some slight changes there to existing rules, and also making changes to the filter backwash recycling rule. So this is a highly technical thing when we filter water and we clean those filters. that cleaning water with contaminants can actually be cycled back through and they can produce finished drinking water out of it, but some extra requirements are necessary when they do that sort of process, that cleaning process and recycling that water that we need to account for. And so we're making some changes here to meet those federal requirements. We'll also need some future updates to some future rules, so more fun for future board meetings to talk about those rules. We're also, like I mentioned, we're removing variances and exemptions language. We're also adding something in here that was a frequent request from water systems. Our current rules say that for fluoride split samples, so they take field samples for fluoride, and they also have to send on a certain frequency a sample to the state lab of hygiene for analysis to make sure that their field equipment is accurate. That currently our law says those lab samples can only be sent to the state lab of hygiene, where plenty of private labs in the state and outside the state are able to do that testing. And so we're making that change here so that it's not just the state lab of hygiene. So we'll meet our water system needs there. We've added a definition of service connection. This is a phrase used throughout the code, but it's not defined currently in NR 809. So we thought it necessary to put in a definition of service connection. We have, as already mentioned, we're incorporating all the new federal rules for consumer confidence reports. Right, to get into that a little bit more, now some systems serving 10,000 or more will need to send out consumer confidence reports twice a year. That will affect 84 public water systems. Certain systems serving over 100,000 will have to have translation plans to provide this information in other languages, and this will affect 4 public water systems. And there's some new definitions and information in this rule change. All right. Public comments, similar to the last rule we talked about, we had a public hearing on our initial scope statement in October of 2024. We got approval in October 2024 for our scope statement. We did have a comment period on the draft economic impact analysis in 2025. We did have a comment period on the draft order and a public hearing on October 2nd of 2025. In terms of comments here, the main comment was objection to the deletion of subchapter 6, which related to variances and exemptions. And I'm going to go into that a little bit. Primacy to implement the Safe Drinking Water Act is a all or nothing situation for states. We established that in our discussion of the last rule. Variance and exemptions is the exception to that rule. Some states have primacy for variance and exemptions, but most do not. Variances and exemptions from the Safe Drinking Water Act requirements are usually overseen directly by EPA. In Region 5, which is the region we're in for EPA, only Minnesota has primacy for variance and exemptions, while Indiana, Michigan, Ohio have opted out, and Illinois and Wisconsin currently have open primacy requests to EPA. And that's where, we had our request into EPA, and they gave us comments back on that. And there are things that we could not address under this rule change. And so we made the decision to remove variance and exemptions from this rule to be consistent with the federal law. The DNR has never had federal authority to issue variance and exemptions. We've never had primacy for this. That's been an open application for some time here. We've never used the subchapter 6 to make regulatory decisions. In 2015 to 2017, the department applied to EPA to try to establish primacy for this. And EPA denied the primacy application and informed the department that subchapter 6 was not consistent with the federal regulations of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And we're proposing today to repeal that subsection because it has always been and continues to be inoperable and inconsistent with federal law. The department proposes to repeal, to remove the inconsistency and align with the department's primacy authority from EPA. This is consistent with the scope statement. The scope statement, we say we're going to make corrections to NR 809 to meet the requirements of EPA and the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is what we're doing here. We're removing this language to be consistent. So just one key point, though, even though we at DNR do not have federal authority to issue variance and exemptions, water systems can ask EPA for variance and exemptions. It's still in the Safe Drinking Water Act. They can work directly with EPA on that. We would need to undergo a separate rulemaking and primacy application to EPA if Wisconsin decides to pursue primacy for variance and exemptions under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Our managers and legal services here at DNR have engaged with stakeholders to understand their concerns on this issue. We recently shared with them the EPA comments that were sent to us from EPA that prohibited Wisconsin primacy on variance and exemptions. And I'll note, just as a practical matter on that issue of variance and exemptions, we have worked closely with systems over the years to obtain a variance directly from EPA. There's been a handful of systems that have sought that out, and we've been a part of that conversation. We've worked with them. We've got them in contact with the right EPA folks and made sure that those discussions were proceeding appropriately for the issue that the water system was faced with. And some of those systems were successful in getting a variance. And so, this option is still there. It's just something that EPA will have to be closely involved with and issue the final variance. With that, I am done with my opening remarks. And do you have any questions?
Thank you, Steve. Any quick questions on clarifications for that? We do have one appearance. Being no immediate questions, let's move to the appearance. Jared Smith is here. And I also know Jared has provided the board written information as well. Welcome, Jared. I suppose we should say no relation here just to make sure there's no confusion.
No relation.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Hune, and members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Jared Walker Smith, and I am legal counsel for the Municipal Environmental Group Water Division, or MEGWater for short. MEGWater is an association of approximately 79 municipal water utilities in Wisconsin who have joined together to comment on legislation and rulemaking. And I am here to testify on behalf of MEGWater, the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, and the Wisconsin Rural Water Association on just a small portion of DG-02-24. These three groups have also submitted written comments to the board and to the DNR. Now, we take no stance on the overall rule, but we do object to the elimination of subchapter 6, but specifically section NR 809.90 related to water suppliers seeking conditional waivers from certain provisions of chapter 809. So, as Director Elmore said, the Safe Drinking Water Act provides states with primacy, like Wisconsin, the authority to grant individual public water systems a variance or exemption under certain conditions to help the system achieve compliance with maximum contaminant levels. Section 809.90 includes language that reflects but is not wholly consistent with the variance language in the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. As Director Elmore said, in the mid-2010s, the EPA and the DNR exchanged correspondence related to this inconsistency, with the DNR indicating that it would revise its primacy application to gain authority to issue a variance or exemption under the Safe Drinking Water Act. Rather than doing this, the DNR seeks to completely delete NR 80990 and abandon its request for primacy authority to issue variances and exemptions. And the DNR proposes to do this without having identified in its statement of scope for DG 0224 that the rule would rescind the existing framework for seeking variances. And this is not a technical edit, but an elimination in Wisconsin law. The ability to request variance and exemptions is one tool in a public water utility's toolbox to aid a water utility in complying with the increasingly stringent lead and copper rules, PFAS rules, and all other rules under the Safe Drinking Water Act that are now in place or might be in place in the future. It is also a tool that the EPA has indicated they will look to use for states without primacy to assist them with compliance where needed. Now, we do not expect that this is a tool that will be commonly used in Wisconsin. The members of Water, the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, and the Wisconsin Rural Water Association are committed to public health and ensuring the provision of safe drinking water. However, there can be unexpected technical or financial challenges when implementing new federal standards, and Wisconsin water systems deserve the ability to utilize the same compliance flexibilities as other water systems throughout the country, particularly when our utilities may be subject to more stringent rules than what may be required by the federal EPA. So we respectfully request that the deletion of NR 80990 be removed from the proposed rule and that the DNR be encouraged to restart discussions with EPA to develop acceptable language that would permit DNR to grant variances and exemptions as permitted by the Safe Drinking Water Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Jared? Robin?
So I want to understand though, by not, so right now Wisconsin doesn't have the approval of EPA to implement that part of the rule. So municipalities are able to use that federal law for exemption by just going to EPA. Right? I mean, there have been variances already granted that process.
I will say that it's not entirely clear under the statute if that is how it would always be interpreted. And really, the municipal water utilities perspective and municipality perspective is we have relationships with the DNR. Our members like to work with the DNR. The DNR is the best agency to know our members' needs and our members' concerns. And so the idea of deleting this framework without a path forward to replace it with something that's consistent with the Safe Drinking Water Act, where our members can work with the DNR, work with the individuals who know their systems best, is concerning to us. And we would like to see that Wisconsin continue to seek primacy to grant variances and exemptions to help our systems comply with our rules, which may be more stringent than the federal rules.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Steve? Doug?
Yep, thanks, Chair. Steve, just clarification then on the removal of subchapter 6. You said that Wisconsin asked to keep, or the authority to keep it, but EPA denied it. So the only choice then was to repeal it. So what? Why did we want to keep it if it was going to be required to be removed anyways?
Right. Under this, let me see if I can answer that question. Under this action, we didn't have the necessary feedback and adequate information in order to address all of EPA's concerns about variance and exemptions. So our action under this rulemaking is to remove the subchapter 6. We recognize that an additional separate rulemaking would be necessary, and we can pursue that in order to attempt to gain primacy for this section of the rule, the variance and exemptions. But what EPA has signaled to us is that the current language does not meet federal law, and we can't use it to issue variance and exemptions. And so the current situation we're in is that EPA would have to issue variance and exemptions. After we take out this subchapter 6, that will also be the case, that EPA will have to issue variance and exemptions. We do recognize that this would be a useful tool for systems, and we will pursue future rulemaking to try to address this. But at this time, EPA has asked us to remove subchapter 6 so that we don't mislead people. And they think that this is an option when in fact it doesn't meet federal requirements as currently written in subchapter 6. Does that answer your question?
It did partially, I guess, or it brought up another question then, if future rulemaking, meaning Wisconsin rulemaking, I assume?
Wisconsin
that could
rulemaking
come.
is what I was referring to.
So that
yeah.
future rulemaking would address some of the things EPA looked at as the reasons for denying our request for authority? It would address those?
That's what we'd attempt to do, yes.
Right.
Yep.
Thanks, Chair.
Rachel?
So yeah, just to address Jared's concerns, so there's no actual change in the current process from what it is now to what it will be in the future.
Correct.
And that the DNR will continue to work hand in hand with the municipalities and their compliance and engagement on the variances with EPA. Do you also see any advantages of having that EPA oversight or disadvantages kind of as the current system?
I mean, there is some comfort that we're being backed up, or you know, we're not the final answer on these variance exemptions. We have our federal partner that can look at this objectively when we're working through an issue like that. But it you know, I mean, it's an added layer of complexity because we have to get in contact with the right people at EPA and work through this issue that usually at that point, obviously the water system knows what their issue is, has a proposal for how they're going to address it. They've usually communicated that to us. Our field engineer, our management team is aware of that issue, and then now we're going to have to get that the EPA leadership and folks not only in Chicago but in Washington, D.C. up to speed on what this issue is and their request for a variance and exemption.
But continuing to engage the department and learn from that process.
Yes, I mean, yeah, sorry.
It was more of a just, kind of how that process works and that the department is continually to be engaged in that process.
Absolutely.
As kind of that bridge and mitigator through it.
Absolutely. We're, you know, anytime this has come up, we're engaged in that process and we help the water utility get, you know, the right meetings with the right people at EPA to pursue this request.
Other questions, comments? I guess it's time for a motion. Robin?
I would move approval of DG-02-24 for adoption.
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Rachel offers a second. I'd like to make one comment before the vote on this, Steve. I did hear very clearly from Jared emphasizing the positive relationship that our water suppliers, our water systems have with department staff. And I'd like to congratulate you and your staff for maintaining that positive relationship. This issue of state primacy would be a step in that direction if we could get that. But I hear you loud and clear that it isn't workable under this rule package. We've got to take it out. But I also heard a commitment to continue to explore this through separate rulemaking, separate discussions.
Yeah, appreciate that, and we'll definitely do that.
Thank you.
But thank you for the kind words.
Any other comments from the board, questions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Jared. With that, we've gone a little bit past our normal break time. We're, just for clarity here and transparency, the board has been trying to get a picture taken for the last several months, and this is the first time we've all been together in one place. I'm going to ask for an extended break here to enable us to get that picture done. So we'll take a break now. We'll come back at, what do you think, Ashley? 20 minutes enough? Okay, we'll shoot to be back here at 10:40. And when we return, we're going to adjust the agenda and we will go directly to open forum, which is normally done around break and 10 o'clock. So let's break till 10:40 and we'll resume at 10:40 with open forum and then go back to the item 4 action items where we're leaving off.
That's a lot. Thanks.
Yeah.
Nation, it says lag.
I tried to sign it.
Yeah, and I still use it. I've done it before when we were able to, and I think the guy just. I did a real ball of.
Their house.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna die.
I mean, yes, I can. Yeah.
My midwife in Portage County with.
I know the wall clock is deceiving, but I have 10:40 on my cell phone and my wrist, so we'll go ahead and call the board back to order. And we'll resume with item number 5, open forum. We have 9 speakers listed under open forum. And we'll start with, get this right, okay, we'll start with Lois Lehman from DeForest. Lois, are you with us? Come forward, you're up. Lois is here representing herself and to speak about wildlife killing contests. Welcome, Lois.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I'm very happy to be back. And I'm glad to be able to address the board with my issues that I
Lois, you
have.
might pull that microphone a little closer to the front so it picks you up better. You're kind of going up and down a little bit in volume.
Oh.
Thank you.
As a public school teacher, I'm not used to standing behind a podium. And I'm also a member of a hunting family. I don't hunt, but I certainly have a bear hunter in my family and a deer hunter. So I especially wanted to be sure to remember to thank Ashley for everything she's done to help me answer my questions and to meet my needs. She even called me from her home phone once. So thank you so much, Ashley. I distributed a packet to each board member. It includes both my citizen resolution and wildlife killing contest. I'm wondering if I did put at the very top of my packet the flyer that I prepared on wildlife killing contests. I'm wondering how much you may be aware of these killing contests in Wisconsin. Any thoughts or? I don't know how much detail I should go into, so that's the reason I gave you the packet. You can certainly read it on your own. All of the materials that I gave to you today, I actually use in my educational outreach in different communities and groups. So you see it all. I carry my easel that I've had before I retired from teaching. It's in the back of seat of my car, and I post all of my information for people to see and ask questions or make comments. Many people do not know about the wildlife killing contest, and they're absolutely stunned when they see, what is going on. We have over 100 events that are planned, and this is in Wisconsin. So what I wanted to say is I'm going to kind of divert a little bit from my testimony. Just to say, though, that you are seeing what I do on a weekly basis, on average. And let's see here. Okay, so to start out, I do talk about my citizen resolution. It looks wordy. It's long, but it has only one ask. It's a question. And that is, would you give the coyote a hunting season? I have been before the Fur Harvest Committee 8 years, and once before the board here about the work that I experienced with the Fur Harvest Committee. They have rejected the resolution 7 years. This will be my 8th year. I'm given such reasons as personal viewpoints.
Lois, excuse me, I very much appreciate you giving us your packet and the details in there. We have a 3-minute timeline, and we're already over that somewhat. So if you could use a couple of seconds to emphasize your main point to the board, so it's real clear what you want from the board, that would be helpful. And then we'll read this and at our time, when we've got a little more time to take a look at it, and we'll get more familiar with the details.
Thank
So
you.
could you condense it down? Thank you.
I have 2 big asks, Chair Smith. The first is I would like the board to amend the rules and regulations on the fur bear hunting season that would include the coyote. And I'm assuming that would be working with DNR staff. My second big ask is to help stop the wildlife killing contest. And so I do have a statement that I want to deliver to you. Sorry, I had it right here. Huh. Very sorry. It was here. Okay. I want to ask the board to initiate emergency rules to stop wildlife killing contests. And to stop it immediately. They've already started this year in Wisconsin. And to establish the emergency rule until a permanent rule can take place.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Robin?
Just a comment. I appreciate the whole packet and definitely will have looked at it and will continue to look it over. So thank you for this information.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, Lois, thank you very much. Appreciate your information. Our next appearance is Wendy Crayley from Minocqua. This is a virtual appearance representing herself on educational outreach on wildlife killing contests. Wendy, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me okay? Oh. Can you hear me? Oh. Oh. Can you hear me? Great. You can't.
I hear you.
Oh, you do hear me. Okay. You just don't see me. I know I'm having issues again, as always, with my Zoom. Okay. Start her up.
Okay, go ahead.
Here we go. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Secretary Hunt, Chair Smith, and NRB members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Wendy Crayley. I am here to discuss wildlife killing contests. In our state, we have contests going on every weekend. January and February are peak months. When I first found out about these contests, I was shocked. All my life, I have never heard of such a thing. Even worse, everyone I spoke with across the state had no idea, and all were mortified when I told them. A recent poll by Remington Research found that 80% of Americans are opposed to wildlife killing contests. Seeing photos and videos made me physically ill. I felt like I was watching a horror film. Picture this: 405 coyotes killed in a 45-hour event found in undercover investigation by the Humane World for Animals in 2023. A young boy carries the lifeless bodies of coyotes streaked with blood and torn apart by bullets. He walks across blood-soaked pavement, struggling under the weight of the animals as he helps to load the bodies onto trucks, while other children watch. Adult participants hang animals upside down from a scale to be weighed and judged for prizes, then throw the bodies into heaps or line them up on the ground for photos. 405 coyotes with a small game license cost in Wisconsin of $18 is 4 cents per animal. That is not enough to support wildlife management, including research, habitat protection, law enforcement, and public education. Contest names in itself instill a sense of inhumanity. Whack-A-Coyote Derby, Varmint Vendetta, not to be mistaken by Vermin Vengeance, Song Dog Smackdown, Yote Extermination, Varmint Whackers, or Critter Hunt, where a list of animals to kill aren't sent out until the night before the contest begins to the team captain. 3 to 4 man teams are provided with contest rules such as no limits on kills, take by any means, predator calling, night hunting using thermal scopes, and hunting with packs of hounds. Prizes go to the team that kills the highest number of coyotes, gray and red foxes or bobcats, as well as to those who bring in the largest, heaviest, and smallest of each species. Other targeted animals in these bloody games include raccoons, gray squirrels, red squirrels, opossums, skunks, porcupines, rabbits, and crows. I will share some educational materials that include reasons why these contests should not be allowed after this meeting. And I encourage all board members to view at least one of the educational documentary films produced by Project Coyote and others. What is the solution? It is my understanding that you, as a Natural Resources Board, have the authority to stop this outdated, barbaric practice. How? A short-term solution. Vote today to initiate emergency rulemaking for a statewide ban on wildlife killing contests. Before the ban takes effect, identify when and where contests are being held. Provide DNR oversight during known contest events to ensure hunting rules and regulations are being followed, including ensuring that wolves are not mistaken for coyotes. Long-term solution, permanent statewide ban on wildlife killing contests through permanent rule adoption. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wendy. That was perfect timing. You ended about 2 seconds before our red light went on.
I know, I always try.
All right. Any questions from the board? And Wendy, you said you're going to send us some educational materials.
Absolutely. I'll send that through. I'll send it over to Ashley right away for you to read.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Once again, any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Wendy. Our next presenter is Linda Hendricks, virtual from New Richmond. Topic is representing herself, and the topic is wildlife killing contests. And I'll note to the board that Linda has submitted written materials to the board as well. Linda, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, my comments have been altered some in order to stick with the focus. I have been concerned for many years with the direction wildlife policy is going in this state, and it's not a good direction. With regards to killing contests, a simple Google search of wildlife contests indicates many things. Wildlife killing contests primarily target native carnivores and small mammals, often classified as varmints or pests, which typically have few, if any, legal protections, bag limits, or closed seasons. Participants compete for prizes, money, or bragging rights for killing the largest, smallest, or highest number of animals over a set period. There are 40 to 70 identified contests in this state, but the actual number is unknown as organizers have shifted to operating in secret, using private forums to avoid public scrutiny. This is beyond concerning. Removing top predators like coyotes allows rodent populations to explode, which can lead to increased disease transmission and damage to crops or native vegetation. When killing contests involve rabbits as well as coyotes, a food source is removed for the remaining coyotes and also removes a major food source for owls, hawks, and other raptors. This creates a cascading impact on all wildlife. Killing contests often occur at night with use of thermal imaging technology. I believe this to be not only dangerous but unethical, as these events are not hunting but extirpation for profit. Hounds are often used in killing contests, which lends itself once again to trespassing issues, which is already a big issue in our state. These contests promote the senseless killing of wildlife, where pelts are often considered useless, according to a document from Project Coyote. It is beyond belief that the Wisconsin DNR does not monitor or regulate these contests, as they are not required to be registered. I believe the DNR has an obligation to monitor wildlife populations in our state and to eliminate these contests to be sure there is no interference with the predator-prey relationship and ecological balance. I urge the board to create an emergency rule to prohibit wildlife killing contests in this state. Killing contests are a bad stain on Wisconsin. I'm concerned that Wisconsin is becoming a safari state with these and many other policies and are deterring more healthy outdoor enthusiasts from wanting to experience our beautiful state. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Linda. Our next presenter is Diane Kane from Hickston, representing herself, a virtual appearance, and speaking on banning wildlife killing contests in Wisconsin, coyotes.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome, Diane.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. My name is Diane Kane. I'm a lifelong farmer from rural Hickston, Wisconsin, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the wildlife that I coexist with. I, too, am very concerned about wildlife killing contests. I'll speak of 3 of them that were within 40 minutes of my home. On January 3rd, 26th, the Melrose Rod and Gun Club sponsored a small game hunt targeting rabbits and squirrels. 44 hunters out of a small town registered. Killing large numbers of prey animals in the throes of winter may be a death sentence for owls, hawks, and fox who are dependent on this food source to survive. In January 2023, 41 bloody coyotes lay with their bodies contorted and formed into the 7-letter name of a bar near me, near Arcadia, the victims of a wildlife killing contest. This contest was called Coyote Crump. The sickening photo was posted on Facebook, and when I'm done talking, if you want, I could certainly send by email this photo so you can see it for yourself. In the winter of 2022, I attended a wolf ecology seminar at Beaver Creek Reserves. It seems harmless enough, but we were observing wolf tracks near Augusta. We discovered 3 dead deer, strangely laying in ditches. They had not been gutted. They were obviously recently placed there. Then we counted 12 trucks, 2 to 3 hunters with up to 6 hounds per truck. The hounds kept circling. I'm sure they were waiting for us to leave. It seemed probable the deer were placed as bait so they could kill coyotes, perhaps for a contest. I, of course, reported this to the DNR tip line, as did several others of us. Wildlife killing contests are all about getting the biggest body count by the most hunters in the least amount of time. Wildlife killing contests ought to churn the stomachs of most ethical hunters. I, along with others, urge the NRB to initiate emergency rulemaking to prohibit wildlife killing contests in Wisconsin. This is within the scope of your authority. It's supported by science, and it's demanded by our Wisconsin values. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Diane. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Diane. Our next
Thank you.
presenter is Karen Mahuna from Roseville, representing herself, and the topic is fair chase and hunter ethics in a changing world. Karen,
Hi.
are you with us? I see you on the video. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Corrine Mahuna, and in 1994, Jim Posewitz, a native Wisconsinite and a career biologist with the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, wrote a book titled Beyond Fair Chase. His book was acclaimed by Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation and by the Safari Club International, among other organizations. He said that to keep our opportunity to hunt, we must always remember that wildlife belongs to all the people. The future of hunting depends upon how the majority of people view hunters. He defined an ethical hunter as a person who knows and respects the animals hunted, follows the law, and behaves in a way that would satisfy what society expects of him as him or her as a hunter. He stated that to become an ethical hunter, one needed to study wildlife and become acquainted with the animals and the places that they lived, so that one could develop an appreciation of all of wildlife, and that as the appreciation grows, the chances of unethical hunting behavior diminished. He noted that the ethics of hunting deteriorate as machinery and modern technology are substituted for hunter stamina, skill, knowledge, and patience. That an ethical hunter never chases or harasses wildlife with machines, that they pursue wildlife on foot. That if there's ever any doubt regarding the ethics of hunting method or device, the advantage must be given to the animal being hunted. Mr. Posewitz also stated that what critics of hunting find objectionable are unethical hunting behavior, killing for trophy only, and killing for fun. Let's take a look at wildlife killing contests through this lens. The purpose is to kill as many targeted animals as possible within a specified time. Why? For fun, bragging rights, and prizes. What are the hunting methods used? Packs of up to 6 dogs at a time to run down fox, raccoons, bobcats, or coyotes, while so-called hunters follow them on their phones via tracking devices and then drive as close as possible in their vehicles. Numerous observations have been made of hunters taking delight in watching their dogs attack and mutilate their victims. Other methods include electronic calls to lure out foxes and other predators, including crows, night vision, thermal scope, lines, electronic decoys, bait, and game cameras. After being counted, weighed, and recorded, the animals are piled up and dumped. Where is the appreciation and respect for wildlife or fair chase? And what is this teaching our children? 80% of Americans now want this blood sport ended, banned. I urge the board to vote today to initiate emergency rulemaking prohibiting wildlife killing contests in Wisconsin. As you know, this is within your authority, it's supported by science, and it's demanded by Wisconsin values. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karine. I want to mention something that's come up under several of the comments requesting the board act today with emergency rule. We're not allowed to do that even if we chose to. It's not on our agenda as a decision item, and it would have to be scheduled and public noticed. So there won't be any action taken today, but it's certainly valuable information for the board to consider in the future. So thank you again very much. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Thank you, Corrine.
Thank you.
Our next appearance is Gabrielle Dahl from Jackson, representing herself, and the topic is wildlife killing contests, and this also will be a virtual appearance. Gabrielle, are you with us?
Hi.
There you are. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Hun and Chair Smith and NRB members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gabrielle Dahl. A little bit about myself. I split my time between Southeast and Northern Wisconsin. I have field experience with black bears, wolves, and cougars. I focused my graduate studies on carnivore dynamics in the Great Lakes region. I dedicated 4 years to the DNR Snapshot Wisconsin program, where I had a trail camera in Oneida County. I grew up with traditional Wisconsin hunting, rooted in family appreciation and respect for our natural resources. My grandpa and uncle founded a private hunting club in central Wisconsin in the 1960s. Hunting lobbying groups, particularly those not based in Wisconsin, claim that Wisconsin's hunting heritage is under attack. Proponents for these killing contests mention that these killing contests are rooted in our nation's history. These groups also have chapters in Wisconsin. I grew up in central Wisconsin with traditional hunting heritage. Killing contests and the use of dogs to torment and maul wildlife is not Wisconsin tradition. People travel from out of state to participate in these contests for entertainment, rewards, and prizes. There are documented cases of carcasses piled on public land, especially of coyotes. Contests to kill large amounts of bobcats, foxes, and wolves, coyotes, and so on is not Wisconsin tradition. The DNR has zero oversight or regulation regarding these contests. Allowing killing contests is not in the best interest of our state. The lack of regulation and oversight is a disgrace to Wisconsin wildlife, natural resources, communities, especially including our tribal communities. Wisconsin's motto is forward and not backward. And in conclusion, since you mentioned that there's no emergency rulemaking that we can bring up today, I ask that you direct staff to draft a rule for public comment within 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next appearance is Florence Sandock from Viroqua, representing herself, wildlife killing contest, and again, a virtual appearance. Welcome back, Florence. You don't have her on? Okay. We'll move on to the next appearance then, and if Lauren shows up, we'll pick her up at the end. Thank you. Our next appearance is Brian Giles, Marshfield, representing himself. Topic is educational outreach, wildlife killing contests, and again, a virtual experience, a virtual appearance, pardon me. We'll have the virtual experience. Brian, are you with us? Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that. Our final appearance under open forum is Maria Bradley from Rose Valley, Pennsylvania, representing herself and commenting on wildlife killing contests. Again, a virtual appearance. Welcome, Maria.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do want to say that I lived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for 20-some years, and I had to move back where I'm from for family reasons, but I care deeply about Wisconsin and the wildlife. I am a therapist and former professor of literature and have from childhood felt our human bond and kinship with the natural world. At the age of 6, I saw a documentary about the bounty hunting that drove wolves nearly to extinction in the lower 48 states. The images of slain wolves and coyotes' mutilated carcasses heaped in mounds, while their killers posed in front grinning, shocked me and remained branded in my mind. I vowed then I would speak for the wild against this kind of desecration of life. Sadly, and to the shame of humankind, the same blighted vision of nature as ours to dominate, exploit, and abuse for our convenience, profit, or a warped idea of fun, not only persists but continues to position itself to monopolize and control how nature and wildlife are treated, both in official policy and laws and in the customs and culture at large, even though its proponents are a small minority. I speak today about the barbaric expression of this failed vision and widespread practice of wildlife killing contests. Even as I write this, there are some 400 known such contests in this state. This is appalling. I am here to call on you. If you cannot initiate today emergency rules, I'm going to ask that you create that possibility, and that may mean to create that public opportunity to comment on a rule that would eliminate wildlife killing contests and prohibit them permanently. thereafter. I urge this on the ground that these killing contests violate the intrinsic value of life, embody and encourage contempt for life. They devastate ecological integrity and health, and violate the public trust doctrine. The practice is nothing short of sadism and indicates a sickness of soul. Any young person exposed to this kind of massacre of animals will suffer a traumatic loss of orientation, the best instincts of their heart, and of curiosity and awe before the living world. Nothing can justify the wanton killing of any part of the creation. We speak of the intrinsic and ecological value of the life of each creature because each is sacred, alive with its own intense vitality, its special wisdom and beauty, and stands in meaningful relation to its kin and to all the organic life of their place. When many creatures of a place are slaughtered, not only is each irreparably lost, but an entire social structure is broken, and their native ecosystem is deeply disrupted. The devastation of these contests is never measured, but the shattered place and its remaining inhabitants are left to suffer the aftermath of loss and violence. These contests are a profane waste of life. Those who participate in them rape the environment and exterminate whole swaths of the living web. This is an unchecked violation of the doctrine of public trust. Killing wantonly is wrong and out of keeping with our deepest heritage and values. We urge you to set up a law that would prohibit these wildlife killing contests and have the opportunity for public to comment and to do it as swiftly as possible so that we can have a permanent rule to stop these contests. I urge that you state for the record that you will commit to doing that or not in your reasoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Any questions from the board, comments? Okay, with that, we'll move back to action items under 4. And before break, we finished item 4C. We'll move on to item 4D, which is a scope statement requesting the board approve the statement of scope for emergency board order WM-16-25E and board order WM-17-25, and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for WM-17-25 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 10 related to administering the elk hunting license drawing. Scott Carroll, Wildlife Regulation Policy Specialist. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. Before you today, we have a scope statement for emergency and permanent rule related to the elk drawing. Before we get into the core of the scope statement, I did want to mention that we are at the scope statement approval portion of the rulemaking. We did have a preliminary public hearing required by the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules. We got board approval for that hearing at the December meeting. We held that hearing on December 18th, and no members of the public attended the hearing or submitted written comments. So what we're looking to do here is, as many remember, in 2025, we had antlerless elk permits available for the first time. And what we'd like to do is, moving forward, we'd like the department to be able to administer separate antlerless and antlered elk applications and elk drawings. So what we did in 2025 is, so the antlerless licenses were available in Jackson County. Individuals, when they applied for an elk license, they applied for either the Clam Lake or the northern herd or the central herd. Now, if they applied for the central herd, our staff then called individuals and said, you know, whoever was deemed in order and said, would you like an antlered or an antlerless permit? Now, you may imagine most people chose antlered first, and then we actually did have an individual turn us down for an antlerless permit. So as the population grows, what we'd like to do is utilize less staff time and administrative work and not have our staff ask people what they'd be interested in. We want people to apply directly if they're interested in an antlerless permit or if they're interested in an antlered permit. It'd be separate applications, and then we'd administer a separate drawing. Now, this would model how other states with healthy elk populations administer their drawings as well. And the issue is that state statute restricts individuals from being issued more than one elk license in their lifetime. Now, if we are going to do separate drawings, there's that statistical anomaly that somebody could win both. And what we want to have is rules and procedures in place on how the drawing would be operated so that we don't have somebody potentially winning both drawings. So that's why we're asking for to do some rulemaking. I would again clarify the procedures for the drawing and allow customers to choose what license type they would like up front. Now, the drawing's going to be held this year in June. That's why we're asking for an emergency rule so we can come in April with a potential emergency rule so that the rule would be in place for the drawing in June. And I would be happy to answer any questions about the scope statement.
Any questions for Scott? We do have one appearance on this one.
You want to do your appearance first?
Yeah, unless you got a clarification question you want to ask. Okay, we'll take the appearance, Scott. Hang close. One public speaker on this item, Melissa Smith, appearing virtually. Melissa, are you with us?
I am with you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thanks. So, Melissa Smith, Executive Director of Great Lakes Wildlife Alliance. These elk hunting rules should be viewed in the broader context, I think, of who's driving this wildlife policy. But the emergency rule designation is still suspicious to me. I mean, we've known for decades that population growth would eventually require antlerless harvest. But what's the rush? I don't understand why bypass normal public participation. And, you know, with Chan's Green co-sponsoring these rules, authoring legislation, I would be very, very cautious about what that legislation would look like. This political apparatus is driving wildlife policy. And, and it's not just hunting, it's, agriculture lobby has equal political clout. The elk rule is justified by agricultural damage, but we need to slow the herd growth, but I don't really see the data there. And, the actual economic impact of elk damage compared to deer, is that exponentially more crop loss? I mean, are we creating antlerless harvest to protect agriculture or for new hunting opportunities or for political powerful constituency? I think what troubles me about the elk rule is cow elk are the population's reproductive engine. We know that. And removing breeding age females has long-term population consequences. The Black River herd only recently reached harvestable numbers. And are we at a point where we need to suppress that growth? A once-in-a-lifetime limitation in these rules makes this even more problematic. Like a hunter who takes a cow permit has used their only chance. That's it. Like that's a significant consequence, and it means the framing of these applications, bull versus cow. How will the DNR ensure hunters understand what they're trading? I really think that they may not. And what is that communication strategy? Or will some hunters accidentally burn their lifetime opportunity because the agency rushed this as an emergency? So I guess that's really all I'm asking for here is that, I don't understand why this is such an emergency to pull through. And they push these through intentionally. I think so that you're forced then to make these decisions like this. And I think they deserve transparent science-based management, free from political capture. And, I would ask that you demand the data, require the normal public participation, and stop letting these politically connected industries write their own rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. Scott, you want to come back? Are there questions for Scott? Jeff, you had one previously.
It's like about 13 applications or 13 tags for about 26,000 applications. Isn't that about right?
I
Something like
believe
that?
last year we had 8 across both the tribal and state hunters for the Clam Lake. And I think we had 4 antlerless last year. And then I think there was 6. It was, I think we were just under 20 total for the state. But knowing that the Clam Lake herd has the 50-50 split with the tribal hunters. So yeah, you're talking about 20 roughly.
Okay. Yeah. And as far as damage, it's like 4% or something of the wildlife damage program kind of goes to elk damage. Are you aware of that at all? What that is?
I'm not aware of the specific number. I know we did recently meet with farmers in Jackson County who are very concerned about elk damage. That's why we've kind of introduced these antlerless permits. Also regarding damage, we're very hopeful that with our elk plan rule now in place, which went into place January 1st, we now can issue zone-specific permits. So these antlerless permits will be issued specific to a subunit within the Clam Lake zone, so we can target damaged areas more efficiently. When in 2025, it was open, the entire Jackson County zone was open to antlerless hunting. So now we're able to more directly target areas within those subunits that are seeking damage.
And would you say that the limiting factor for herd expansion would be, I know that there's park hills and things like that, but what would you, is it habitat?
So each year, and this just happened in December, we get to, our elk advisory committee gets together, we talk about the population, things, hunter success rates, a variety of factors that go in. We make then talk about kind of a recommendation for a quota. That recommendation then comes out of the advisory committee, gets then brought to the department for consideration. I believe that's where we are right now, is there was a quota that was recommended from the advisory committee, brought to the department. I believe it's still working through the process. And then once a determination is made, we issue the permits. Again, this year, we're likely to have a March 1st license offering. So we would make that available, the numbers, I believe, available before March 1st.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Robin?
So just clear, I apologize. Apparently my voice doesn't travel well, so I'm trying to.
I don't think
do
your
that.
microphone's working. Oh, okay.
It's my voice.
Okay.
My voice doesn't work. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. So if you have a separate antlerless permit, somebody could still apply for each of those?
Yes. So again, what we'd like to be doing moving forward is you would go and go wild, and you would say, here's an application for an antlered elk permit license. Then you would have a separate application for the antlerless. Again, this is how other states, what we did last year is we just said, we had permits available within the central elk zone, and then we called people until they were all filled up, right? What we want in the future is for people to tell us that they're interested and treat this as a separate opportunity instead of just one that's together with antlered and antlerless in the central elk herd. So we would have two separate applications, then two separate drawings, and then we would administer the drawing in a way so that somebody can't win both, which would violate, the rule against being issued more than one elk license in their lifetime.
And then also just to clarify, so you're still looking at the number of permits based on the viability, reproduction rates, things like that.
A variety of factors that the biologists look at, and then we bring before, and our committees are open to the public. There's public opportunity to comment. We have a variety of stakeholders on the group, from federal government to tribes to farmers, and then we talk about what's a good recommendation, and then that recommendation moves forward through the process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Rachel?
I guess kind of to refer back to the public comment too, what are you guys doing as far as educating those that are applying for these permits that this, if they get an antlerless, they are not eligible ever in their lifetime for the.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think it shows that we are doing a good job educating, because we had somebody turn us down last year because they wanted an opportunity for an antlered elk. So when we called that individual, we said, hey, just so you know, this will use up your lifetime, once in a lifetime application or issuance. That individual chose to, we've been doing that. Our biologists have been calling individuals, in Go Wild, we can have some sort of pop-up language that says, just so you know, hunters can only be issued one license in their lifetime, either antlered or antlerless. So it's not a both. It's you can't be issued an antlered or an antlerless once in a lifetime for each. It's just one or the other.
And they could maybe check the box that they understand.
Yeah, or just some sort of verification that they understand this. And again, they have to go through an education, elk hunter education once before they've been issued their license. So I believe that's also part of this. We talk to them directly, and we say that this is, just so you know, this is what you're doing at this point. You get one. So, and we did have people take us up on the 4 antlerless permits last year, so they can make that choice on it by themselves. So,
and then I also just want to commend you for taking the feedback from those agricultural producers that were experiencing really significant damage, much more than deer, on their farm. So thank you for putting this through. And I also wanted to point that there is the public comment period still before this will actually be adopted.
So with an emergency rule, there isn't a public hearing before the rule adoption. You would have public comment at the board meeting. Then state statute requires that the public hearing be held after the emergency rule adoption. But you would have public opportunity to comment at the board meeting because the emergency rule has a limited duration, so it's going to expire. That's why we're doing an emergency and permanent rule so that we have a permanent rule afterwards. We would do a hearing on the emergency rule, a hearing on the permanent rule before a permanent rule would be brought to the board. And again, you'd have another public comment period at the board meeting where we'd bring the permanent rule. So you're talking about additional 4 opportunities for public comment regarding this rulemaking.
Yeah, and I think that's important.
Yep.
So thank you very much.
Other questions? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the statement of scope for emergency board order WM-16-25 and board order WM-17-25. And conditionally approve the public hearing notice and such.
I think approve was enough. Thank you.
Okay.
We've got a motion to approve from Rachel. Is there a second? Jeff seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to item 4E. Request the board approve statement of scope for board order AM-15-25 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse or proposed rules affecting chapters NR 419 to 425 related to incorporation of reasonably available control technology requirements for the sources of volatile organic compound air emissions. Brianna Dank, Air Quality Planning and Standards Section Manager. Welcome, Brianna.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Hun, and members of the board. I'm before you today to request approval of scope statement AM 1525 relating to the incorporation of reasonably available control technology requirements for sources of volatile organic compound emissions. A preliminary hearing on the scope statement was held on December 18th, 2025, and we did not receive any comments at that hearing. The Clean Air Act requires states with ozone non-attainment areas that are classified as moderate or above to implement reasonably available control technology or RACT requirements to limit emissions from an ozone precursor called volatile organic compounds or VOCs. The state's VOC RACT program must be approved by US EPA. A complete program must apply to 2 groups of emission sources. First, the source categories for which EPA promulgates control technique guidelines, or CTGs, and the second, for other sources that emit VOCs above a major source threshold known as non-CTG major sources. The DNR anticipates revising portions of chapters NR 419 through 425, which contains the state's current VOC regulations. Wisconsin submitted a VOC RACT analysis to EPA in 2022 to demonstrate approvability of the current rules. After reviewing Wisconsin's rules, EPA determined collectively that the VOC regulations in NR 419 through 425 did not meet VOC RACT requirements and needed to be updated. So the purpose of this rulemaking is to ensure that the state is meeting all federal requirements related to VOC RACT, and the state can develop a fully approvable VOC RACT state implementation plan revision. Additionally, this rule will limit emissions of ozone-forming VOCs and help protect the state's non-attainment areas. Finally, throughout the rulemaking, the DNR will evaluate opportunities to streamline and modernize chapters NR 419 through 425, some of which were last revised in the 1980s. Without VOC RACT rules, Wisconsin's 2015 ozone non-attainment areas will be ineligible for redesignation, even if the air quality in those areas meets the standard. Additionally, some sources located in these non-attainment areas may be under controlling VOC emissions. Thank you for your time today, and I will now take questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. Seems very straightforward, Brianna. Thank you for the briefing. I think we're ready for a motion. Addie?
I make a motion that we approve the statement of scope for Board Order AM-15-25.
Got a motion to approve, and we have a second from Deb. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Brianna. Okay, we'll move on to item 4F. Land donation, statewide public access, Bayfield County. Kaylin Helm, Real Estate Section Manager. Welcome, Kaylin.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Hun, and members of the Natural Resources Board. Here to speak today on agenda item 4F. The department is requesting approval to accept the donation of 4.1 acres of land, excuse me, for the statewide public access program from Northland College. The property is located on Namacoggin Lake in Bayfield County. The subject property includes 700 feet of shoreline, 600 feet of frontage on County Road D, and is adjacent to a department-owned and managed boat launch to the west. The property would be managed by the department's fisheries biologist, who manages inland waters of Bayfield and Douglas counties. Acceptance of this donation would preserve a natural buffer on this over 3,000-acre drainage lake that provides both subsistence and recreational opportunities in this area. Specifically, it will provide increased shoreline fishing opportunities, as well as being open to the 5 nature-based outdoor activities. With that, the department is recommending acceptance of the 4.1 acres of land for the statewide public access program from Northland College. Also, that a certificate of appreciation be sent to the donor, and that an expression of appreciation be made a part of the official records of the Natural Resources Board. With that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Chair, I'll make that motion to accept the land donation.
Thank you, Doug. Doug moves approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Rachel seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Kaylin, you're up again now for the next item.
Yes.
4G, another land donation, Point Beach State Forest, Manitowoc County.
Thank you again. The department is requesting approval to accept a donation of 39 acres of land entirely within the project boundary of the Point Beach State Forest from the estate of James J. Bruchert. The property is located in the town of Two Rivers, Manitowoc County, and is accessible to the public from Ravine Drive. The department is also requesting $8,697 of Knowles Nelson stewardship funds to be used for reclamation costs. The subject property is adjacent to department lands to the east and will provide access from Ravine Drive to the western side of the larger state forest, which is currently difficult to access. The subject property will be open to all 5 nature-based outdoor activities, and it will also provide better access for department staff to maintain that larger state forest property, as well as the property boundary signage. There are buildings on the subject property, all of which are planned to be removed by the department, with the exception of a newer garage that will provide some much-needed storage for the state forest. Point Beach State Forest is a 3,000-acre, all-season recreation area that includes a nature center, lighthouse, and 5.5 miles of undeveloped Lake Michigan shoreline. With that, the department is recommending the acceptance of 39 acres of land for the Point Beach State Forest from the estate of James J. Bruchert, and the use of $8,697 of Knowles Nelson stewardship funding towards reclamation costs. Also, that a certificate of appreciation be sent to the donor, and that an expression of appreciation be made an official part of the Natural Resources Board records. And with that, I'm also happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
We have no speakers or written input on this. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Robin?
So first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to see you here, and thanks for all your hard work and continuing on the tradition of your predecessor of doing outstanding work for the department. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to clarify a little bit about the demolition of the other buildings. And I know we chatted a little bit, but I was wondering if you could just kind of summarize like why they're being demolished and opportunities that might be given to, for example, firefighters or others to have that process be part of a training exercise or something like that.
Sure. Excellent question, Robin. So, my understanding is most of the structures on this property are in pretty poor condition, so a bit of a hazard. And unfortunately, the department doesn't have a use for any of them except for the garage, as I mentioned. So, with the condition of the properties, you're exactly right. One of the first things we do is reach out to that local fire department to see if they want to use it as a training exercise. And my understanding from park staff is that that local fire department is willing to do that with this site. So a bit of a win-win that does reduce our costs to actually do reclamation on that site. And then obviously a really good training opportunity for the fire department. So thank you.
Other questions, comments? Doug?
Thanks, Chair, and welcome, Kaylin.
Thank you.
So I had the opportunity to talk with Kaylin and Terry about this one, and they did some follow-up. So my questions were related to tribal historic lands, because lands like these ones were pretty highly occupied and pretty important to tribal culture and tribal territories. So I asked them about that and how we handle those, how DNR handled those in land purchases and designating them. So they did follow up and got my answers to me, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Robin?
Could you share that with us? Like,
I'd be glad to share if she wants me to.
I would like to be aware as well. It's a really important point that you raised.
So the answer I got, and Kaylin can sure correct me if I steer off course, but you know, in looking at the map in tribal territories, which some of them overlap, there's some that are more occupied than others historically, and certainly along the lake shore, it was heavily occupied. So in asking that question about if there was any existing cultural sites within the properties that they knew of, the answer was we didn't know of any right offhand. When Kaylin followed up, she talked to state archaeologist, and they did indicate that there was one piece of historic artifact recovered from the site on record, so they knew that there was something there. But additionally, the way the state handles it is that if once the park is designated and the land is added, any development that occurs there gets reviews and surveys for any additional artifacts before any development would happen. That's the answer I got.
Yeah, you did great.
Okay, any more questions, clarifications? Rachel?
So is the current use in agricultural land now, or what is kind of the plan? I was trying to look from the aerial map what that current land
Sure.
is and what your plan for the future is with it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So my understanding is I think it used to be a farm, but has been fallow for a while. So I don't think there's anything productive currently. As of now, the department does not have, my understanding, does not have any major plans for that site. This property is actually a part of a master planning effort that just started, the Central Lake Michigan Coastal Plan, excuse me. And so I do think that that's going to be the time to really look at that project, that state forest holistically with this new addition, if accepted by the board.
What was the name of that plan again?
I messed it up. So Central Lake Michigan Coastal, I apologize.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I have one comment. Just
Yeah.
looking at the map, the thing that was compelling to me is there's this great big long border of private land between a public right-of-way and the state park property.
Mm-hmm.
And this 40-acre parcel is going to provide public access in that area. And I think that's a huge asset in addition to all the other things the property brings unto itself. So congratulations.
Yeah, well said.
I think we're ready for a motion.
I would move acceptance of the donation and the submittal of the certificate of appreciation.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Rachel. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Brianna. Excuse me, Kaylin. My memory hasn't caught up with my agenda yet. Okay, next item is 4H, request approval of department recommendations for the 2026 bear harvest quotas. Randy Johnson, large carnivore specialist. Welcome, Randy.
Thank you. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Chair Smith, Secretary Young, members of the board. I'm here to, as you said, request approval of our bear quotas. So I've got about 6 slides to get us through, and I'll keep one eye on that clock as well as it relates to lunch. So let's jump in. So before I get into the upcoming year, I'd like to start with a quick review of the year that was 2025, both from a bear hunting perspective as well as the bear agricultural side of things. So starting with a quick recap, last year we ended up with 3,724 bears harvested. For context, that's a little bit below our kind of running average of around 4,000 bears, but really in the ballpark of where we expected to be. Overall, a pretty average year, maybe slightly below average as far as harvest is concerned. We saw an additional 51 bears taken on agricultural damage permits, 34 on the Learn to Hunt program, and 27 via the Ojibwe off-reservation harvest. But again, came in largely where we expected to be, with the exception of Zone A, which went a little bit over its harvest target. All the rest were basically below their target. So one other thing to note, the map on the right shows the distribution of harvest. So those darker colors are the counties with the higher proportion of harvest. Marinette County, for the 3rd or 4th year in a row now, was our #1 producing county. Other than that, most of that harvest you can see is kind of in that north central, northwestern part of the state. The interesting county on there is Fond du Lac. We had 1 bear taken down in Fond du Lac County. That is our first record to date of a bear legally taken down in Fond du Lac. So we continue to have these kind of, I don't want to call them one-offs, but new locations of harvest, let's put it that way, which is a sign of our continuing expansion of the bear population, slowly but surely into those southern areas. Let's see. Yeah, the harvest itself is largely driven by deviations in hunter success rates. And so, in this case, we're under that overall harvest target, but I want to just recognize once again, we don't ever really expect to hit the target right on the money, because hunter success rates deviate year to year based on things other than bear abundance in most cases. And so, we're basing this on averages. We expect to be close, but our focus is really more on trends through time instead of any one given year. And so again, we focus on those trends and make sure we're moving the population in a direction that we want to take it. The bear hunting side, we heard some elk application. There's a story here with bear applications as well. We saw record high number of applications for our bear license lottery. Everybody who wants a license has to go through the lottery. Over 146,000 people applied last year. We issued a little over 13,000 licenses. Both our highest ever. The most applicants and most licenses issued. That continues a trend of growing interest, growing demand for these licenses that we've seen for some time. Related to that, our wait times. For 4 zones, you can draw a license in just a year or 2, which is great, lots of opportunity. But Zone A and Zone B in the north continue to see long wait times of a decade or maybe even 11 years. So that continues to be a challenge. It's a supply and demand situation, but we continue to keep our eye on that. So it's the bear hunting side of things. The flip side of that coin is the bear damage side of things. And so a little bit of review here. We partner with USDA Wildlife Services to address and respond to these bear conflicts. They maintain a couple of hotlines in the state that are essentially 24/7. So anybody that's experiencing a bear conflict situation can call the number and get assistance. When those calls come in, they're classified as one of three things. It could be a nuisance call. So this is bear in a bird feeder, bear in a trash can, a campground situation. Those are nuisance. Agricultural is agricultural related. So it's primarily cornfields as well as apiaries and a few other miscellaneous. And then property complaints are whether it's residential or outbuildings, vehicles, as well as like hobby stock or any, backyard chickens, that kind of thing. So those calls come in. 75% of them on average are nuisance complaints. And that was, again, the case last year. That the graph on the right shows you the orange line on top. That's our nuisance complaints. I think over 600 this year. Those nuisance complaints trended upward the last couple of years. But, if you look at a 10-year trend, we're pretty much where we've been over the last decade. When those calls come in, the primary response, the primary abatement is technical assistance. So that's essentially advice over the phone, resources over the phone, not necessarily a site visit. Not the only abatement, but that's the primary response there. Agricultural complaints, that's the green line. So the green and the blue are kind of on top of each other down there, but basically that's the other portion of this. In response to those, typically the abatement is trap and relocate the bear. So set traps in a cornfield, relocate them away from that cornfield, out into public land, more suitable habitat. Property complaints is kind of a combination of both of those responses, just depending on the specifics. But largely our response to bear conflicts is non-lethal, a lot of education involved with it, and continues to keep those bears on the landscape. As far as where these are coming in, Douglas, Sawyer, and Bayfield continue to be our top areas for nuisance and property complaints. In particular, Douglas and Bayfield, we're definitely seeing an upward trend in those complaints, the nuisance and property, which I'll talk about more in a second. And the agricultural side of things, Rusk, Sawyer, Washburn continue to be kind of our hotspot for agricultural damage, which again, I'll talk more on when we get to recommendations. Okay, so how do we come up with these recommendations? It's a lengthy and pretty involved process, which is a good thing. We start with our Bear Advisory Committee. This is a partner group, or a group containing many partners, DNR staff. We've got federal and county, land agencies, USDA Wildlife Services, Ojibwe tribal representation. We've got agricultural groups, hunting groups, Conservation Congress. We get together a couple times a year. Our main meeting occurs in early December, after bear season, after most of our bear complaints are wrapped up, bears are going to sleep. We focus on reviewing all of this information and obviously developing these recommendations. So it's a very information-heavy meeting. We review lots of information on conflict, the hunting side of things, any public input, all of the above. And specifically, when we are developing recommendations for bear harvest, we look at those 6 items on the screen: bear nuisance complaints and agricultural damages, so the damage side of things; hunter satisfaction, hunter crowding and conflict, and hunter success rates. This is the hunting side of the equation. We get that information largely from our harvest data as well as hunter surveys. And then finally, bear health issues. Fortunately, we don't really see very many bear health issues. But we do have it on the list in case something would come up. We want to be responsive to it. But fortunately, in most cases, this is a non-issue. And so we specifically review these items, and we do this on a zone-by-zone basis, have the discussions, and ultimately try to prioritize what direction do we want to take the bear population in that zone. We do not have specific numeric population goals for bear. There's not a specific number that we're trying to manage for. Instead, we look at where we're at abundance-wise, and then again, what direction do we want to take it relative to where we're at. So that's what the bear population objective is. We want to increase bear numbers keep them about where they're at or bring them down, zone by zone by zone. Once we have that objective set, we look at population projections. That's what those three graphs are. It essentially shows what the population abundance estimates have been in that zone, and then what they might look like under different levels of harvest. So if we increase harvest, we're probably going to bring bear numbers down, and vice versa. We use those projections to ultimately decide what is a reasonable harvest target, a number of bears to take that reflects our objective. In this step 2, again, I just want to reemphasize, we don't really ever expect to hit the target exactly, because hunter success rates are variable. And we recognize that. We specifically bring that into the conversation. Some of our zones behave pretty consistently from year to year. Hunter success rates are pretty consistent. Others, they're more variable. And so we explicitly look at that and we have that conversation. If we have kind of a year where harvest is on the outer bounds of that variability, we might be a little bit above or a little bit below. Are we comfortable with that? And again, focus less on an individual year, but more on those trends through time. The last part of the process, once we have the number of bears to take, we then use hunter success rates to issue licenses. So very simply, if we have 100 bears as a target, 50% success rate, meaning half of our hunters get a bear, we'll issue 200 licenses. That is the process. So outlining the recommendations here, I'll kind of go through these just one by one, tell a little bit of the story of each zone, and then wrap it up here. So Zone A, we'll start with. This is, you can kind of see it on the screen outlined in red there, the northern part of the state from Price County up through Douglas and Bayfield. So very good bear hunting opportunity, very good bear habitat. The ultimate recommendations here are pretty similar to last year. We had lots of discussion on this zone. We're looking to continue to maintain bear abundance here, so no real change there. The biggest conversation point, I think, in this zone is, I kind of mentioned it, we're seeing more and more nuisance and property issues developing in Douglas and Bayfield County, so the northern part of this zone, and things are kind of status quo in the southern part. And what we've seen over the last few years is a significant drop in hunter effort in the northern part of that zone. And that is probably translating to increasing bear numbers down there. We've got anecdotes that support that. And so we've had conversation the last couple of years about potentially splitting this zone in half, north and south. But that would require rulemaking, and as a committee, we're just not quite there yet. But it's something we're very much keeping our eye on. And so until then, keep it status quo. The population models actually suggest we could probably harvest a little bit above 1,100 to maintain this population. But the committee recognized that we have a tendency to exceed this target. And so they actually recommended just a little bit below that point, kind of expecting we'll probably come in just slightly above it. So that translates to, I think, just 5 less licenses than last year for Zone A. Can I go backwards? I can go backwards. There we go. Zone B. Zone B is the northeastern part of our state. Pretty straightforward story in Zone B. Again, very good bear hunting opportunity, long wait times, 10 years, lots of public land. It's a highly desirable unit on the bear hunting side of things, and not a lot of bear conflict issues over in this part of the state. So the population here has been pretty steady, stable for the last decade, and we want to keep it there. That's our recommendation. So the model does suggest dialing back harvest just a little bit to keep it at that same level of abundance. So the recommendation is 850 target, and with that then a slight reduction in licenses, 1,545. Zone C, this is our central part of the state as well as that northeastern area. Here we have a little bit different story. The bear population continues to grow. We've had an objective of maintaining for the last several years, and we're not really meeting this objective. The population's continuing to increase despite our efforts. So for the second year in a row, we're looking to increase the harvest target here, and with that, increase the tags up to almost 4,500. We had discussions here about, is this too many licenses? Are we going to have crowding issues, anything like that? had that conversation. We're in a comfortable space here, and obviously we'll continue to watch that as we go forward if any issues develop. But looking to increase harvest here, issue more licenses, and try to level off that population growth in this zone. Zone D, that's our northwestern part of the state. Again, an area of pretty long-standing issues with bear agricultural damage, particularly cornfields. So we've had an objective here to decrease the bear population for the last 5 years or so. We're making progress there, maybe as much as 20% reduction in the bear population, but it still has a pretty high density of bears, and the level of damage has come down to some degree, but as a committee, we want to continue to stay the course here. And so keeping that harvest target at 1,100, which again, the model suggests will bring the population down or continue to bring it down. And the license recommendation is a slight increase just based on those hunter success rates. Okay, Zone E. Zone E is kind of similar to C, as in cat. The southwestern part of the state, the bear population continues to grow, especially the northern stretches of the zone, and we're looking to, again, maintain the population, kind of level off that growth. So the big change here is we're actually recommending a slightly lower harvest target, but a substantial increase in licenses. And what this is driven by is for the last 5 years with a new zone, we've used an estimated hunter success rate of 10% to issue these licenses, which you can see 200 bears, 2,000 licenses. But over the last 5 years, we've now have data that shows the true hunter success rate is more like 5 to 7%, so a little bit less. So the committee is recommending we move to that true success rate like we do in other zones, which actually then allows a nice bump in those licenses to basically meet the demand down in this area, try to increase harvest, and again, try to meet our objective of leveling off that population growth. I think last year we had around 2,800 some people apply for a license here. So moving up to this level will basically meet that demand. And finally, F, the southeastern part of the state, not much bear habitat, limited bear abundance. We've been averaging a few dozen bears harvested in this zone. We have a little bit different objective here, specifically out of the bear plan of allow local control. And this is that idea of have licenses available. If somebody has an opportunity at a bear and they'd like to try it, go for it. So our target here is unchanged. It's 50 bears. We don't necessarily expect to hit that, but setting that target there allows us to issue enough licenses to, again, meet that demand. Similar story, true success rate's been a little bit less than what we have been estimating it at the last few years. Moving to that allows us to bump those licenses up to 900. So to wrap it up, overall, the harvest target this year, what we're recommending is a slight bump from last year. But the big change here is in the number of licenses. Over 15,000 licenses would be the most we've ever issued. Again, most of that increase is in the southern part of the state where there's low success rates, allowing us to provide this opportunity and hopefully will result in a little bit higher harvest in some of those zones to help us level off some of that population growth in those zones. With that, be happy to answer questions.
Okay, on this topic, we do have some speakers. Any quick questions on clarification for what Randy's offered? Okay, let's go to our speakers and then we'll be back to you, Randy. Thank you. Our first speaker is Rob Bowman, representing Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Rob, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Smith. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, Rob. Welcome.
Very good. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Young, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today regarding the 2026 bear harvest quotas. I'm Rob Bowman, Chairman of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. I'd like to thank Randy and his team for their participation at the recent WCC Bear Committee meeting that was held at Mead Wildlife Area back on December 6th. The proposed quotas that are before you today were presented to our committee and supported by our committee. The WCC feels the permit levels recommended are appropriate given the goals, current population estimates, and success rates identified utilizing the best available science. The Congress respectfully requests that the board approve the recommended bear harvest quotas as presented by the department for the 2026 season. In closing, I'd like to thank the department for their continued engagement with the WCC on these important resource management issues. And the Congress is proud to be a part of the current system that Wisconsin utilizes to gather public input and feedback on natural resource related proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Your advice is very much appreciated. Thanks.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is, excuse me, is there any questions, Rob, from the board? Okay, it's pretty straightforward. Our next speaker is Melissa Smith, again, virtual.
Of no
Melissa?
relation to Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me again. I'm just saying that, before you approve these quota recommendations, I think we need to address some stuff with outside influence on bear policy. But, there's a documented pattern of some of these groups, such as the Bear Hunters, the Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association, getting exactly what they want from this agency, often at the expense of, sound wildlife management and public accountability. About very close is it. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling a little today. Wisconsin Bear Harvest uses hounds, and hound hunters get special privileges, exclusive hunting periods, year-round training access, essentially, and minimal accountability when their dogs trespass. Even the Wisconsin Examiner called it a cowboy war. But hunter success rate, Randy said that 10% that they base it on, but it's 28% last year. In Minnesota, oddly, it's 56% hunter success rate. So it's slightly below the 5-year average of 32%. But if you get a guide, your success rate is 89%. And the NRB has, I'm sorry, I gotta go down here. And this is kind of the constituency driving quota increases. And, is membership, the membership isn't transparent. We can't verify who serves or, more importantly, what their financial interests are. But we are expected to just rubber stamp this stuff without any question. And I want to be clear, commercial bear hunting is big business here. I mean, big business. Dozens of outfitters charge thousands per hunt. Baiting alone requires months of preparation. Months of preparation. Starting in April, hound hunts command premium prices. More harvest permits mean more hunters need guides, and quota increases directly increase outfitter revenue. I just want to keep going on here. And then the other thing, I'm actually just listening to Randy, was that it says they're balancing between social carrying capacity and biological carrying capacity. But they don't know what the biological carrying capacity is. It's certainly not 24,000, maybe 9 to 11,000. And to allow more bears to keep the population artificially high because of hunting interests, that's not science. And especially when we dump 4 million gallons of bait. 4 million, that was 2024. 4 million gallons of bait annually to inflate the bear population in hunting zones. This is, that's harvesting for revenue. And we stopped collecting all of that data, of course, when the bear hunters didn't want that. But, I think maybe verifying that no bear advisory committee member profits from bear hunting. And, definitely looking. And then Randy also said that the bear health was a non-issue. When 40% of the diet of our bears is bait, which is French toast and cookies and candy, that is not a non-issue. We have changed bears in Wisconsin on the molecular level. They're having 4 cubs instead of 2. They're not evolving for this. And I really find that to be, that's why we need outside independent science. But, I would definitely look into making sure the Bear Advisory Committee members and affiliations are fully public and that we actually have guides that are licensed. Bears belong to all of us and not just those who can afford to lobby. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Are there questions from the board? Okay, hearing none. I want to mention that we had one more person that signed up to appear after the deadline and then is unable to make comments today. But Jim Steinecke, representing the Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association, did provide input to the board after the appearance sign up. So he won't be appearing today, but his input is in favor of the recommendation. Okay, any other questions, comments, discussion from the board? I think we're ready for a motion.
Can I get just a couple quick ones?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm amazed at how you can keep pretty good management of these bears. I think we have access. I think of access for hunters when we don't have a lot of access in certain units. it must be a little bit tougher to control or manage your populations. Do we provide, like for turkey hunting and things like that? Do we work with the landowners at all and provide access at all for bear?
Yeah, it's a good question. We do see a lot of our harvests, like the majority of the harvest in those southern zones in particular, actually coming on private land, which is a good thing. We don't have a specific landowner partnership
Okay, that's
opportunity
what-
there,
yeah.
but there is opportunity for public access through the damage program. So folks that are enrolled in that, there is some public opportunity there, but yeah.
Okay. And is it truly a lottery or is there a point system?
It's essentially a weighted preference point system. So everybody goes in the same pool. The people with the most points start at the top.
Okay.
The computer just works its way down the list.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
Good report.
Thank you.
Doug?
Thanks, Chair. Randy, I know we talked about this last year, but if you could refresh my memory, the ones that come in to assist the hunters with a tag, those are required to get permits or they're not?
No, you do not need a license to assist somebody with baiting or running dogs or whatever. That's our primary methods.
So we really don't have a measure on how many of those are out there.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments?
I guess I'll throw
Rachel.
this out there. As far as the outfitters, are they required to be licensed? Or is there any kind of a list of certified or training or anything like that?
I don't know the answer to the outfitter question. Somebody in this room probably does, but they do need a license. Okay, there's a generic guide outfitter license that you have to
That would be
get.
the same for fishing guides and hunting.
Well, we're fortunate to have Casey with us today. From Casey.
I'm here to delegate. Casey Superior,
Chief
Chief Warden. Good morning. Good morning yet, Chair and Secretary Yun. We have Lieutenant Matt Wen that could come and speak to that to provide the details. He knows. It's like the chief to throw me right under the table here.
Welcome.
So my name is Matthew Wen. I am the Law Enforcement Policy Officer with the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. Chairman Smith, Secretary Hoon, members of the board, it's good to speak with you. Yes, there is a requirement under statute for people who are helping others hunt for compensation to have a guide license through the department. So not specifically file a permit for every time or for every person they're helping, and that would apply to like fishing or hunting activities.
I guess, yeah, is there a training or do they check a number of boxes that they're engaging in this,
Nope, they just apply for a guide license through the state, through the department, and then that's their license to be able to do those things.
without any required training on what the rules are or anything like that?
Correct, and that's a statutory thing. We don't promulgate rules related to guide licenses, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so is that a generic guide license, or if they're gonna guide to assist with bear hunters, is it specific to that, or is that guide license generic?
It's a license for anybody that's helping like the pursuit of wild animal, which would include fishing. So, I mean, whether it's bobcat, turkey, I mean, whatever the case, ice fishermen have a lot of guide licenses, so.
It might be interesting, I guess, for the department just to know that demographic, if there was a way that they check, whether, then we would know if there's more, fishing guides or what kind of, I think that might be good background information for us.
I have a question.
Patty?
Is there a fee, an annual fee, or is it a one-time or no fee?
Off the top of my head, I believe it's a 2-year license, and there's a nominal fee. I think it's like $40 or $50 for that license.
One more question. Do you have off the top of your head just an estimate of how many guides are out there?
No. I mean, we can definitely get you that information if you're looking for it. Or what they do, we wouldn't have that either. So it would just be how many licenses we issued.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey, other questions, comments? I have one for you, Randy. You were going through the egg damage issue and talked about emphasis on relocations and that sort of thing. Do you still issue kill tags for egg damage?
Correct. Yep. So that's an additional tool around agricultural damage. Often, individual producers can get a permit, and it'll authorize some number of tags on that. Other people can help fill it. So that's kind of an additional step we'll add into the trapping and trends locating program.
Tags are issued to the landowner or to the
Correct. Yeah.
land leaser or the crop.
Yeah, landowner, I think in most cases, but they can put like a number of people on the tag to assist in filling those tags. So last year, just pulling up here, we had 51 bears taken through those permits. So pretty much, I think it's been pretty consistently around that for some
I
time.
just wanted to be transparent to the public
Yep.
that that also is a management tool that's still used.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thanks. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2026 bear harvest.
Thank you. Patty moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Jeff, second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at the end of our decision items. And we're well past our normal lunchtime, which we often work right through. I let it run a little longer because we had a extended break and started a little later, but we're through the decision items. A question to the board is, do you want to take a break for lunch?
No.
Or do you want to run straight through?
Straight through.
Okay, just in full disclosure, we got a lot on the agenda yet.
Some snacks.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to take a vote on this, or everybody in agreement, we just keep rolling.
I think the wakeboat stuff's gonna take a while, but I'm good if everybody else is.
And maybe you could take a snack break in an hour or something.
Okay, we'll make a point of doing that. We'll find a opportunity. Okay, with that, we'll keep rolling. Next item is an information item. And as mentioned earlier, item A is off the agenda for today. Our presenter is sick and we hope to hear from him in the near future. Item 6B, overview of a DNR research study, demographic analysis, and future projections of Wisconsin deer hunters. Dr. Daniel Storm, research scientist, Office of Applied Science, and Adam Moore, research scientist, Office of Applied Science. So Daniel, Adam, welcome. Daniel, you're up, so welcome to you first.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, members of the board. Like you said, my name is Dan Storm. I'm a research scientist, and as is my colleague, Adam Moore. We're both research scientists with the Office of Applied Science, and we're happy to be here today to talk to you about our research on our changing population of Wisconsin deer hunters. So I want to start just with a little bit of background. The loss of deer hunters is a widespread, longstanding nationwide concern. The reasons being, for just the prospect of reduced conservation funding, but also for the prospect of reducing our ability as state agencies to manage deer using recreational hunter harvest. So looking specifically at Wisconsin, if you look at our gun license sales, we peaked during the 1990s at about 700,000 gun hunters. Since then, we've lost about 150,000 gun hunters, so that nowadays we're similar to what we were in the mid 1970s. That's just looking at the gun license sales. If we look across all license types, from 2005, we've lost 65,000 deer hunters, or about 10% of our hunters. So understanding this phenomenon has become a research priority for our partner bureau, the Bureau of Wildlife Management. And so we in the Office of Applied Science have begun a formal study regarding this issue. And now I'm going to turn to Adam, and he's going to go over the primary results of this first phase of this research project.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Hyun, and members of the board. If I can direct your attention to the monitor behind you, you can see an animation showing the number of deer hunters in Wisconsin by age from 2005 to 2024. And it's a really powerful representation of how the hunter population has changed over time and how participation patterns differ by age and across birth cohorts. Over the past 20 years, there's been a simultaneous shrinking and aging of the deer hunter population. For example, the tallest point of the graph corresponds to individuals born around 1960, which is the latter part of the baby boomer generation. We can see how those cohorts have been steadily declining over time as they get older. Now, we analyze this data to understand the underlying patterns and identify the unique contribution of time period, age, and birth cohort to the decline in deer hunters. We are then able to use these findings to create projections of the deer hunter population into the future. The next set of plots shows deer hunting participation rates by age in different years. This is calculated by taking the number of hunters at each age divided by the statewide population at that age. Now, we analyzed male and female hunters separately because they show distinct participation patterns. And I'll start with the plot for males, as males make up the bulk of the hunter population and are driving to the decline. The first plot shows participation rates in 2005. In 2005, the most common age of male hunters was 44 years old, and that peak once again corresponds to those late baby boomer cohorts born in the early 60s. If we move ahead 10 years to 2015, we can follow this peak cohort as they aged into their 50s and see how their participation rates fell. However, we also see participation declines across almost all ages. If we move ahead again to 2022, we see a very similar pattern where the most common age of hunters gets older and participation falls across the population. And when we look at all three of those together, we can see there is a consistent pattern of participation by age, where there's an initial peak during the youth years, participation declines, bottoming out in the early 20s, then begins to decline steadily throughout middle age, before eventually beginning to decline again with advancing age. Now, if we pick a specific cohort, we can see how participation changes over time within that specific group. So the red circle shows the 1961 birth cohort across the 3 different years. We can see how their participation rates fell from over 30% at the beginning of the study period to under 25% in 2022. And if we draw a vertical line, we can see how participation rates changed over time at one particular age. For example, the red line shows the participation of 15-year-olds. Now, we often hear that the loss of hunters is due to the aging of the baby boomer generation, and that is certainly a contributing factor. The baby boomers are numerically a large cohort with high participation rates, but the decline started well before baby boomers would have been dropping out due to age. As we saw with that 1961 cohort, the group with the highest participation rates, even these hunters were dropping out when they were in their early 40s and in their prime hunting years. And they weren't the only ones dropping out. This is an important result to take away, is that the declining deer hunter population is being driven by losses across the entire male population, and those losses are relatively evenly distributed. They're not specific to a particular generation or age group, and they've been consistent over time. Next, I'll compare the female hunter participation rates, and I'll point out that the female plot on the right has a different scale, as their participation rates are much lower overall. The first thing you'll notice is how different the shapes are. While male participation peaks or increases throughout middle age, female participation peaks right away within the youth cohorts and then declines with age. Female youth participation grew from 2005 to 2015 and then declined. And given how much larger youth participation rates are in proportion to older ages, the youth are a crucial demographic numerically, and changes in their participation will have an outsized impact on the female hunter population size. So what does this mean for the future? We use the recent patterns to create projections of the future hunter population size. The graph shows the number of male hunters we observed from 2005 to 2022, and then our projections from 2025 to 2040. We created multiple projection scenarios that have different underlying assumptions about future participation rates based on the most recent trends. For example, the scenario represented by the orange-red line, which is a mixture of dots and dashes, that assumes that trends from the last 5 years will continue on consistently into the future, while the alternative scenarios assume that the decline in participation rates will gradually slow down. These projections showed a decline of approximately 100 to 190,000 fewer male hunters by 2040, which would be a decline of 22 to 40% from current levels. Next, I'll compare the projections for female hunters. Once again, note the difference in scale. There was a greater variation in female projections because there's been a relatively recent shift from a long-term trend of growth to an inconsistent pattern of decline. So from 2005 to 2015, participation rates were increasing, and since 2015, they've been declining, with the exception of 2020. Now, the orange-red line with the dots and the dashes, once again, represents the 5-year trend, but in this case, it's the most optimistic scenario as compared to males, where it's the least optimistic. The scenario we feel that is most likely is the flat dashed line on the bottom, as that scenario better accounts for the recent decline in youth participation, as well as the fact that the large increase in female hunters we observed in 2020 was not sustained in subsequent years. But even if the most optimistic scenario occurs, the gains would fall well short of the projected declines in the male hunter population. So to summarize, our analysis showed that the deer hunter population is likely to continue to decline steadily into the future. We observed that hunting participation rates are falling across much of the population, particularly within male hunters and the important youth female cohorts. And those declines were largely attributable to long-term trends rather than specific events in a given year or particular cohorts or age groups. And our results align with other studies that have observed declines in hunting populations across the United States, including all our neighboring states. The widespread and persistent decline in hunter participation suggests that its drivers are not state-specific policies, but broad societal shifts that have been unfolding over decades, particularly population aging, declining birth rates, and urbanization, all of which have been occurring in Wisconsin. With that, I'll pass it back to Dan to discuss the implications and next steps of our research.
Yeah, so Adam, we threw a lot at you in terms of our findings so far. I wanted to just bring us back to what does it all mean for us? What does it all mean for a natural resource agency? So our ability to manage deer populations across much of the state is already stretched. Think about the future where we have 100,000 fewer hunters or even fewer than that. The issues with deer overabundance, forest and crop damage, deer vehicle collisions, CWD spread, they're just simply gonna worsen in terms of the spatial area over which they take place, pardon me, and just exacerbate overall, and not to belabor the point, but it also just bears repeating that we've got serious funding revenue concerns with our loss of deer hunters through both license sales and through the excise tax on firearms and ammunition that funds so much of conservation. So we've spoken about what we've called phase 1 of this research project. We've already made additional progress. While we're showing an overall statewide decline in deer hunters, when we look at things geographically, we see that there's a lot of variation. There are areas where the drop in hunters is really steep. There are areas where the decline in hunters is not so steep, and there are areas in the state where we're actually gaining some hunters. And so part of our research is to sort of understand the patterns and processes behind that. Additionally, we're working on understanding the limits that currently are kind of in place amongst individual hunters. What are the beliefs, the preferences, and the constraints that limit how many deer our hunters are harvesting on an individual basis? Looking forward, we're really interested in these sort of policy relevant questions. So specifically, is this loss of hunters, is this just baked? Is it within the realm of possibilities at all for policy maybe to slow this decline or reverse this decline in hunter numbers? Additionally, thinking about in the face of fewer hunters, is there anything that we can do as resource managers to manage deer, to retain some amount of management capacity in the face of fewer and fewer hunters? And so, so that's kind of our general plan going forward. That's going to entail not only understanding the behaviors and constraints that hunters are in place with hunters, but whether actually change may be possible. So that concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions, comments from the board? Robin?
First of all, I just want to congratulate the department for having applied scientists, staff people. It's really important that we have the ability to analyze information like this. And so kudos to you and your staff and your expertise. So it's great to see that capacity within the department. Just a couple of questions. With respect to the role of technology and what technology plays, I know that we've recently sent some information about new technology for crossbows that appear to make it be easier or perhaps better percentage of success rate with those. Does the ability of having lighter, more useful, easier technology, does that impact potential interest in hunting in the future? Is there do you
probably when we look at those age patterns that Adam was showing and how they've shifted over time, it appears that we're keeping older hunters in the game a bit longer. Now, we can't necessarily separate attribute that fully to crossbows. That could but we expect that's probably part of it, right? Because they can, where someone who couldn't physically pull back a bow, a vertical bow, now they've got a crossbow that just is easier to use, and then they can hunt earlier in the fall when the weather is nice and stuff. And so that's probably part of it, but you can't necessarily disentangle that from the fact that maybe older folks are just more healthy than they used to be. And so it's kind of hard to say for sure, but it does seem like perhaps this technology like crossbows has having some positive effect on retaining hunters.
And then just one last question. With respect to the demographics of not the demographics, but the geographic locations of where there are a lot of, it seems to be excess deer, for example, the southern farm areas. Is there a way to model where the hunters are going to see if are there fewer hunters up north versus down south? And then also with respect to natural predators, is there any correlation with maybe this is better more of a deer management question, but are we seeing any competition with natural predators versus hunter success that would relate to the likelihood of maintaining hunters?
Yeah, so maybe the first question about our ability to, I think, know where people are hunting and such, so with our tag system, we have kind of a limited ability to know where hunters are going. Because if you have a buck tag, it's statewide, right? If you have an antlerless tag, those are unit specific, but an individual can have antlerless tags for multiple units. So just from our licensing system alone doesn't let us know where people are hunting. We know where people harvest deer. So you can sort of see some of those patterns, but then, you got to think about, well, differential success rates and stuff like that. So we've got some, but not perfect ability to understand, we know where we can look at the geographic variation in hunter numbers by their residency. And that's what we have done, but that's not exactly the same as where they're hunting. That takes some data that is not perfect. So you'd mentioned, I want to make sure I'm getting that question right. You're talking about predators, and maybe was it?
Well, I'm just wondering, because we hear a lot about concerns about predators, especially in the northern part of the state, and the reduced interest in hunting because it's harder to maintain that. And I'm just wondering, is that consistent? Is that part of the equation that you see, or?
Well, that's interesting. It's somewhat the ability to disentangle these things can be kind of difficult. We are losing hunters when you look geographically. We are losing hunters in the north, but that is really correlated with population decline and aging, really. There are some instances, and it's hard without showing the maps and the data and stuff, but there are some instances, for instance, we are really losing hunters in Adams County and like at a fast clip. In Juneau County, which is really kind of similar and right next door, we're not losing hunters at nearly the clip. There are more deer in Adams County than Juneau County, probably. The predator competitions, if that's the case, I mean, I'm just kind of speculating. I would say it's probably worse in Juneau County, right, than Adams County, thinking about those counties. But the Adams County decline is really precipitous, and it's not in Juneau County. That's because of the population aging. So we see, like, that's one example where we think, well, these societal, macro sort of things are really kind of driving some, like a large part of that ship. That's not to say that perceived or real competition with predators isn't a factor. It certainly can be the, of influencing individuals' decisions to continue to hunt or not. But it's hard to say that at a macro scale.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Patty, then Jeff.
Is there a goal when you look at this loss? I mean, you're talking 15 years from now. Is there, are you planning on projected revenue loss with that loss of licenses and all that there, and how that impacts the programming of what is being done to maintain the deer population?
Well, in terms of revenue, we haven't added like a revenue projection onto that. I mean, I think we need to work with our economists on that. What was the second part of it?
Well, if you have less hunters, you have less license, so you have less money to work with a growing deer population.
Yeah.
So how are you going to do the program? What's the strategic plan?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of it is like where the point of this research is to prompt people to think about that, right?
Yeah, right.
I think we have a volunteer to handle the difficult questions here.
Yeah, you bet. Chair Smith, Secretary Young, rest of the Natural Resources Board. Patty, I love your question.
Thank you.
I do. I mean, that is our issue that we're dealing with here.
Just for the record, Eric Loebner.
Sorry, Eric Loebner, Division Administrator for our Fish Wildlife Parks Division. So the significance of deer hunting, deer management here in Wisconsin cannot be underscored. It is a significant issue. We care deeply about our deer population and our deer hunters, not only from a revenue standpoint, but the ecological impacts that conceivably deer can play in certain areas. So when you think about conservation funding, there's a number of different buckets that we've got to be thinking about in our world that we deal with. One of the big ones, which is about 60% of our total revenue, comes in from what's called Pittman-Robertson. So that's an excise tax on guns and ammunition. It's about an 11% tax on all guns and ammunition that are sold here in the state. There's an equivalent in sport fish restoration as well, but I'm just going to focus my attention today on Pittman-Robertson. So again, 60%. As Dan mentioned, obviously, hunters that are people that are deer hunting, they're buying guns and ammunition as well. So they're influencing that as well. In addition, then, so 60% of our revenue, that means 40% comes in from our license sales. And so if you see a decline in your gun deer licenses provide about 40% of that total conservation seg revenue that comes in. So when you put that all into the equation, that is a significant impact on our total available funds. Fortunately, over the last number of years, we have seen Pittman-Robertson has really helped sustain us as an agency. It's fair to say that our revenue that has been coming in from deer licenses, both resident and non-resident, has stayed generally constant since the data I had was 2013. With these projections, ultimately it's going to be the responsibility of everybody here in the state to look at how do we ultimately fund conservation efforts going forward. We really want to look at trying to figure out ways to broaden that funding tent, because clearly with this sort of data that we're dealing with, it's not acceptable to be able to say that with declining revenue that we're going to be able to sustain wildlife populations, fish populations, air quality, water quality, all those kinds of things that are ultimately impacted by the work that we do for conservation. Largely, we say all citizens benefit from those deer hunters that are out there, those hunters, trappers, and anglers, because that money is used for things. I'll use wetland restorations as an example. Significant benefit, obviously, to game species as well as non-game species, as well as the rest of the citizens here in the state that benefit from that funding, whether it's groundwater recharge, water quality improvements, you name it. It has a significant impact. And if you look at, I mentioned the revenue earlier has stayed relatively stable, but at that same time, if you look at what inflationary rates have impacted our buying power here in the state, that's had a rather remarkable impact. Since 2019, we've seen, between 2019 and 2025, we've conservatively seen about a 28% inflationary increase in that period of time. While we know in some of these situations, based on our expenditures, specifically pheasant food, fish food, some of those costs have more than doubled in that same period of time. And so when you look at that, what your buying power is with that remaining price point, it is not sustainable.
Thank you for that dismal news.
That's kind of a bummer, kind of a downer, but I do appreciate, I know there's a number of groups out there that have been looking at this issue, like how do we take a different look at what funding for the future looks like for conservation?
Jeff, you had a question?
No, it's kind of along the lines of Patty, so like you said, other states are experiencing this too, and so, whether it's an access issue kind of a thing, or I mean, some states are developing, what's the word? Quality hunters. Like, I mean, if you're a landowner and you typically don't want to let just anybody on your property to hunt that, if there was a list of hunters that have gone through some kind of certification class that are ethical hunters, and you say, well, I would, someone like that, I would allow. So I'm assuming we're going to see more efforts like this, or more programs kind of coming forth. Is everybody is in the same boat with surplus deer populations and declining hunters and things like that. Other states are trying different things, and hopefully we'll learn from different states. So nothing really to answer there, but just
other questions, comments. Robin?
So I apologize because, you're presenting your study and we're asking Eric the implications. So it's kind of a little bit, but I'm also concerned from a disease perspective and the future of spread of disease and things like that. So I guess I would just ask, and you don't have to respond like right now, but I think it would be interesting to continue to hear informational briefings on things like this, controlling the spread of disease and things like that as it relates to hunting, and what other opportunities are there to manage deer herd size for both disease and ecological.
Yeah, Robin, I'll just share next month. You're going to have the luxury of being able to hear about deer season and deer season management from this last deer season that will be ending here shortly with the bow season that ends at the end of the month.
Thank you.
Patty?
I have one more question. I'm not sure if it's the right question, but is there legislative solutions for this problem? I mean, as we see this coming, I mean, are there actually legislative solutions for this?
Patty, you are on a roll today. Legislative solutions, I'll just share, there are a variety of different approaches that different states are using, right? Some states, Minnesota, Missouri, they have a percentage of an excise tax that they ultimately, a percentage of the sales tax that is ultimately used to fund conservation in the state based on a belief that all citizens benefit from the conservation work that occurs here in the state. There are other scenarios where there are more access fees associated with using public land. Here in Wisconsin, we have a number of wide variety of users and a significant amount of land that is open to the public that ultimately don't pay a fee to utilize that land. And so that's an option for consideration. There are other registration fees associated with other crafts and that sort of thing, talking mostly about kayaks and canoes and that sort of thing that could be considered and, bring in some sort of revenue. Ultimately, there's, I think Maggie has shared that, when we talked about fees and costs here in the state, there's a number of licenses that are at reduced fees, and ultimately looking at potentially a GPR reimbursement for those fees that are the cost of those values of those licenses that are provided. A great avenue, but ultimately it results in, some lost revenue for the state. So that's another sort of approach to look at that could be considered here in the state. Obviously, license fee increases are an option as well. And all of those approaches need to be considered and implemented by the legislature in order to make that sort of change.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So when you take the data and then that you put together for us, which I very much appreciate, and then what you've just discussed, in my opinion, it seems like we have the ability for legislature or the responsibility of legislature to save the heritage, the hunting heritage that they so much talk about. And it's a choice. Clearly, you guys are just doing the work and you have the answers, and it's up to the legislature to decide if they're going to save our heritage or not. That's more of a comment than a question.
Thank you, Patty. Rachel?
I was going to follow up with that conservation tax. I believe it was a resolution in front of the Conservation Congress and is being discussed with some other groups as well. And I think there's a lot of opportunity there. My other thought was, that we need less hunters to shoot more deer. Even in my region, people wouldn't fill their tanks because they didn't have anywhere to go with them. So without taking from the department's budget, but, if there was some program through state budget and funding, to really incentivize, those deer getting into food pantries and populations that could really consume them, I think is a win-win, and where it can somehow, fill that gap within our funding, not take it from it, but also would kind of be a solution to that issue. And I know you've worked on some of that locally too, but I've heard and had people in my area that would be really interested in being part of that program. I think they commented on a DNR post, and I think I replied that I was really happy that they made that comment and I'd be willing to work with them. But I think that that's something we may need to do.
Other questions, comments? I have one quick one. Eric, don't get too far away. This is a unique opportunity to have both of you here in front of the board. And I'm just wondering, Dan, in your presentation, you talked about kind of where do we go in the future, some additional work involved in this, but it was a very general comment. I guess I'd ask the question, would it be helpful to do more of the social research? Used to see some of that in the past, assessing public attitudes about various things and go to them directly with some research on revenue sources. What levels are tolerable, which types of revenue do they find beneficial? And we've got all kinds of anecdotal evidence from people, but have we put together really a scientific research of that to be able to really add some substance to that and come up with recommendations out of it? Would that be helpful? The other question I have is a very similar one in terms of participation in hunting, and particularly deer hunting. We've got a ton of anecdotal stuff coming from hunters saying, open the deer season earlier, allow us to exercise gun hunting during part of the rut. It's nicer weather, it's more comfortable, I'll stay involved. Lacking that, I'm dropping out. We've I think we have salvaged some hunters with the availability of crossbows in a crossbow season that makes it easier for them to get out and hunt earlier in the year. I don't know how long that little bump will last, but could we do some research with hunters, more scientific-based research to assess those attitudes? And are there things that we could do to make it more enjoyable and more comfortable and encourage people to continue the enjoyment of this wonderful heritage that we celebrate?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're currently in the process of figuring out what are we going to do in the next fiscal year in terms of our research projects. And so we're really thinking hard about the exactly the sort of questions you're asking. And we've got us in OAS. There's all other social scientists in our agency in analysis services, and those folks have done a lot of social science work in the past. And I think it's, like you said, it's really ripe for investigation in a lot of different areas to try to figure out some solutions.
There are other people that do polling, but it would give me great comfort to have something that is peer-reviewed, scientifically sound, and has substance to it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Other questions, comments?
And non-hunters would be a nice part to add to that too.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard some opinions from non-hunters here today, and it's a
Right.
big audience, and they're very important. Other questions or comments? Well, thank you for a very informative presentation and a lively discussion. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to check in. Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm going to check in now with the board. Do we need a short break for a short break? Grab a snack, reload, get your blood sugar back up. And okay, how long do you need?
5 minutes.
Let's make it 10. We'll resume at, well, let's say, gotta tell what clock I'm looking at. How about 12:55?
Oh, really? Well, I would like to my best. I don't mind. Want to need soil sticker? Yeah. Thanks.
Call the meeting of the Natural Resources Board back to order, and we'll go back to our agenda. We finished item 6B, and we'll move on to 6C, informational item, summary of research on wakeboats and impacts to lakes. Michelle Knott, Lakes and Rivers Section Manager. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Smith, Secretary Young, and members of the board. As mentioned, my name is Michelle Knott, and I'm the Lakes and Rivers Section Manager in the department's Bureau of Water Quality. And I appreciate the opportunity today to present this informational item on wakeboats and impacts to inland lakes. The technical review of the science was requested by the Secretary, and the information that was compiled and I'll be presenting today was done by a cross-program work group at the department. So I will be summarizing some of the study objectives and the key technical findings from the research, and then I will hand things over to Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, who will discuss rulemaking on wakeboats restrictions in Wisconsin. All right. So the studies I'll be summarizing today looked at several environmental aspects of wakeboats, including wave characteristics, lake bottom impacts, and the potential to transport aquatic invasive species. I will start off by reviewing the studies on wave characteristics and lake bottom impacts, and then I will follow that up with the research on AIS. So the first study that I will summarize today was conducted by the University of Minnesota St. Anthony Falls Laboratory. This study is commonly referred to as the Phase 1 study. Phase 1 of the research focused on the impacts of divergent waves from powerboats, including wakeboats. The study was conducted on Lake Independence in Minnesota, which is about a 800-acre lake that's bowl-shaped, max depth of about 58 feet. There were 4 boats evaluated in the study. 2 of the boats were typical non-wake recreational boats, and 2 were wake boats that were specifically designed for wake surfing. The boats were operated at 4 discrete distances from shore, ranging from 225 feet up to 625 feet, under 3 operating conditions. The operating conditions including traveling at boat speeds of about 10 to 11 miles an hour with ballast, 10 to 11 miles an hour without ballast, and also traveling at boat speeds of about 20 miles per hour, which is considered planing mode. Each boat condition and distance was replicated 4 times, and for each scenario, the average wake wave characteristics, including the wave energy, wave height, and wave power, were calculated. Overall, the researchers from the study found that the wave characteristics and downward propeller wash created by the wake boats was larger and more significant than the wakes that traditional motorboats created. And more specifically, the study found that wake boats require distances greater than 500 feet from shore to attenuate these wave characteristics to levels that would be equivalent to non-wake motorboats operating under planing conditions at 200 feet from shore. The wake boats evaluated in the study produced 2 to 3 times higher maximum wave heights, approximately 3 to 9 times more energy, and 6 to 12 times more power than non-wake boats operating at 100 feet from shore. Phase 1 also found that operating with a full ballast tank of water versus an empty ballast tank had a relatively small impact on the maximum wave height, total energy, and maximum wave power for the 2 wake boats evaluated. In addition, the study found that the use of an aftermarket wave shaper attached to a non-wake powerboat also increased the maximum wave height, power, and energy, which suggests that these aftermarket devices can create wake waves that are similar to wake boats. Moving on to Phase 2 of the Minnesota study. This phase focused on evaluating the water column and lake bottom impacts caused by recreational powerboats, including wake boats. This particular study was conducted on 2 bays on Lake Minnetonka in Minnesota. The bays were approximately 300 acres each, with depths that varied from about 44 feet up towards 64 feet. This study included data collection and analysis on the depth and duration of engine exhaust bubbles, the depth in which there were non-zero velocities from the boat's bow, stern, transverse waves, and propeller wash, as well as the potential for motorboat activity to resuspend lakebed sediment. Both underwater and aerial video of the hydrodynamic phenomenon and observed impacts were also collected as part of the study. There were 7 boats evaluated in this study. 5 were non-wake boats and 2 were wake boats. These boats were driven over bottom-mounted velocity sensors at 4 discrete water depths, 9, 14, 16, and 27 feet, and they were operated under their typical modes of operations. For non-wake boats, this means operating in displacement mode and planing mode, and for the wake boats, this means operating in surfing mode and planing mode. There are 2 key recommendations that came out of phase 2 of this research. The first recommendation was that recreational motorboats, non-wake boats, should operate in 10 feet of water depth or greater when operating in planing mode or in sustained displacement mode in order to minimize the impacts on the bottom lake bed. The second recommendation is that wake boats should operate in 20 feet of water depth or greater when operating in surfing mode. It should be noted that these water depth recommendations were specific to the lake bottom, but the authors mentioned that this could also be interpreted as to the depth to the top of rooted submerged aquatic plants. Moving on to the third study. This was a study conducted here in Wisconsin on Lake Beulah. This study also looked at the lake bottom impacts and surface water characteristics of wake boats using underwater drones, video, and surface measurements. Overall, the findings from the Lake Beulah study and the report align closely with the previously discussed University of Minnesota research. The in-lake phase of the study found that wave heights were twice as high for wake boats operating in surf mode when compared to water ski boats on plane operating at 200 feet from shore. In addition, underwater videos taken of the lake bottom visually observed disturbance to the sediment and aquatic plants when wake boats were operated at both 15 and 21 feet, but the same disturbance was not observed when ski boats, pontoons, or jet skis were operating at 15 feet of water depth or deeper. And then the final study that I will discuss related to wave impacts was published in 2022 by Fay et al. This study also sought to evaluate the impact related to turbidity and erosion of wake boats using computer simulated modeling. This study did not actually collect any in-field studies or monitoring out on lakes. The study report concluded that the environmental impact of a wake boat is minimal if the boat is operated at 200 feet from shore and at least 10 feet of water. However, it should be noted that there have been several independent experts that have since reviewed this research and have expressed some concerns over the study design, the credibility of the journal that it was published in, peer review process, and the lack of data presented within the article to support the overall conclusions being made. Shifting now to the focus of aquatic invasive species, I'll first talk about the study conducted by Tim Campbell et al., which evaluated the amount and content of residual water in wakeboat ballast tanks. The study was also conducted here in Wisconsin on a marina on the Wolf River and evaluated 13 wakeboats which had bag ballast systems that could be effectively removed and sampled. Residual water was found within the wakeboat ballast bag sample, even after the pumps were ran, with the amount of water varying from about a quarter gallon up to 23 gallons of water. The researchers noted that the variation in the quantity of water observed indicates that there may be some factors that could allow for more complete drainage of water under some scenarios versus others. Native aquatic organisms, specifically zooplankton, were found within 9 out of the 13 residual water samples evaluated, and 2 out of the 13 water samples contained a small number of non-native zebra mussel veliger larvae present within the residual water. This study then led to some additional research that was done by Adam Dole in 2018 as part of his master's thesis at the University of Minnesota. This research also evaluated the occurrence and survival of zebra mussel veligers in residual water of recreational watercraft. This study was conducted at 2 lakes in Minnesota, Gull Lake and Lake Minnetonka, which are both known to have established zebra mussel populations. Over 300 samples of residual water were collected from the watercraft. Various compartments were sampled for occurrence, including ballast tanks, live wells, stern drive engines, outboard motors, and other recreational components. In addition, zebra mussel veliger survival was also assessed in live wells and ballast tanks under 2 different temperature scenarios. The findings from the study found that residual water was found in all 8 of the different boat recreational gear types tested. Stern drive engines and ballast tanks ranked first and second respectively for the highest median volumes of residual present, about 5 liters for stern drive and about 2.6 liters for ballast. The ballast tank samples contain the largest median number of zebra mussel veligers per sample at about 247 per sample, and stern drive engines had the highest maximum number of veligers reported, with 2 of the engines sampled having 4,500 veligers present. As I mentioned, zebra mussel veligers were present within the residual water of all 8 of the different boat recreational gear types tested. The percent of residual water containing veligers was highest for ballast at 97%, followed by stern drive at 89%. While the study found that the ballast tanks may be more likely to harbor zebra mussel veligers than systems on other watercrafts, it's important to acknowledge that there are other additional variables which can factor into determining the overall invasion risk of an invasive species out on the landscape. These variables can include things such as the probability and the frequency that the boat will move between different water bodies, the length of time between that movement, viability of any organisms that may be present, the suitability of the water body that the boat is traveling to for those organisms, existing of the presence of invasive species, and other stochastic events that need to be considered to determine the overall true invasion risk. As I mentioned, the veligers in live wells and ballast tanks were also evaluated for mortality as part of the study. The study found that there was over 95% mortality after 5 hours of exposure in live wells, and this mortality was achieved more slowly in ballast tanks, with 48 hours required to achieve that same level of mortality. So just to conclude, collectively, these studies show that the use of powerboats can adversely impact lake bottom habitat and shorelines, and more specifically, that the wave characteristics created by wakeboats were documented to be larger and more significant than those created by recreational motorboats. I think it is important to keep in mind that no 2 lakes are the same, and factors such as lake size, sediment composition, and lake bathymetry, lake depth, can influence wave weight characteristics and potential ecological impacts. So I think the ability to retain local control is important to ensure that each lake can pursue the most appropriate protections for the specific water body characteristics in use. The department will continue to monitor and provide updates on any additional research on this topic as it becomes available. I'm already aware that there's an upcoming phase 3 of the Minnesota study that is underway, and this one is going to look at wind-driven storm waves in comparison to boat-driven waves and wakes. So that is ongoing, and I know there's a couple other research projects that are also ongoing as well. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the briefing today, and I will turn things over to Secretary Little.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. We may have questions for you later. Welcome, Stephen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Secretary Young, members of the board. I think I just got a promotion. I'm Stephen Little. I'm happily the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Natural Resources. I want to spend a few minutes with you this afternoon to talk about an informational presentation that will walk the board through the department's regulatory approach as we address controversial topics such as wakeboat activities, their impacts on the natural resources, as well as the context of a petition that the department has received from concerned citizens to regulate wakeboats due to concerns specifically around wakeboat ballast systems and the spread of aquatic invasive species between inland lakes. Excuse me. So while I am the person that's presenting to you, I want you to know that the research that went into this presentation is really an amalgamation of several parts of the agency to provide the best science, the best legal study, the best research of activities around the country to inform the board on this important matter and this important issue. And as I was sitting right over there earlier this morning, it struck me that you all deserve a huge amount of thanks for the time and effort that you put into not only this issue, but in terms of the waterfront of issues that you all cover. They're each very controversial. They're often very contentious, and they require a large amount of empathy, research, and a lot of thoughtful consideration. So I want to publicly thank you all for the work that you all do on behalf of the citizens of our great state. I want to be clear that in this decision, we're going to be focusing on the petition at hand, which is really focusing on aquatic invasive species and their transmission via ballast tank systems. I want to be clear also that the department does not dispute the fact that there are impacts on Wisconsin lakes, shorelines, and lake bottoms as it relates to wakeboat activities. But again, we're focusing on the specifics around the petition that the department received. Before I get into the petition, I want to spend just a few minutes just kind of setting the stage around what we have seen across other states as it relates to this controversial activity. As you know, wakeboats have grown significantly in popularity over the past decades. They're designed specifically, the use of ballast systems to generate large surfaceable waves has raised new resource management concerns and regulatory questions, which did not exist when most boating regulations were written. In Wisconsin, the issue has become particularly visible because of the state's high density of small, shallow inland lakes, a strong lake association regime that's very much engaged in the management of these lakes, a longstanding aquatic invasive species prevention program, as well as concerns raised by stakeholders and citizens, which generally fall into three categories. The first being the impacts on shoreline and lake bed habitat impacts. Secondly, the potential of AIS spread through ballast tank systems. And then lastly, user conflict that occurs on lakes and in waterways. Nationally, other states are also confronting similar types, of issues. You'll recall I have a hard time making sure that I'm advancing the slides as I'm reading, so that's a continual issue that I've got that I'm going to seek counseling for. So as I was saying, nationally, other states are confronting similar kinds of questions, and they've all moved away from things such as outright bans. And instead, the dominant approach has been focused on targeted restrictions, such as minimum water depths for operation, distance from shore requirements, and lake-specific or local ordinances, which are designed to reduce environmental impacts and user conflict while preserving recreational access where conditions allow. So really the central challenge that we at the department find ourselves in is trying to balance the regulatory precautions with the evidence that we have to act, or the evidence we have that we should act. In spite of what you've heard over the past several years from individuals and organizations who have come before the NRB, while ballast systems retain water, the research has not demonstrated that wakeboats uniquely or disproportionately drive AIS spread compared to other watercraft. As a result, the regulatory debate increasingly focuses on lake suitability, cumulative impacts, enforceable enforceability, particularly as it relates to the spread of AIS, rather than trying to single out a single boat technology. A few, I guess, probably years ago, when this issue first came to the attention of the department, I was in a meeting with Assistant Deputy Secretary Mark Aquino, and Mark kind of looked over at me and he said, "You know what? This reminds me just of the 80s and the 90s." And I thought that was kind of a curious, comment to make. But then I started to do the research, and I realized that the current debate that we're currently focused on closely mirrors the controversies surrounding jet skis or personal watercraft that we did see in the 1980s and 1990s. And it also put into context kind of the similar situation that we find ourselves in as it relates to wakeboats. What we have here is a new technology essentially coming on the scene that is gaining in popularity, but we don't have the regulatory construct to keep up with the impacts, either real or perceived, as it relates to the operation of those impacts. Citizens become involved. There is a rush to do something to, quote unquote, address the problems, real or perceived. And then we find ourselves trying to catch up, either in a statutory regime through the legislature or regulatory regime through the department. Similarly to what happened in the 1980s and 1990s with jet skis, we find ourselves in kind of the same situation right now with the use of wakeboats. I will note that the specific legislative construct that ultimately resulted in legislation around jet skis occurred around 2005. And this was done because the legislature saw fit to work on legislation to enact legislation to basically put parameters around the use of jet skis, distance from shore, time of operation, and also to work on areas that would be specific to a particular lake in terms of how the operation of those watercraft would be operating. I'll note that the statutory specifics to jet skis operations, like I said, were introduced in 2005. And as regulators, we must use all the tools at our disposal to make sound public policy decisions. Sometimes that means acting aggressively, and other times it means acting with restraint. If you only have a hammer as a tool, then everything looks like a nail to you. In this case, the Wakeboat Administrative Rule petitioners, individuals and organizations who come before the board monthly on the issue, will only be satisfied if the department uses a hammer, even if the use is not supported by the science, statutory authority, or effective enforcement or desired outcomes. I want to pause here and say that I understand the frustration. I think we all understand the frustration that is being channeled to the department, channeled to the board as it relates to wanting to do something. And by me standing here today and explaining our decisions around this, this petition, it's not to diminish the frustration that the petitioners feel. It's not to diminish the concerns that they have, but it's to provide a prism by which regulators look at the problem, given the tools that we have to act, and how we make the best policy decisions going forward. And I want to spend a few minutes talking about the petition that we found ourselves addressing that came to the department back in June of 2025. Commissioners submitted a revised petition requesting amendments to Wisconsin Administrative Code related to wakeboat ballast systems. The proposal modifies but did not replace a similar petition that came to the department back in 2024, but it continues to focus on preventing the spread of aquatic invasive species. Unlike the 2024 petition, which required mandatory ballast systems decontamination prior to every launch. The new petition, the revised petition, essentially adopt a conditional approach where wakeboat owners would be subject to a declaration regime with ballast tank decontamination required only if the wakeboat is operated on more than one lake. Under the proposal, wakeboat operators would be required to possess a written declaration from the owner identifying the lake on which the wakeboat will operate during a specified calendar year. Declaration would be required to be produced upon inspection. The proposal would also require declarations to be filled and filed with the department and local municipal clerks for the jurisdiction in which the lake is located. This would create a new administrative tracking regime, as well as oversight responsibilities at both the state and local level. If a wakeboat operator if a wakeboat operates on more than one lake, then the operator would be required to possess the documentation and demonstrate compliance with the department's AIS prevention guidelines for wakeboats. The proposal explicitly prohibits the discharge of antifreeze from ballast systems into any water body and establishes a $1,000 forfeiture for each instance or falsification or failure to comply with the proposed procedures. I'm sorry, is this advancing? All right, could we go to slide number 6, please? Thank you. Finally, the petitioners estimate that thermal decontamination units cost approximately $35,000 and characterize the expense as reasonable given wakeboat prices ranging between $100,000 and $500,000. They suggest that manufacturers and dealers should be responsible for providing the decontamination infrastructure. After review of the petition for rulemaking, the department is again denying the petitioner's request to promulgate rulemaking to limit or restrict the use of wakeboats on Wisconsin inland lakes. This denial is based on 3 primary factors. Number 1, the lack of scientific evidence supporting the claims advanced by the petitioners and stakeholders appearing before the Natural Resources Board and the department. Second, the denial is being made based on the absence of specific legal authority to initiate rulemaking based on the petitioner's request. And third, the broader policy considerations which a regulator must consider as it relates to the regulatory administrative enforcement challenges, the potential of unintended consequences associated with moving forward with the petition. We are doing this while, again, we're also acknowledging the passion that is manifest around this important issue. Next slide, please. The petitioner's request for rulemaking relies on the same central assertion which was advanced in the 2024 petition, and that the increased wakeboat use on Wisconsin lakes has caused or has accelerated the spread of aquatic invasive species. Available research and long-term monitoring data do not support this claim. In fact, trends over the past decade indicate a decline in the number of newly infested lakes, suggesting that the existing AIS prevention and management programs are effective. AIS vectors and species were present in Wisconsin lakes well before wakeboats became prevalent. And like I said, the department's monitoring data does not show a discernible increase in the number of lakes with verified infections of spiny water fleas, zebra mussels, or Eurasian water milfoil coinciding with the growth of wakeboat use beginning in the 2010s. Next slide, please. Michelle talked you through a few of the studies that that are present in the literature to show the research, show our math, if you will, around the research that was done. The petitioners used two of the studies, Campbell and Dole. While these studies found that ballast systems can harbor zebra mussel velingers, and also thank you for the fact that I now know what a velinger is. It's a larval mussel, or baby mussels, I like to call them. Their findings are limited in scope and do not establish a causal link between wakeboat ballast systems and increased AIS spread. Specifically, the studies did not evaluate the risk of new AIS introductions attributable to wakeboat ballast systems, did not quantify the extent to which ballast systems increase AIS spread relative to other watercraft, and did not examine the transmission of invasive species beyond zebra mussels. To date, no peer-reviewed research has assessed population-level invasion risk associated with wakeboat ballast systems or compared invasion rates across different types of watercraft. The Dole study further demonstrates that residual water capable of harboring zebra mussels, velingers, is common across all powerboat types. The study found that residual water containing velingers was present in all 8 categories of boats and recreational equipment tested. Together, these findings indicate that the presence of residual water or potential velingers is not unique specifically to wakeboats and does not by itself demonstrate an elevated risk of invasion or infection specific to the ballast systems of these watercraft. Based on the data cited, petitioners appear to treat the potential AIS risk associated with wakeboat systems as categorically unacceptable, while implicitly accepting the comparable risks associated with the other watercraft that were studied, as well as the other recreational equipment. Although the reference study found a higher percentage of ballast system water samples containing zebra mussel velingers relative to other gear types, it did not evaluate velinger viability, post-transport survival, or the frequency with which such organisms are introduced into new water bodies. Absent these additional variables, the available data is insufficient to quantify relative invasion risk or to conclude that wakeboats materially increase AIS spread. There are many other vectors that can result in this spread. For example, the rusty crayfish was widely understood to have been introduced into many Wisconsin lakes through the use of angler-mediated bait bucket releases. Next slide, please. I'm now going to go through a series of charts which attempt to illustrate the state's invasive species spread over time. These charts were based on data from the Department's Surface Water Integrated Monitoring System, or SWIMS. It includes all verified AIS detections and provides a statewide, multi-decade context for evaluating claims related to AIS spread. This particular graph summarizes verified spiny water flea detections in Wisconsin lakes between the year 2003, when the information was first collected, in 2025. The rate of new lake infections has remained relatively stable since 2010. Since that time, the department's monitoring has documented a total of 8 new lake infestations in Wisconsin's more than 15,000 lakes. There were with no new detections in 9 of the past 15 years. This is despite significant growth in wakeboat use since 2010. The data does not show a corresponding increase in new spiny water flea infestations in Wisconsin inland lakes.
Stephen, could you advance the slide? Or somebody, thank you.
Thanks, we good? I don't have my glasses on, so can we go to number 11? Yeah. We good, Robin?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you bet. So on to slide number 11. This slide summarizes verified zebra mussel detections in Wisconsin lakes from 1989 to 2025. I share this slide specifically to address statements that are made by petitioners as it relates to zebra mussels and the spread of said mussels into the Manitowish water chain, and that quagga mussels have been found in Lake Geneva and are likely to spread into northern lakes. There have been no verified reports of zebra mussels in any of the lakes within the Manitowish water chain. Zebra mussels establishment is constrained by minimum calcium concentrations required for shell formation. And with these limits, this limits their ability to colonize many northern Wisconsin lakes. Quagga mussels have similar calcium requirements. Conductivity is commonly used as a surrogate indicator for calcium availability, and the department's Velinger sampling protocol identifies lakes with conductivity values of 99 microns per centimeter. This is a measurement by which electric current is conducted or detected through water. So anything greater than 99 microns per centimeter would be an appropriate candidate for Velinger sampling. Reported conductivity values in the 10 lakes within the Manitowish water chains are well documented and well below this threshold, and are therefore considered unsuitable habitat for zebra or quagga mussel establishment based on current scientific understanding. Environmental conditions in the Manitowish water chain are not suitable for zebra mussel or quagga mussel establishment, and long-term monitoring data show no evidence of infestation despite decades of statewide spread. The petition also does not account for the additional environmental factors that determine whether the introduction of an aquatic invasive species results in establishment of subsequent spread. As noted in the research, it is unknown whether Vellingers present in residual water would remain viable if introduced into a new water body. Next slide, please. In addition to asserting that wakeboats are a primary vector for the spread of aquatic invasive species, the petitioners also cite multiple statutory provisions as authority for the department to pursue rulemaking, emphasizing the department's responsibility to protect state waters and implement invasive species programs. Of the statutory provisions cited by the petitioners, I will focus on two. Wisconsin Statute 23.22, which has to do with invasive species control, and Chapter NR 40. I will do this because Mr. Jim Olson, who is the primary petitioner, centered his arguments on these authorities in correspondence to the department back in December 1st of 2025. He also shared that information with members of the NRB, as well as with members of the Wisconsin Assembly. Next slide, please. In his correspondence, Mr. Olson argues that existing statutes and administrative rule and code provisions compel the department to grant the petition and promulgate administrative rules. Among the things Mr. Olson specifically asserts are that the current rules are no longer adequate, that there is a need for urgent action, that the statutory framework is clear, and that once the framework exists, the department and the NRB are required to act. He then asked for us to advise on how we intend to comply with this legislative directive. In a word, the petitioner's request exceeds the department's authority in several respects. Next slide, please. The department does not agree that the cited statutes and administrative code provisions compel approval of the petition or require promulgation of the requested rulemaking. While Wisconsin Statute 23.22 and Chapter NR 40 authorize the department to implement programs to prevent and control aquatic invasive species, they do not mandate rulemaking in response to every asserted risk, nor do they require the department to adopt rules in the absence of supporting scientific evidence or clear legislative direction. Neither Wisconsin Statute 23.22 nor NR 40 directs the department to regulate specific watercraft technologies, such as wakeboat ballast systems. Absent evidence demonstrating that such regulation is necessary to prevent the introduction or spread of aquatic invasive species, we are not able to move forward with this petition. Now, I know probably the next question you're going to ask is, well, what about if we administer or initiate an administrative rule based on distance from shore requirements, depth of lake requirements, or impacts to, shoreline impacts or lake bed impacts? Essentially, taking the scientific justification that we just laid out for not moving this particular rule forward, and then applying that to another rule that we'll likely see. In fact, I believe you all received yesterday information that's compelling you all to act on another administrative rule based on those characteristics. Again, I would say that we as a department do not have the statutory authority to regulate a specific type of watercraft. That's not how the administrative rulemaking process works. That's not how, as an agency, we would be permitted to move forward without the enabling legislation. At the end of the day, we are regulators. We are not legislators. We do not get to create legislation that has not been enacted by the legislature and then signed into law. So regardless of what their AIS concerns, regardless of whether they're concerns about shoreline lake bed impacts, the administrative rulemaking process is not the appropriate process to address these concerns. Next slide, please. I want to spend a few minutes talking about NR 40. NR 40 is frequently cited as the basis for regulating wakeboat ballast systems. In fact, you probably heard several times over the last couple of years, stakeholders coming to the board talking about the specifications of the ballast systems via manufacturers, literature, and making the case that we have to act based on NR 40 and based on our legislation. NR 40 is a specific or species-based regulation and scope. NR 40 regulates the possession, the transport, and introduction of invasive species. It does not regulate watercraft design, or it does not also regulate recreational boating activities that are being conducted on Wisconsin lakes. Again, authority to regulate boat design, equipment, or operation use would be required in explicit underlying legislation to direct the department to act beyond the scope of NR 40. I want to also pause here just to kind of, I guess, number one, thank the board for the time that they took to receive briefings around this issue. It was informative to me because a lot of good questions were asked. I also could sense a lot of the frustration that you all feel in the sense of we come here month after month, we hear complaints about the fact that nothing is being done, and isn't there anything more we can do? At first, I was kind of reflexive to the question, but then as I thought about it, I was like, that's a fair question, and I think that the way that I would answer it is that the department is doing an awful lot around this. I mean, I think one thing we can point to is the success of the AIS program. These are the things that the AIS program does. It does reduce risk through prevention. The AIS program can require the promoting and cleaning and draining of inspection practices to reduce the risk and moving of AIS vectors between waters. Through education and influence of behavior, through programs like the Clean Boats, Clean Water program, staff and volunteers work together to educate boat owners about and operators about AIS spread, where ballast and internal water systems pose risk, what steps can legally be required before launching. Behavior changes is one of the more effective tools the program has, even when regulations are limited. The program also monitors and detects. The program can monitor lakes and rivers and AIS presence and respond when new species are detected. We also regulate within our existing authority. The program can enforce current AIS laws and rules, including restrictions on transporting aquatic plants, animals, and water. It can implement rules that are technically feasible, enforceable, and supported by science and statutory authority. It supports local action. The program can provide guidance, permits, and grant funding to local governments and lake groups for AIS prevention programs and control efforts. Local ordinances and lake-specific management approaches are also complemented by the work that the department does through the AIS program. What the program cannot do is we cannot eliminate the risk entirely of the spread of AIS. We cannot regulate beyond our legislative authority. The program cannot impose regulations or requirements that go beyond what the state law allows, regardless of public pressure or urgency. If broader restrictions and bans are desired, legislative action is required. We cannot enforce rules that are not verifiable. We also cannot substitute rulemaking for a lack of resources. We cannot resolve competing policy goals. Wakeboats raise issues beyond AIS, including shoreline erosion, user conflict, safety, and water quality. The AIS program addresses invasive species risk only. It's not designed to resolve all other water wakeboat-related impacts. Next slide, please. So, we've talked about the scientific concerns. I've addressed them, Michelle has addressed them. We've talked about the legislative and statutory concerns and the fact that without specific authority, we cannot engage in rulemaking. One thing we haven't talked about yet is enforceability. And for me, enforceability, if we're going to be making policy around this, needs to be considered. It's probably the least exciting portion of the discussion, but as regulators, it's something that we think an awful lot about. Because putting an unenforceable rule onto the books is probably worse than doing nothing at all. It creates this expectation that we are going to be able to do something about a problem. We don't have the resources, we don't have the enforcement regime to actually solve the problem. And it creates this false expectation that the problem is being solved. Next slide, please. I also want to spend a few minutes talking about some of the unintended consequences around moving ahead. Let's say, for example, the secretary and the board decided that in spite of the scientific considerations, we want to move ahead. In spite of the regulatory or lack of regulatory authority, we want to move ahead. We're tired of hearing about the complaints coming from the population about wakeboats. So we're just going to go ahead, see what happens. Best case scenario, an administrative rule makes it through the 30-month process. Worst case scenario, we could challenge. We could challenge by either wakeboat owners because we've exceeded our statutory authority and we've also violated their belief around public trust doctrine. We'll get sued by the manufacturers because we've exceeded our statutory authority. We'll also get sued by the legislature, again, because we've exceeded our statutory authority. Next slide, please. Okay. As I said before, I do appreciate the briefings that you all took in advance of this important issue. And I said before, the questions that you all raised are important, and I do sense the frustration in your voices about more needing to be done. And I think that I've been pretty clear about the things that the department has been doing through the AIS program, the informational items we brought to the board, the review of the scientific literature. We've evaluated what's going on in other jurisdictions, and we've taken steps to integrate more education into our AIS program. The work that's being done by our PSRP boat safety administrator fills a really important role in terms of educating local lake groups to the importance of ordinances, safety considerations they should be looking at when they're making their ordinances. I also want to acknowledge that I sense the frustration too. It's easy to present to the board on a monthly basis about the concerns that you see out in the landscape, and nothing is being done about it. I share that frustration too. I probably share it more than most of you because of my prior experience as a lobbyist. I spent over 25 years of my life working on legislation. I've passed bills, I've killed bills, I've stalled bills. I was pretty good at it too, but I've done it all. But what I didn't do as a lobbyist was go to my financial regulator and sit in their office and advocate for legislation that needs to be passed. Every couple of weeks, I go to my barber. His name is Jerry. He's a really good guy. Hang out with him, tell stories, talk about sports. But I don't go to Jerry and ask him to fix my car. I don't go to Jerry and ask him to do my taxes. If I did that month after month after month, Jerry would say, "Come on, man. I'm not your accountant, and I'm not your mechanic. I'm your barber. I can't fix your car with these barber shears, and I can't do your taxes with this cape." I sense the frustration, but I really want to leave with the folks here and the public that the efforts that are being garnered to bring this issue to the board month after month can be better directed, focusing those efforts on the legislature. And I know it's hard. I know it's not easy, but it's necessary. And while you're at it, it'd be great if you could also talk about the needs of the department as it relates to being adequately resourced, not just for this particular issue, but for a lot of the programs that we administer here at the department. Taking up a lot of your time, I'll stop here and I'll ask for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Both yours and Michelle's presentation have kind of merged together here. So with your willingness, I'll offer questions from the board on either or both. We can sort that out depending on the question. Are there questions from the board? Comment? Patty?
First of all, thank you for a very thorough presentation, both of you. I really appreciate that. But as with other items that have been on the agenda today, clearly people need to go to their legislators and talk to them and tell them about the needs of this department. Our heritage is our natural resources. And if we don't invest in our natural resources, we're going to lose our heritage. And that's a sad state of affairs for future generations. So I think it's incumbent of everybody who is involved with their natural resources to get a hold of their representatives and tell them to step up. It is not the job of a department to constantly and consistently do more with less. It's their time now. Clearly, they're done with work in March, so they'll have plenty of time to figure this out and maybe come back in the fall with some helpful ideas.
Thank you, Patty. Appreciate your unique insight to that. Approach. Other questions, comments? Doug?
Thanks, Chair. Michelle, are the volumes different for regular boats versus wake boats and ballast? So the volumes of water and ballast from regular boats to wake boats?
Yeah, so good question. Some of the non-traditional, or excuse me, the traditional non-wake boats don't necessarily all have ballast systems. There are some that do. And as I mentioned earlier, there are these aftermarket wake shaping devices now that can effectively turn a regular traditional motorboat into a boat that can create those larger wakes.
Yeah, and my other one is, thanks. My other one's on the 95% mortality. So was that all boat types in ballast tanks versus live wells?
Yeah, so for the 95% mortality study, the live wells were your typical live well that would be, up on the boat above water. The ballast tanks, I believe, were ballast bags. And so those were ones specifically that were in the wake boats.
Were the ballast bags used just for the science study? I mean, wake boats don't have ballast bags, do they?
So my understanding is that some wake boats have soft-sided ballast tanks or bags, and some have hard-sided tanks. And so there's a little variation in how those are designed.
Are those easier to drain with the bags versus the hard ballast?
It's my understanding that the soft-sided bags are easier to remove because you can physically take them out of the boat, where those hard-sided tanks are built into the boat infrastructure itself.
All right, thanks.
Yes.
Can I keep going, Chair? Can I keep going? I got questions for Stephen now.
Yeah, let me interject something here that I should have done before we went into questions, or at least I meant to. I want to acknowledge that we've received substantial written input from people on this informational item. We had a submittal from Cynthia Leitner, representing Wisconsin Water Sports Coalition. We had a submittal from Jeff Meisman from the Last Wilderness Alliance. We had a submittal from Jim Olson, and we had a submittal from Carol Phillips, all on this issue. I know several of those people are familiar to the board, but I just wanted it on the record that they all submitted substantial information on this issue. With that, go ahead, Doug.
Thanks, Chair. Stephen, on beginning of your presentation, you mentioned what other states are doing, that some other states are using shoreline and depth restrictions. Were you talking about specific to wake boats?
Yes, that's correct.
And your reasoning behind why we can't?
That's legislation, not administrative rule.
So other states did legislate restrictions.
That's correct, specifically the state of Georgia, I believe.
All right, and in the petitions you mentioned 2024 and 2025, obviously you were referring just to 2025 petition in this presentation, or are you doing both?
I'm sorry?
No,
specific to the specific request is the one that was submitted in 2025. This petition that was submitted in 2024 was also denied by the department.
All right, that was going to be my next question, thanks. So in in NR 40, isn't movement of aquatic invasive species a violation? Somebody? Isn't movement of aquatic invasive species a violation in NR 40?
Greetings, my name is John Sinclair. I'm our boating law administrator. Thank you for having me, all of you. Yes, so it is illegal in the state of Wisconsin to transport aquatic invasive species away from the waterway, away from the boat launch, essentially.
So in a study that Michelle referenced, that they found high numbers of veligers in all ballasts, obviously, but they found them in the ballast of wake boats as well. So if they're in there and they're moving them, why isn't that a violation?
They were found in all wake boats and all watercraft that were studied. And again, Doug, I would point to the fact that NR 40 does not, it's species based. It does not regulate the actual manufacturer of the particular watercraft. It does not do that for any type of watercraft. And I think, although I haven't conferred with legal counsel, that it would be inappropriate to use NR 40 to essentially regulate a particular type of watercraft based on the assertion that it is transmitting an AIS.
Yeah, and my questioning and comment wasn't insinuating that we would do it just for wake boats. It was that it's obvious that wake boats are violating NR 40 along with other boats from the study we just heard about.
Right. And the petition is to essentially regulate the activities of one particular watercraft. So then are you saying that we should be using NR 40 to essentially, I'm not quite sure what you're getting at.
Nope, just a point that if enforcement was done on watercraft, including wake boats, that the ballast is moving AIS and under NR 40, that's a violation. That was my point. It's not asking for anything. That's just my point.
Right. I'd like to
From what I
have
heard.
legal counsel.
Hello, Chairman Smith, Secretary, Board. My name is Molly McNabb. I'm General Counsel for DNR. And Doug, I think to get at your question, yes, it's not that it wouldn't be a violation. It's that the petition is requesting rulemaking to create this declaration and decontamination system that would apply only to wake boats. So it doesn't change the existing regime of how we enforce violations for aquatic invasive species. It would add an additional regulation just for wake boats. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps. It was just
Molly, excuse me for a minute. While you're answering that, I just have another question related to that. I know from long past, we had discussions with various staff here, and one of the issues about enforcing invasives was the level of evidence required to have a viable case. So the law was clear. Maybe there was water moving in a ballast tank, but lacking a specific sample to show that there was samples in that tank. Staff expressed that in working with the local DAs and having sufficient evidence to make a case on it, that just they couldn't do it. They didn't have it. So would you comment on that as how that fits into this bigger picture as well? You know, in relation to Doug's question about wouldn't that be a violation in NR 40 and you could just categorically issue that? There still have to be levels of evidence associated with to show that.
Yeah, that's correct. And so, you know, that goes to, and I would defer to the wardens here for their expertise here as well. But in order to have a violation, you have to be able to prove it up by fact, right? And we don't, you know, we have to partner with the district attorneys for enforcement and prove up our case in order for that prosecution to occur and to be successful. So we have that burden as well. In addition, the declarations that this petition proposes would add another layer of difficulty for trying to prove a violation of the declaration itself. Would be incredibly challenging for the same reasons that were referenced.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Robin?
Doug, were you
I'm
done? You can always think of more things, though. First of all, I just want to extend gratitude for the department's time in really trying to thoroughly research not only the technical review. Michelle, you did a great job. I'm really appreciative of that. And Stephen, in terms of the climate of how the agency has to act. I'd kind of like to kind of go beyond that, though, because I think there clearly is a recognition, and I love the analogy of, concerns that, this is kind of a repeat when you have new technology and new concerns, rules don't catch up, statutes don't catch up, things like that. But are there things that the department can do that are non-regulatory that can help share some of the findings of the data that the department concurs with? So is there some outreach that the department can do to local governments, lake associations, things like that, that can help them in trying to make decisions about authorities and powers that they have based on, science and facts? And is there so I view that kind of as a short term, like what can we do in the short term absence regulatory that can help the public kind of take this under whatever authorities they have at the local level from a voluntary perspective? I think that lake associations are very good at community building, at educating, at peer pressure, at wanting people to do the right thing to protect the lakes that they're on. So how can we, in absence of greater statutory authority, can the department serve as a source of information based on, again, the research that the department did in reviewing these studies? And I'd also, a second part of my question is, do local municipalities have the authority to put regulations in place about distance from shoreline, depth of water, things like that? That's just another question that I have that maybe that goes better to Molly. So anyway, I'm just curious as to how do we move this forward in baby steps from a voluntary approach?
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I appreciate the question, and I think it highlights, some of the frustrations that we talked about in private and that you've expressed several times. I guess I would answer the question that by virtue of the public engagement that we've had around this issue for the last 2 years, the department and the NRB has done a great service in terms of elevating the public discourse around this issue, in terms of making the information available. Certainly, these meetings are publicly available. If you're suggesting that the boat administrators can make reference to these materials when they're meeting with local lake associations, I think that's an excellent idea. If you're asking us to provide additional information, educational information, at the direction of the secretary, we have already begun to undertake that kind of directive. I don't want you to leave thinking that the department is not doing everything that we can within our resources to be able to engage in the discourse. And certainly, as legislation hopefully moves forward, there'll be a role for the department to play. But we will continue, and I'm sure next month we'll be right back here hearing about the issue again. And that's a valuable role that I think the board and the department plays in terms of keeping the issue on the front burner. Now I'll defer to our boating experts to answer your specific question about, I guess, the ability of local groups to enact ordinances.
Thanks again. So yes, local municipalities can enact ordinances relating to the regulation of boating in Wisconsin. In fact, they do quite commonly. And so they will reach out to us. One thing we've done to bolster our efforts in this regard, kind of to your point, is actually created a new administrator position. So I'm the boating law administrator, and we now have a local government recreation administrator as well, who wears the same uniform as me. And so his role is to work directly with those local municipalities as they're generating or exploring new ordinances, and then to do, as is codified in law, to do an advisory review of that draft ordinance that they create to ensure that it complies, with statewide standards. Now, that's not an approval or a denial, for the record, though. It's an advisory review. So those local municipalities can still move forward even if we potentially disagree with how their ordinance is written. We continue to do education and outreach with our local recreational boat patrols as well. We have our biannual meeting coming up with them. We support them financially through grants. And that's another opportunity for local units of government to interact with the DNR, ask questions about ordinances or prospective ordinances as well. So certainly, yes, we are having contact, and we, like I said, generated a new position to kind of increase our interaction with and assistance to those locals.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one more question of Michelle?
Go ahead.
Michelle, I think when we chatted, you had referred to the fact that a lot of these studies were done 200 feet from shore, and Wisconsin regulations stipulate that you can't, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't operate, but the distance is 100 feet from creating a wake. Is that
Above low snow and wake speeds, 100 feet, correct.
okay?
And 200 for personal watercrafts.
Okay. So is there a way to synthesize the data so that, or interpolate the data to from the studies to basically extrapolate what those depths and distances would be if you were 100 feet from shoreline? Am I asking that? Can you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do. And I think the research is instructive given our current 100-foot, regulation for recreational boats. Because they did use a 200-foot benchmark in most of their studies, there isn't like a complete direct comparison for our 100-foot current regulation. I will say there's compelling evidence, though, that a further setback distance from shore is, may be required to kind of mitigate the wave power, energy, et cetera. So it's probably close to 500. It may not be quite that. But it's a little bit difficult without having those data points kind of in between the 100-foot to 200-foot shore to understand, how much of that does that additional 100 feet make a difference.
And part of my asking that is because it seems to me that, although it doesn't feel like it today, we're fast approaching the boating season. And if local governments are looking to establish some criteria, it might be helpful perhaps for them to reach out to the department and try to look, kind of gets at like, what does the evidence show for how it would work with 100-foot distance.
Mm-hmm.
So just wanted to make that point.
Thanks.
Can I add on to that a little bit? One of the things, I had a couple of very important eye openers as a result of all the information the board got and the presentations that were given here today. One of those emphasized the fact to me that we can't solve this problem completely by just focusing on wakeboats, that there's other equipment out there other than wakeboats that are also capable of producing artificially enhanced large wake. And as communities look at that, they may want to look at it more broadly in terms of how these ordinances are crafted and how they deal with boats that may have add-on equipment that can artificially enhance the wake. or overly large or heavily loaded boats that are cruising around the lake at half plane. There were other examples given, but I think the issue here really more accurately focuses on enhanced wakes and their impact, and how do we address that. And the other thing is just the continual escalation in the size and the power of the boats on our waters. What are the impacts of those bigger and bigger boats on waters that are small and sensitive? One other thing I wanted to ask you, Michelle, just to clarify, and that was kind of the very simple question the board asked in the beginning for a review of this Minnesota research. And that is, are the results of this study scientifically sound? Do they represent maybe the latest in research? And most importantly, is it something that people in Wisconsin could look to as relevant research that could be applied to some of the situations here? Knowing that you're going to have to custom fit to local situations that vary considerably from one lake to another, but those are some of the real important questions that came from the board, and I'm wondering if you can just answer those clearly and really give that answer to the public as well.
Yeah, can you repeat your first question? I'm sorry, I got a little lost in your explanation there.
Is the science sound, and are the studies appropriate for use in Wisconsin?
Yeah, so two really good questions there. I think for the Minnesota study for phase 1 and phase 2, those were scientifically sound studies. They went through, again, an independent peer review process. The Lake Beulah study, it did not explicitly say that it went through an independent peer review process, but it did come up with very similar findings as those Minnesota studies did. As I mentioned, that fourth study, the FAY study published in 2022, there have been several independent experts now that have raised concerns about the study design and the conclusions being drawn. For your second question regarding the applicability here in Wisconsin, again, I think in general, the lakes in Minnesota, they're glaciated lakes. They're typically similar to many lakes we have here in Wisconsin. But we have a very wide diversity of lakes here. And I think we need to be a little cautious about taking the results from one lake and one study and making that applicable to just the wide diversity of lakes we have here. Sediment substrate can really vary quite a lot. We have a lot of lakes that have very hard, sandy sediments. We certainly have a lot that have a lot of that kind of flocculent, mucky sediment. Lake shape can also be a very big factor. These studies were done on kind of these round bowl-shaped lakes. And so if you have a lake with a very long, narrow shape or kind of complex, shoreline, your results could be different. And then, of course, the water depth, too. We have a lot of shallow lakes, a lot of medium lakes, and then a lot of really deep lakes.
Thank you. With all the cautions, very appropriate. Thanks for the answer.
Yeah.
And also, thank you for the little broader cover of some of these other research projects. As I said, the board got an awful lot of written material in, and some of that was somewhat conflicting. They were referencing the same studies, interpreting different results, using one to kind of criticize the other. And I think you have put this into perspective and for the board that is appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate the opportunity.
Other questions, comments from the board? Deb, and then Rachel.
I really appreciated my conversations with both of you, and that there aren't necessarily finite answers. Like you just said, the distance from shore may vary depending upon the depth of the lake. And I didn't know that you could buy something to enhance a boat so you could surf behind it. So that was interesting. But again, thanks for doing this. And it's just going to be an ongoing quest. But thank you.
Well, I also want to reiterate the thank you for all of this information. Again, as the board, we've been, have all of this public comment, and our job is to, be representative of the public. And so to be able to really have the full picture and for you guys to take the time to really, like everyone said, provide the technical analysis as well as where we stand and, kind of the threats to the department of overreaching on some of this. And then I just wanted to share, some of my take homes too, as someone that has a 1984 Webcrafter dynasty, and that all boats hold water, and that the mortality of the zebra mussels, after 5 to 7 days, there really isn't much. And just thinking of the culture of the average boat user, that you're typically not going to probably going to more than one lake, especially for these kind of boats, kind of was reassuring as far as kind of the imminent risk with that. One of my questions was, when did the Clean Boats, No Hitchhikers campaign start? If you know when that is, because, just wondering if that had a significant impact in the reduction of the zebra mussel spread.
Yeah, great question. So when I was up here last summer, it was the 20th anniversary of the CBCW program. So I believe that would take us to about 2004, 2005-ish is when that program started. And certainly for some aquatic invasive species, we did start to see quite a large, at least declining trend in certain aquatic invasive species, especially a lot of those aquatic plants that, again, a behavioral change of, before you drive away from the lake, take a few minutes, look at your trailer, remove those plants so you're not introducing them to a different lake. I will add, we do have new invasive species on our landscape and on our radar as well. And so I think remaining vigilant to just these basic AIS prevention practices can really go a long way, and everyone can kind of do their part in helping to, again, slow the spread. We're not going to necessarily stop it completely ever, but we can try to slow it down the best we can.
Yeah, and I wanted to commend all those volunteers that are at those boat landings that I see all the time. And I was thinking, I work a lot in the Golden Sands RC&D area, and they've got their AIS coordinators. And so there's a lot of really good work, both through organizations as well as those volunteers. And so not wanting to risk overstepping the bounds, I guess, at the risk of those existing programs that are working so well. And then one of the other questions, I guess, with the study coming out of Minnesota, and I know you had asked, or I think I had asked you, is that, they haven't changed their ruling in the state based on these studies at all yet either. Or can you kind of go into what their stipulations are? Or?
Yeah, so you're correct that there hasn't been any regulatory action taken on wakeboats in Minnesota. Minnesota currently has a 200-foot setback distance recommendation for all boats. So it's actually not a regulation like we have here in Wisconsin with our 100-foot. So again, I think, again, I don't want to speak for them as a state, but I think what they're working on right now is additional recommendations perhaps for wakeboat activities. I haven't seen anything specific in terms of, setback distances or water depth operation. But yeah, there are other states too that I think are kind of actively engaged in the issue and trying to figure out what the best path forward is.
Yeah, be courteous, avoid that user conflict. But there was one other, in preparation for this meeting, I was listening to some George Meyer interviews, and with reaching out to the legislators, that was one thing that he had really emphasized too, was that, taking your stories, sharing your voice, and how important that is. And taking the time to talk and listening to all sides of an issue, which is, I think, why we're all here. So thank you.
Questions, comments? Doug.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, to me, it's evident, like Patty mentioned before, that it needs legislation. So, I mean, I know there's been some up there. I don't know what the status is. I think there's both pro and anti-wakeboat legislation that's been introduced. I don't know where it's at, but I think it needs to be a push. And this information that we're hearing here and that Minnesota info that's out there is a way to help folks that are lobbying up there and asking legislators to make legislation that gets at this issue. All can be used. Some of the other information we've received, all good information. I think that's what folks need to do to get that moving and have a chance at it, because all the other options don't always work so well. And I mean, local municipalities great, but they're not all going to act either. I mean, I'm familiar one in my area, there's a lake district. I had a conversation about it that I was involved in. It was evident from the very start that that district wasn't gonna implement any ordinance, didn't want anything to do with regulations of wakeboats on their lake. So, you know, it doesn't work everywhere. And sometimes the answer is points to one thing, and I think that's where we're heading with this one. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, I have one more question or comment, I guess, in terms of closure here. You gave a very detailed and a very focused presentation, and there were lots of limits in that. There were a lot of places where the department couldn't go in the direction that the public wants at this time, and a lot of negative. But nowhere in there did I hear anything that said the issues aren't relevant and that the concerns are shared, that we've got issues here that are somewhat unresolved and need to be addressed. The message I heard was one more of focus, where we need additional help, where we need public support to get the authority to deal with the issue. And I just wanted to run that past you and make sure I was reading that accurately.
If I didn't give the impression or share clearly that we all feel that there are things that can be done around this issue. We all, personally, I know you all feel the frustration and I guess a sense of helplessness that the issue is not resolved immediately. I think as humans, we all share that, and I believe that. And if that didn't come across in my presentation, then I sincerely apologize for that. I think the focus that I was trying to bring to it as regulators, we are constrained by what we do. Doesn't mean that I take my humanity hat off when I step to the podium. I'm sympathetic to the concerns that have been raised by the petitioners, by the individuals, organizations, and stakeholders that come month after month. Like I said, it's not going to be easy, but I respect what they're trying to do. I guess the frustration comes when I see a pathway that can be better utilized to affect the outcomes I think we're all looking to achieve, and using those precious resources in a manner that are ultimately not going to be beneficial to the outcome that everyone is seeking. It just frustrates me from my prior position as a lobbyist.
You mentioned that in your briefing near the end. I just didn't want it to get lost because the front loading of the regulatory role was heavy and long. And I thought that was one of the more important things that you had to say right at the end, is that, you know, we're interested, we've got a role to play, there's things that we can do in the interim. The other thing I want to thank you for and double down on is your comment about the board role here. And that's one where we have a responsibility to the citizens in terms of the connection between the department and the citizens, and the board being sensitive to citizen priorities and concerns. And we welcome appearances from the full range of the people that we work for and the full range of issues and their take on them. And despite the fact that our ability to act on this immediately is very limited, the board is still open to public comments. I would like to reinforce what Stephen had to say, though, and ask you to, you know, understand what's doable. We're interested in hearing progress and staying up on the issue and looking for opportunities to help. But at the same time, if we can all focus our energy toward the places that can provide the help, that will, I think that will assist all of us as well. But we're still open for business, and I expect we'll hear from the wake surfing issue next month and thereafter. Any more comments, questions on wake surfing? Thank you very much, Stephen.
Thank you.
Michelle? Okay, that takes care of 6C and D. We move on to department secretaries, Matt. Karen.
Great. I'm going to start with 5 retirement recognitions. I added up the years, and if my math is correct, it represents 170 years of service, which is quite incredible. The first is Bradley Eggold from the Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks for 35 years. Brad dedicated 35 years to DNR fisheries in the Great Lakes area. His commitment to enhancing and protecting Great Lake fisheries resources significantly impacted the sustainability of sport, commercial, and native fish populations in both Lake Superior and Lake Michigan. With a deep understanding of fisheries management, Brad built lasting partnerships across the Great Lakes region to safeguard shared public trust resources. Brad was deeply honored to collaborate with DNR staff and external partners who shared his passion for these resources, and the relationships he forged will extend well beyond his retirement. His efforts will continue to benefit resource agencies and fisheries users for years to come, and we're grateful for his contributions. The second is Patrick Neal from the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection of 35 years. Patrick Neal, also known as Mike, retired after 35 years of service as a Marine Conservation Warden. He began his career as an LTE before becoming a full-time employee and spent most of his time in Northern Door County as a member of the Marine Enforcement Team. Mike was highly regarded as a trainer and mentor who influenced countless DNR employees through his active participation in numerous training areas, including the Field Training Officer Program, where he trained over 25 new officers. Mike was also a lead instructor for all boating operations and accident investigations, a key member of the remote operated vehicle team, and a warden at Duck School. Throughout his career, Mike received numerous awards, including the prestigious Haskell Noyes Wisconsin Conservation Warden Efficiency Award. In retirement, Mike will enjoy spending time with his wife, CJ, and their sons, Aiden and Sean. We're grateful for his dedication and the lasting influence his work will have on the department. The third is Alan Niebuhr from the Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks of 34 years. Al spent 34 years with DNR Fisheries, with most of his career focused in east central Wisconsin. He was a pioneer in researching and documenting the benefits of wild trout stocking and became a statewide expert on catfish sampling methods and life history traits. As a fisheries team supervisor, Al dedicated the final years of his career to coaching and mentoring staff in the central Wisconsin River Basin. His knowledge and wisdom are being passed down to future generations of fisheries professionals. The work Al did to develop productive relationships and partnerships with diverse staff and stakeholders will benefit the resources of Wisconsin and the people who use them for years to come. The fourth is Kirsten Held from the Division of Forestry of 34 years. Kirsten Held was a leader in her field of forestry communications, outreach, and education. She was an avid promoter of forestry education and the driver of multiple outreach campaigns and projects. Over her 34-year career, Kirsten led many forestry education projects, including identifying the need for a Wisconsin-specific K-12 forestry education and the development of the Learning About Ecosystems and Forests, or LEAF program. Kirsten played a critical role in the development of 2 Into the Outdoors television series episodes focusing on sustainable forestry and forestry career messages to youth audiences. Over the years, Kirsten also coordinated many dynamic and engaging annual Arbor Day celebrations, which earned her an award for the National Arbor Day Foundation. Kirsten loved reconnecting people of all ages with forest resources and helping K-12 students learn about Wisconsin's ever-changing forest. We're grateful for the lasting impact her work will have throughout the state of Wisconsin. And lastly, Tammy Ryan from the Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks of 32 years. Tammy began her career with the DNR Wildlife Management Program as an LTE in the Southeast region. Over her 32-year career, she advanced through various leadership roles, including regional wildlife expert, area wildlife supervisor, wildlife health program supervisor, and lastly, deputy division administrator in the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Division, a position from which she retired. Tammy provided guidance on species management efforts, strengthened tribal relations, and supported a wide range of fish and wildlife priorities. She's widely recognized for her pivotal roles in CWD response, the agency's first lead action plan, and the successful translocation of elk from Kentucky to Wisconsin. Her dedication and leadership earned multiple agency awards as well as the Wisconsin Award, making her only the 3rd woman to receive this honor in nearly 50 years. Tammy mentored many employees and served as a role for women in conservation, and we're grateful for her many contributions. So Chair and Board, I request a motion to acknowledge these pretty amazing, this amazing service from these 5 individuals.
Not only from the number of years, but quality.
Yeah.
So moved.
Got a motion to recognize
So
from
moved.
Deb. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Robin. Any further comments?
Chair. Yeah, just congratulations to those that are retiring, and I had pleasure to work with some of these, and all great people, obviously, but congratulations to these retirements.
And thank you
Here.
for their work.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Any further comments? Okay, we've got a motion to recognize. We've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, the next, sure, thank you. The next is on real estate transactions. Are there any questions on the real estate transactions? Okay, great. The only thing I'll just put in my personal remarks here is just an update on the budget situation, which I've been keeping you abreast of over the past year. Just to let you know the good news that the federal FY26 appropriation for environment and interior and other appropriations also passed and were signed into law by the president. So we now have a appropriation for fiscal year 26, federal fiscal year 26 for EPA, DOI, some critical partners to us. Most of that funding is pretty level to FY25, so we did fairly well as states across the country, including here in Wisconsin and including the state revolving fund. There are some community earmarks that were passed in that bill for state revolving fund projects. So we're trying to understand how EPA is going to divvy that up amongst the states, which will cut into the SRF program, but we'll keep you updated on that. But pretty good news given everything that's going on. And that's it. I'll turn it back to you, Bill.
Item 8, board members matters. 8A, resolution honoring George Meyer.
Great. Well, I have the pleasure of presenting a resolution honoring George Meyer, written with credit by Robin. But here is the resolution, and I will pass it over here. I just wanted to say a couple things. I've only been here for a year, but George Meyer is first and foremost present in a lot of staff's mind here. I hear a lot of stories from his time here, just what a leader he was in conservation. I had the great pleasure of meeting him once at a Wisconsin Wildlife Federation meeting. He was very warm and engaging, and you could tell through his compassion that he really wanted to imbue upon me his love and commitment for conservation here in the state, how much he cares about the DNR and our employees and the work that we do. So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate, I think, the work that he's done as I've been reading and listening to podcasts too about his work. Just the suite of work that he was able to accomplish with everybody here at the DNR, the complexity and controversy of the work that he navigated through with a clear vision on science and conservation for the state. Just after a year, I'm kind of peeking under the hood and all of that complexity and controversy, but I think I have a good taste of it now. And I really respect the fact that you really need to be able to collaborate and navigate and be patient about working towards these solutions. And I'm just really proud to be here at the DNR in this role with big shoes to fill from his part. And I just hope to carry that legacy on in his stead. So just wanted to remember him and thank Robin for joining this resolution, and pleased to present it to you for approval.
Thank you. The resolution was posted very recently, and most people may not have had a chance to read it. Robin provided a lot of the material and has a unique knack of writing skills. And I'd ask Robin if she would read this resolution publicly before the board, and then we'll ask for a motion.
Thank you. George certainly was a hard force to follow. So the resolution is, whereas George Meyer contributed 30 years of service to Wisconsin's conservation programs through his work at the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, including serving as staff attorney from 1972 to 1980, and division administrator for the Enforcement Division from 1980 to 1993, and secretary from 1993 to 2002. And whereas in those 30 years of public service at the Department of Natural Resources, George Meyer enhanced Wisconsin's conservation and environmental legacy by navigating complex and controversial issues through collaboration and negotiation on topics ranging from implementation of treaty rights, the public trust doctrine, wetland and shoreline protection, hunting and fishing, and remediation of contaminated lands. And whereas George Meyer served as a mentor to many within the agency by listening, collaborating, and finding common ground on difficult and complex issues. And whereas after his time at the Department of Natural Resources, George Meyer became the first executive director of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, where he served until 2018 and helped build the organization into a leading voice on conservation issues in Wisconsin. And whereas George Meyer also understood the importance of youth conservation education by establishing partnerships with the Wisconsin Green School Network, working to revitalize the Mackenzie Environmental Center in Poynette, and co-creating the Wisconsin Conservation Leadership Corps to help develop college and high school students into future conservation leaders. And whereas George Meyer was inducted into the Wisconsin Conservation Hall of Fame in 2018, recognizing his commitment and contributions to the conservation of natural resources of Wisconsin. And whereas George Meyer was tireless in his effort to continue Wisconsin's natural resource legacy, now be it resolved that the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board commends the lifelong achievements of George Meyer and the contributions he made to Wisconsin's conservation legacy.
Thank you, Robin. I'd like to ask for a motion for approval and a second, and then before we take the vote, I'll give opportunity for people to make comments.
Make a motion to approve the resolution for George Meyer.
Got a motion to approve from Doug. Is there a second? We have a second from Jeff. Okay, anyone care to make comments? Doug.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, yeah, this is good. I think a month ago he's been gone, 2 months. A month. Yeah.
George actually passed on the day of our
meeting.
December board meeting.
Yeah, sad to hear the news, but good to see this sort of recognition. Early in my career with the tribe, I got to meet George at several meetings. One of them initially was the proposed Crandon Mine development meeting, where he sat representing the state, and the tribes were at the table, and George was there navigating lots of discussion for the state. And those went on for a period. George wasn't always there at the meetings, but when tribal leadership showed up, he was. The other one that I got a chance to work with, well, at least across the table from him on, was Menominee's Lake Sturgeon restoration plan. In 1995, I believe it was, we negotiated reintroduction of Lake Sturgeon to the Menominee Reservation on the Wolf River. George was at those meetings. He was at meetings because our chair was at every meeting, and George was at most of them. But eventually, that reintroduction plan was passed, signed by Menominee, signed by the state, George Meyer, Department of Interior, and BIA. So, yeah, and the first, the first initiative of Menominee's Sturgeon Feast and Powwow, which had gone on for many, many years previous, but without sturgeon. So after the sturgeon plan was passed and we had our powwow, George showed up with his family. So yeah, that's my short story about George.
Thanks, Doug. Anyone else care to comment?
I mean, I read the resolution, but I just think that, George was so supportive of employees, and, his heart, he truly led with his heart. And I just think that that's important to recognize. It takes great skills to do the things that he did. And so we were lucky to have him be able to exercise those skills on behalf of our natural resource heritage.
Very much so. Any other comments? Well, I'll make one. I'm going to focus on what I think is most important. There's been a long line of various issues and accomplishments that can be attributed to George and his influence on conservation throughout the state of Wisconsin, throughout his life. And conservation, I think, was his life. He was on duty 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Whenever he needed to say something and people needed him, he was there. And it went on, you know, beyond normal retirement years. He worked it right until the very last days that he had available. I think in the last 6 months or so, he was a big part of the strategizing and working together on the Buena Vista resolution with the solar farm, and very actively enrolled in that. And it was just reflective of his whole life. But I think the most important thing of all, and I mentioned it earlier, I just had the good fortune that his wife Jane had gotten a hold of me and said, if you're ever in town and you have a minute, you know, please give us a call. He's having a tough time, but he has his good days and his bad days. And I got lucky. I hit him on a good day and he said, come on over. So I got to spend some time with him. And he talked for almost 2 hours. I was planning to get out of there in 15 minutes and I couldn't break loose. He was full of energy and ideas, mentally sharp right to the end. And his emphasis was on conservation, the department, and the staff. He was thinking about everybody else. And he was, you know, failing before my eyes and had very little to say about himself. Even when I asked, he diminished that and deflected off on something else. But the thing that George emphasized the most was the next generation. Where are the future leaders of conservation going to come from? And how do we help to ensure that they're there? And Robin has captured that in the language of the resolution, but his strong support of places like Mackenzie Environmental Center, his support of the youth conservation programs, various leadership programs, that's what he wanted to talk about the most in the last few days that he had left. And I would say his accomplishments are notable, but his legacy is really going to be seen in the group of people that he has influenced and that will carry on the traditions and the heritage and of conservation in Wisconsin. And George Meyer will live on in all of our memories and in those people that he influenced. So that's my comment. Anyone else care to offer? And I will call the vote on the resolution to commend George Meyer. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. I've got the official copy of it here. There's a big blank space in the bottom of the resolution, and I would ask each of the board members at least to give you the opportunity to sign this. So with that, we'll do that after the meeting gets done, or maybe I'll sign it and pass it around. That'd be a more efficient way to handle it. While that's going on, I will move to item 8B, election of board officers. It's now time to elect the board officers for the upcoming year. We have 3 officers, positions, the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. We will elect those positions in that order, starting with the chair. Elections will be conducted by voice vote if we have 1 candidate. If we have multiple candidates for any one position, we will use a paper ballot for that election. Any member can make a nomination and no seconds are required. Importantly, the duties of all elected officers will take effect immediately upon the adjournment of this meeting. We will start with the chair. Nominations are now in order for the office of board chair. Patty.
I nominate Robin Schmidt.
Robin Schmidt is nominated. Robin, do you accept the nomination?
Only if you'll continue to be my mentor.
I don't qualify this too heavily.
Okay, yes, I
Okay. Robin accepts. Are there any other nominations? One more time, any other nominations? If not, then the nominations are closed. Robin, you have a chance for comments if you'd like.
My only comments are that I really appreciate your leadership, and I hope that if elected, that I'll be able to continue with the kind of leadership that you provided to the board. So,
And I hope you bring
and I'm
fresh
humbled by it.
ideas and a fresh voice and your own style.
Well, and I wish I had all the humility that you have, but yeah, it's a tough job. But the board is fabulous, and the agency is great, and leadership is fabulous. So I know that there'll be a lot of support to hopefully have me be successful.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Robin.
With that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of Robin Schmidt for board chair in the coming year, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Congratulations, I think, Robin.
Congratulations.
The new chair will be Robin Schmidt. We will now vote on vice chair. Nominations are now in order for the office of vice chair.
Chair. I'll nominate Rachel Baressa for vice chair.
Okay, Rachel Brass is nominated. Rachel, do you accept the nomination?
Yes,
Okay,
without caveats at this time.
with no caveat. Are there any other nominations? Last time, any other nomination? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Rachel, would you care to make a brief statement?
We need a vote for, sure. Are we voting first or?
No, you get to make a statement. If you may convince us to vote for you or.
Well, guess I was going to say I'd be honored to step into this leadership position with the support and appreciation of my colleagues, as well as the many conservation groups and partners we have, and all the volunteers, and feel like the role of a leader is to, listen, share, and support, all with our same shared goals in mind.
Considering those comments, we will vote on this office by voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed, say no. Motion or the vote carries. The new vice chair will be Rachel Baressa. Congratulations.
Thank you for the nomination.
You're welcome.
We will now vote on secretary. Nominations are now in order for office of secretary of the board, not to be confused with secretary of the department.
I'd like to stay.
Chair Smith,
Yes.
I would like to nominate Patty Shackner.
Patty Shackner is nominated. Patty, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? One more time, any other nomination? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Patty, you have the opportunity for a brief statement or comment.
Thank you.
Oh, embarrassing. That wasn't a comment.
Secretary recorded that. Oops.
We have one candidate. Comments are complete. And we'll ask for a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Vote carries. Patty Schockner will be the new and continuing secretary for the board.
Yay, Patty.
Thank you. Okay, board members matters. Rachel, you get to be first.
I was first last time. I guess I continued appreciation again for the colleagues, those conservation groups, the many volunteers that are doing such important work day in, day out in so many realms of this conservation world in our state. And so we still are in heavy meeting season for me. So encouraging others to go to different meetings and hear from those different perspectives and realize where those connections lie. Later, I guess in February 25th through 26th, there's the 2006 Leadership for Midwestern Watersheds Conference, which also is coinciding with the Wisconsin Wetlands Conference. I'll be going to that. I know there's fisheries updates in Green Bay and Stevens Point tonight. I'm gonna try to get to as many meetings as I can. Sometimes I wish I could be at 2 at once, but just encouraging other people to check the calendars and check what's going on in their area. And then one of the things I thought about doing when I came on the board was to read a passage from the Aldo Leopold book each meeting. And so since the book starts with the January thaw, I did pick out one really brief little passage. So I was going to read that as part of my board member matters. And I had just done this yesterday, I think it was, looking at coyote tracks actually through my field. But January observation can be almost as simple and peaceful as snow and almost as continuous as cold. There is time not only to see who has done what, but to speculate why. So.
Thank you for keeping the board grounded in our
Yes.
chronological calendar.
Yes, absolutely. This is a
I'll look forward to
well-loved,
that.
well-read verse.
Hey, Doug?
All right, thanks, Chair. Is that Wisconsin Wetland Association, a Green Bay meeting
That's also in Baraboo.
in Baraboo? Okay, thanks. Well, Chair, thanks for holding down the chair. Chair.
Passing the chair.
Oh, appreciate it. I know that takes a lot. So.
Thank you.
So my first, it's more of a question, I think. I have an issue related to it, but so we have an opportunity to formulate questions for Wisconsin Conservation Congress, am I right?
Yes.
When is that coming? That next month?
Well, you have to have your resolutions in by February 9th.
February 9th. So we have to have a resolution in from the
You can
board as well.
introduce it at the board meeting
Yeah, okay.
when they come in.
All right.
It's good advice to have it down in writing.
Okay.
And you'll probably want to work with appropriate staff just to get it written out. That makes it a lot easier than to incorporate it.
Yeah, I did one last year as well. I just didn't know the timing on it. I knew it was coming close, so I've been approached by several different people in different capacities, concerned about panfish and panfish reduction limits. So I heard at least 3, if not 4 or 5 different individuals comment on that particular issue, so.
Do I understand it clearly, Doug? Were they commenting that they wanted lower possession limits on panfish, or they were concerned that the lower limits were affecting them?
Nope, they wanted lower limits
Okay.
on panfish.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's probably where I'll be going with that one. And then the surprise for this one, and I looked at some of this stuff recently, but was the wildlife killing contests. Really, the amount of comments today we received, and just looking briefly at some of the written information, I was taken back that it wasn't, I don't want to say it's not regulated, but it just loosely regulated, if that. Some information on that would be good if we want to get it as a board, or if somebody has time, one-on-one, I'd be happy to chat, just get more information on it, because I wasn't aware there was that much of that activity out there, and the ethical disposal of those animals. They're probably going for fur bearers, but I don't know, because I don't know about them. It sure seems like there's a lot of issues surrounding that, with that volume of animals being harvested for just for sport. Yeah.
Just as a suggestion, maybe in pursuing that and getting some additional information, if you do that individually and then discuss with staff and maybe form in your own mind whether or not it would be valuable for the board to have that as an info item at some later date. So if you could take point on that, maybe then come back in and decide if that's something you think is appropriate and recommend it to the board.
Absolutely, no problem. And that was it for me, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Ashley, thank you for always just getting us where we're supposed to be on time and making sure we have a place to stay. I really appreciate your welcoming me a couple of years ago, literally standing outside saying, come in this door. So that was helpful. And Chair Smith, I know you spend 40 minutes at a time with me on the phone, so I can't imagine all the time you spend with all of us, but your stellar leadership, your knowledge, your diplomacy, and the generosity with your time and experience, and really appreciate it. Secretary Hoon, I'm gonna settle myself down here. In what I view as very troubling times in our sister state, I really appreciate the email that you sent to the staff. I know in my professional life, some of the hardest times is when I would have to go to a funeral of a student. And I felt that with the words that you expressed of just saying, you know, no matter where you are in your life, no matter what's going on, know that we're here for you and how can we help? I thought that was fabulous. In Ozaukee County, the bulldozers are going 24/7 on that Vantage Center, literally 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, and then 12 hours a day on the weekend. And if you have a chance to drive, you know, down I-43, it's quite the, it's going to be quite the endeavor. And the only other thing in Ozaukee County that the DNR was working on was this Gauthier Pond, which was a private pond. This family wants to have a 13-acre pond for water skiing, and the DNR helped give them, the people that were fighting that, give them information. And at this point in time, the Planning Commission has said no to it, but that doesn't mean that the town board will say no to it. So everyone appreciates the work that was done here. So thank you, everybody.
Is that it, Deb?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Jeff?
Well, I'd also like to express my appreciation, Bill, for your time as the chair. As my first year, and I had, you know, it was a lot of trying to decipher things and figure out where our place was and, you know, where we could respond and stuff. And you gave me a lot of good feedback. In fact, you reached out to me a lot of times, even when I didn't reach out to you. So really appreciate your time and effort. I know there's a lot of time outside these meetings you spend on this, and so much appreciated.
Yeah, you can emphasize that time all you want now that we have an elected.
Thanks. Right.
Good timing.
Yeah. Positive note, you know, we had that meeting with DATCAP, and the Secretary of Ag talked about a local food funding program. And I approached him after the meeting and asked him if that was something that it's a federal funds that come to the state to allocate funds to local produce, to accelerate that to the donation to food pantries. I'm not explaining that well, but I can give you a better run on it if it works later on. But anyway, I asked him if that would work for like the deer donation program. Could we use those dollars to maybe increase the amount that we give to meat lockers to accelerate the deer donation program? That's one of the limiting factors about that program is that, you know, someone's would like to donate a deer, but if it's going to have to be, you know, on such and such a day, and it's going to have to go to the other side of the state or county, even sometimes, you know, we could get more pantries if we could bump that up. Anyway, so I contacted Chris Kaiser. He's in charge of the program, and he's looking it over, and looks encouraging anyway. So hopefully that will help. I was also set back by the conservation or the killing competition thing. I don't know where I've been in my life. I never even was not aware of that. I think the wildlife killing contests, you know, they fail as conservation tools. They promote waste and unethical incentives, increase risk and conflict, and undermine the public trust in hunting and wildlife management. So I agree. I will be gladly to look at Doug like that and to see what role we can play to influence not having those kind of contests. I just don't see anything good by that. So.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Patty?
First, thank you, Bill. Been a great mentor and leader, and I can't wait till we are rotating seats and we can have other conversations. And Secretary Hood, I very much appreciated your email. Living in St. Croix County, then knowing folks that are living in Minneapolis, it's just been incredibly stressful for everybody living in that part of the state right now. It's really hard and shocking, and you know, we have personally in real time watched 3 people now in the last 5 years, you know, be killed, and as human beings, to watch it is one thing, but seeing our community members live through this has really been hard. And I think it really also gives us a reminder about how important our natural resources are for healing. And we should really make a point to, you know, go outside and take a breath of fresh air and see the trees and watch the northern lights and do the things that are naturally beautiful to really ground us in where we are, so we're present in our present state with all the chaos that's going on. With that, also, these killing contests, I was blown away, but I think the thing that got me, besides the unethical hunting, is the drinking. Isn't there rules about that with operating guns and drinking and shooting animals out there? I'm like, I've never heard of that. So I also would like to, Doug, whatever you need. One of the people that spoke onto it is in my area, and I will call her and ask her about this here. But I've heard about the crow thing once in that, but I've never heard about the coyote or the rabbits or all that there. It just I was just a little overwhelmed by it. This is not, in my opinion, ethical.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like we've got agreement that this ought to come back to the board at some point in time. So Doug, maybe your question is answered. It looks like this is probably appropriate for some future board discussion presentation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Robin?
I appreciate the fact that there won't be any controversial issues coming before us when this. I want to just reiterate 2 of the main things that have been said so far. One is Secretary Yoon, the message you sent, and the way that you respect the retirees by giving us background information. For me, working at the agency, one of the mantras was that people are our greatest resource. And I am so grateful that that continues, because when you look at the commitment, the expertise, just look at the presentations we had today. This is top notch. This is really national leadership that we're seeing. So thank you for caring about the employees, because they give a lot every day to the agency and to our natural resources. And Bill, I appreciate the fact that you're not going too far in terms of sitting at the table with us.
I'm one of those seats.
We'll have a word with Ashley about that. But yeah, thank you so much for your leadership and your demeanor and your ability to navigate difficult issues in a very diplomatic way. So I hope I learned something from you. I'm sure I'll make mistakes, and I'm sure that you guys are all welcome to keep me on task and moving us forward. I also have an ask for the department. And Rachel and I had a conversation. I had talked about the upcoming Lakes Conference. The deadline for registration for that, for the reduced fares, is coming up. But, and Rachel mentioned some conferences I wasn't aware of. Is it possible for the department to reach out to your key programs and find out, like, what are the premier conferences that would be best for us to consider in terms of attending? Like, we just may not hear about when these are happening. And so it would be great if we kind of had a, you know, a listing of, you know, certainly the Wisconsin Conservation Congress Convention is, you know, fabulous and really important to be at. I personally appreciate the Lakes Conference. There's a lot of wealth of information. Appreciate Rachel with the Wetlands Association Conference and the other conference that are taking place in Baraboo. But it would be nice if there are, especially if they're in different areas, folks might want to be aware of them and maybe make a presence. It was interesting to me how important it is to those organizations to see board members. And so I just want to, you know, kind of emphasize that for everybody. It means a lot to those people to have you take your time and spend a day talking to them and hearing what they have to say. So I just want to give a shout out to that. In it, I mean, I had on my list, but everybody else has mentioned it all as well with the killing contests. So it was news. We need to learn more and appreciate those who are going to work on getting that for us.
Okay, thank you, Robin. Brings it to me. I'm going to close by saying thanks to all of you, my colleagues and friends here on the board, for your faith and trust in allowing me to serve as the chair for the board, for the department, and really for all of our people in the conservation community. I'm very grateful for your support, and I wish you the best in your new duties in the year ahead, and look forward to next month. With that, I request a motion to adjourn.
Move adjourn.
We've got a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Rachel. Any discussion? None? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're adjourned. And I'm in your chair, Robin.
You gotta hand over the gavel, I think.
Right.
Official.
See, they're doing similar to ice fishing movies.